but when the Nicaraguan police arrested the D-Sting man, Norwin Menezes, the operation was blown wide open and Menezes' American handlers left him to twist in the wind. According to two Nicaraguan prison officials, soon after his arrest Menezes gave his wife Blanca a letter to deliver to the U.S. Embassy, addressed to two American officials, asking them to intercede with the Chamorro government. The sources were unaware if the letter was answered. The DEA denies there was any such plan, but those denials are hard to believe in light of some of the cables released by the CIA's Inspector General in 1998. Both the State Department and the Department of Defense, the CIA report revealed, were monitoring Menezes' movements at the time. Those reports included reference to a trip to Colombia by Menezes and Miranda in September 1991 and to the group's loss of a Ford Escort loaded with cocaine in Houston in September 1991, the CIA report stated. Why those agencies would be so interested in Menezes then is not explained in the declassified version of the CIA report. Had the sting worked, the resultant drug scandal would almost certainly have crippled the last vestiges of Sandinista power in the new Nicaraguan government, their control of the military and the police. President Violeta Chamorro was being subjected to intense pressure to purge her government of Sandinistas by conservatives in Washington, particularly Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina, whose staff had been intimately involved in the creation and funding of the Contra movement. Helms was then stalling a $50 million foreign aid bill for Nicaragua over the continued presence of Sandinistas, particularly René Vivas, in the national police and military. The 1991 Menezes operation, in all likelihood, was simply another version of the 1984 DEA/CIA sting involving trafficker Barry Seal, which the Reagan administration had used to accuse the Sandinistas of drug trafficking right before a crucial Contra aid vote. Had Menezes been successful, the Sandinistas would have been loudly denounced as drug dealers by the Bush administration, which already had a history of invading Latin American countries run by unfriendly traffickers and might have been forced out of the Chamorro government. At Norwin's trial in August 1992, Miranda took the stand against his former boss and bared all, explaining Norwin's relationship with the DEA and the Contras, the drug flights from El Salvador to Texas, and the meetings with CIA pilot Aguado and CIA agent Enrique Bermudez, the FDN's former military commander. Norwin even arranged a party in his residence for Bermudez, celebrating his possible appointment as army chief by the new government, Miranda testified. I also took part in meetings where Norwin Menezes and Bermudez discussed the possibility to use the army to send drug loads to the US and Europe. But these plans were truncated by Bermudez's sudden death. Bermudez had been murdered in the parking lot of the Intercontinental Hotel in Managua in February 1991 by someone who shot him in the back of the head. The slaying was never solved. Menezes denied everything. The cocaine wasn't his, he insisted. It belonged to drug-dealing Sandinistas René Vivas, Roger Mayorga, and Bayardo Arce. He claimed the Sandinistas had set up him and his brother on phony drug charges as revenge for their years of assistance to the FDN. I was an important part of the FDN since 1982. And they, the Sandinistas, proclaimed themselves as my mortal enemies in 1984, he testified. Menezes blamed the Sandinistas for planting false stories about him in American and Costa Rican newspapers and pointed to his spotless record as proof that he was no criminal. I have never been arrested in the United States and in any other part of the world. I've never been the subject of a court trial. I've never been subpoenaed as a witness, Menezes testified. I have been mentioned by some other people in some other cases, but that's because of the long arm of Sandinismo. The Nicaraguan judges were bothered by Menezes' lack of a criminal record, court transcripts show, and they challenged Roger Mayorga on his public declarations that Menezes was the king of drugs in Nicaragua, and his country's representative to the Cali cartel. How do you explain the fact that Norwin Menezes, implicated since 1974 in the trafficking of drugs, and where an arrest warrant exists issued by a court in San Francisco in the United States, has not been detained in the United States, a country in which he has lived, entered, and departed many times since 1974? One judge asked Mayorga. Well, That question needs to be asked to the authorities of the United States because I'm limited to the information that was supplied to us by the DIA, Mayorga said stiffly. Explain then, that after 22 years, you have not been asked on the part of the anti-narcotics police in the U.S. to arrest the Nicaraguan citizen Norwin Menezes for drugs, if he has resided for much time in the United States and Nicaragua. He was very easy to find in the United States because of his residency card, and in Nicaragua, because he's highly well known. With respect to his residence in the United States, in the previous answer I explained ignorance as to why the authorities in the United States had not stopped him, Mayorga testily replied. With respect to Nicaragua, be clear that this Menezes had a year and a half in Nicaragua. And in the year and a half he was captured for drug trafficking. Menezes was convicted and sentenced to 30 years in jail. As a result of his cooperation, Miranda was given a 7-year sentence. A few days after the trial, Nicaraguan prison authorities reported that Menezes had paid a deranged inmate $10,000 to knife Miranda in revenge for his damning testimony. Menezes denied it, but Miranda was quickly transferred to a prison in another city. After a lifetime of crime and the ruination of countless lives, Norwin Menezes was finally behind bars. Almost single-handedly, an underpaid, middle-aged Nicaraguan policeman had, in 18 months, done something that the entire U.S. government with its spy satellites, international wiretapping capabilities, and an army of drug agents had been unable to do for 20 years. 3 weeks after the verdicts came down, under pressure from the U.S. State Department and the White House, the Chamorro government fired René Vivas as Nicaraguan National Police Commander. Roger Mayorga, who by then had begun looking into Danilo Blandon's relationship with the Menezes drug ring and its money laundering tendrils in Central America, was fired soon afterwards. Menezes, meanwhile, was released from prison in 1997, having served only 6 years of his sentence. That same year, his and Blandon's suspected money launderer, Orlando Murillo, was elected to the Nicaraguan National Assembly. 24. They're gonna forget I was a drug dealer in the summer of 1992, as one drug potentate, Norwin Menezes, was settling into the dreary Tipitapa prison, another, Ricky Ross, was preparing to rejoin society. Freeway Rick had done his time carefully at Phoenix, learning the basics of reading and writing, obtaining his high school equivalency certificate. He became a vegetarian and a devotee of self-help guru Anthony J. Robbins, whose motivational tapes Ross listened to incessantly. He had a plan for the rest of his life, and ever the promotional genius, he used his notoriety as one of LA's biggest crack dealers to jumpstart his plan. In the wake of the nightmarish riots in South Central that April, which had fleetingly focused the nation's press on the problems of inner-city neighborhoods, Ross had begun granting interviews to reporters searching for reasons for the area's self-destruction. In quick succession, Ross was interviewed by CBS News, The Cincinnati Post, Esquire magazine, ABC News, and NBC News. Freeway Rick was an instant hit with the press. He was accessible and self-effacing. He answered reporters' questions directly and made sense. He would open up his prison records to anyone who asked and was disarmingly honest about the crimes he'd committed. Soft-spoken, dressed in sweats and sporting shoulder-length dreadlocks, Ross hardly seems like a man who spent about 4 years in prison for drug trafficking, an L.A. Times reporter wrote in 1993. Asked by the Cincinnati Post if he'd ever felt regret when he was dealing cocaine, Ross said the feeling was just the opposite. I felt I'd accomplished something. I'm a money maker. A capitalist. He not only made great copy, but his story had a terrific hook. The final real estate acquisition he'd made before his arrest in 1989 was a huge abandoned theater at the intersection of Adams and Crenshaw Boulevards in the heart of South Central. In its heyday, the 40,000-square-foot Adams Street Theater had been a major venue for touring R&B and Motown artists. Ross dreamed of restoring the dilapidated hulk to its former grandeur, becoming an impresario, and leaving a permanent mark on South Central. One of the times I had met Danilo in New York, I had went to the Apollo Theater and I saw what they was doing there, and I said that this would be a perfect idea for Los Angeles to reach out to the kids in my community, Ross said. When he got out of prison, Ross told the reporters, he was going to make up for the damage he'd done to his neighborhood. He'd learned his lesson, he said. He'd destroyed lives. As his penance, he was going to take his last remaining drug profits and put them to good use, turning the old theater into a youth center for the children of South Central. It would have a gymnasium, classrooms, recording studios, computer training rooms, and a performance hall. It would be a place where kids could go and entertain because, you know, rap is big in my neighborhood. Most of the big rappers came from my area, where I grew up at. So I said, well, we could do something like the Apollo Theater, give them a place where they can go and perform. And then also, it would give the ones that's not performing a place to go and see what was going on, and we could also reach out and start giving them messages about how to deal with life, because if you don't have something to interest the kids, then they won't pay you no attention. Ross was released from federal prison in August 1993 and returned home to South Central, moving into his mother's house and throwing himself into the theater project, which he was calling the Freeway Academy. He began making the rounds of local community groups and politicians, trying to raise money for the renovations, which his pro bono architectural consultants estimated at $18.5 million. His efforts got a major boost in November 1993, when his quest to fund the Freeway Academy broke into the national media. First, the Los Angeles Times published a flattering profile under the headline "Ex-Drug Dealer Out to Stage Turnaround." Standing on the bare stage of the cavernous Adams Street Theater, his arms spread wide as if receiving a benediction, Ricky Ross speaks fervently of the second chance in life he never thought he would get, the story began. Once the head of one of Los Angeles' most notorious cocaine rings that did business nationwide, Ross has embarked on a venture that he is determined will be just as big, helping youths. Young people have no safety valve these days that allows them to express themselves, develop their talents, Ross advised the newspaper. Look at what happened to me. I had a lot of talent, but I never even read a book until I got to jail. I don't want other kids to end up there before they've even gotten a chance to do something. The pastor of a nearby church told the paper that he'd been impressed when Ross addressed his congregation about his plans. It's a blessing he wants to turn over a new leaf, the minister said. Spurred by the L.A. Times story, the ABC News magazine. Day One aired its own story on Freeway Rick, a piece it had had in the can for several months. It appeared right after Monday Night Football. Next we have the story of a young man who set out to poison his entire community, correspondent Forrest Sawyer began, calling Ross one of America's most powerful drug dealers. He lives in South Central Los Angeles and he was the area's biggest cocaine dealer, Sawyer intoned. I say was because today Ross claims he has changed his ways. He says he wants to make up for all the harm he's done by building something good for his neighborhood. Some people believe he really means it. Others say it's just a scam. Either way, Freeway's story proves that when you've been a major player in America's crime crisis, going straight is never easy. Sawyer interviewed narcotics detectives and prosecutors who were openly skeptical of Ross's scheme, saying they doubted he'd ever straighten up. Ross was just trying to buy respectability, they charged, conning the community he'd been destroying for years. Sawyer also interviewed LA politicians who were working with Ross to raise the funds, and a representative of the Häagen-Dazs company, who said the ice cream maker had already agreed to pitch in. Ross admitted to Sawyer that he didn't have much cash and he agreed that he could easily return to drug dealing to raise it. Probably quicker than I used to make it because I'm smarter now, he said. But he insisted he wasn't going down that road again. What do you want to be remembered as? Sawyer asked him at the close of the piece. As the guy that built this great youth center in South Central Los Angeles, in the middle of where all the riots broke out, Ross answered. The guy that really made an impact in the community, That changed lives. That's what I want to be remembered as. That's what I will be remembered as. They're going to forget I was a drug dealer. Though Ross could barely believe it himself, the Freeway Academy project began gathering steam. In early December 1993, a Los Angeles-based community group, 100 Black Men, held a dinner in Ross's honor, and more than 200 people filled the Regency West to make sure he has the right backing to accomplish his task, the Los Angeles Sentinel reported. Magic Johnson had came. He said he was going to help. Ice Cube, Snoop Doggy Dogg, I mean, all the rappers from LA that I had knew from the past said that they was going to come out and help, Ross said. I was like on just another type of high, you know? I was going to churches and doing speeches. I was talking to the president of Polygram Records, Ed Eckstein, who was talking about giving me a record company. But, as Day One had predicted, there was no escaping his past. Shortly after the show appeared, Ross said, Danilo Blandon called him out of the blue. He'd seen him on TV, he told Ross, and was glad to hear he was out of jail and doing so well. It was the first time Ross had spoken to Blandon in 4 years, not surprisingly, since drug dealers tend to shy away from prisons, and Rick was happy to hear his friend's voice again. Danilo said he and Kipita would love to see him when he had the time. But there was another reason for his call. According to Ross, he said he had a great business and he needed my help. He wanted me to talk to his wife and she could settle everything. He had a connection for me and that it would be great like it used to be. I told him that I was trying a movie, you know, I was working on a book and I was out of the business. I didn't know nobody. Blandon confirmed calling Ross around this time but said it was just a social call. Ross said Kipita followed up by calling him up at the youth center offices and insisting that he come have dinner with them. They were having a get-together at her mother's house in Glendale, she said, and the girls were dying to see him. Ross agreed to go, but just to be on the safe side, he took a friend with him, Norman Tillman, who was working with former football star Jim Brown on similar youth projects for South Central. So we go up to the house. She hugs me and tells me she was glad I was out. Danilo loves me. She loves me. Her daughters was there and a couple other people was there, Ross said. I liked their daughters. They was like my little sisters. But it was apparent that something was on Kipita's mind, Ross said. She asked him to come outside with her for a moment. She started telling me that my friends had lost a lot of money of Danilo's Tone and Mike. Tony McDonald and Mike Smith were two of Ross's successors in South Central, picking up his accounts and buying from Blandon while Ross was in jail. Kipita claimed they owed Danilo $18,000 and had refused to pay it back, and now the Colombians were pushing Danilo for the money, which he didn't have. She wanted me to find somebody to sell some drugs to, Ross said. I told her no. I didn't know nobody. I'd just gotten out of jail, you know, I'm trying to get my life together, trying to stay away from the drugs. Kipita, Ross said, told him she understood. But Danilo called him later and wondered why Ross was refusing to help him out. It wasn't like he was asking Ross to get back into the drug business to make money, Blandon said. He was asking as a friend, as a personal favor, to get the Colombians off his back. It was Rick's friends who'd gotten him into this mess, he pointed out. I told him I wasn't in the position, Ross said. Basically, I was telling him, you see what I'm doing, you know? You saw me on TV. You've been reading the newspapers. I mean, he kept up with me all the way. He knew everything about me, and he knew about me testifying against the sheriffs and everything. So I told him basically, you know what I'm going through right now, you know, and I'm trying to stay clean. Ross felt bad about turning his back on Blandon, but he didn't have much time to dwell on it. There was a little matter in Texas that still needed attending to: his indictment for calling his cousins and talking about a cocaine deal on the phone. The Texas authorities were still waiting for him to pay his debt to society. Ross pleaded guilty to the Texas charges and re-entered prison in December 1993. He said he thought he would be doing 30 days or so, but the weeks stretched into months, and it wasn't until the end of August 1994 that he was finally released from the Smith County Jail in Tyler, L.A. Times reporter Jesse Katz, who was working with a team of reporters on a massive project to document the ravages 10 years of crack had wrought on L.A., was there to record the scene. The notorious Los Angeles drug lord known as Freeway Rick, who once boasted that his coast-to-coast cocaine empire grossed more than $1 million a day, walked out of a Texas jail Wednesday and vowed to return home in search of redemption, Kate wrote. He described the 34-year-old parolee as once one of the nation's most prolific cocaine wholesalers, a dealer who probably rose faster and higher than any other drug trafficker from the streets of south-central Los Angeles. Ross, Katz wrote, said he hoped to head back to his old neighborhood as soon as possible and devote his life to warning youngsters about the mistakes that kept him locked up for most of the last 5 years. After a short probation, Ross returned to South Central in mid-October, a free man at last. His 10-month absence had taken a toll on the Freeway Academy. It was out of money, and the bills were piling up fast. To tide the project over while he was serving his time in Texas, he'd borrowed $30,000 from a Compton crack dealer, Leroy Chico Brown, who was helping Ross put a recording studio in the theater, but that money was just a memory. Ross had $57 to his name when he walked out of jail in Texas. His motel and his auto parts store were gone. His remaining cash was eaten up by attorney's fees. The rental houses he owned, most of which had been placed in other people's names, had been sold, foreclosed upon, or abandoned. But $30,000 was $30,000, and Chico wanted his money back. He wasn't the only one. Blandon called from Nicaragua the day after Ross got back into town. They needed to talk, he told Ross, but he didn't want to do it over international phone lines. He would be back in LA soon and wanted Rick to call him from a payphone. He was telling me that he needed help. Tone and them had beat him out of the money and he wanted me to help him out, Ross said. I told him I'd just got out of jail, I couldn't buy no drugs. I ain't got no money to buy no drugs. Blandon denied making that call. For the first time in years, Freeway Rick was forced to get a real job working for someone else. He was hired on at Wolf River Development Corp., a company that bought repossessed houses in L.A. slums and fixed them up for resale. It was Ross's task to go in and clean them up. People would leave furniture and the carpet would be just ruined and all kinds of stuff like that. So I started off, I would go in and I would pull the carpet up. I would take all the furniture out. Sometimes they'd have trash in the garages and it would be just sky high. I would clean the garage out. I would cut the grass, trim the trees, make it where it's not just a total dump. The job paid little, however, and Ross kept his eye peeled for other ways to make some money. On October 16, 1994, Ross called Blandon in Nicaragua. The man who owned Wolf River, Ross said, had a 1991 Mercedes 560 he'd wrecked and had rebuilt, but he didn't like the workmanship. Ross thought they should buy it and have Blandon resell it in Nicaragua at a premium. Blandon said he'd have to look into it. And then the conversation turned to cocaine. Ross asked Blandon if he could get a little something right now, which Blandon said he interpreted to mean a couple of kilos. Blandon said he had some merchandise in Guatemala that he was planning to move to Los Angeles soon but didn't have the expense money, driver's fees and plane tickets and the like necessary to move it across the border into the United States. Ross would have to loan him the money to pay the expenses, Blandon said. Ross asked what price he was planning to sell the cocaine for. 11, Blandon said, meaning $11,000 a kilo. Okay, that's good, Ross replied. Let me know as soon as possible. Blandon asked Ross to call him the next day, but he didn't, and the negotiations for the cocaine sale went nowhere. Ross said it was pointless because he didn't have the money to pay Blandon's expenses. In a series of later calls, Blandon kept asking Ross for a loan and reminding him about the $18,000 loan Tone owed him. According to Blandon's notes of the conversations, Ross kept insisting he was broke himself and wasn't ready to start the bus and he's sick. Most of the conversations concerned buying cars and trucks and reselling them. But Blandon and his wife kept pressing, Ross said, calling him, calling his mother, paging him constantly. His probation officer, James Gallipo, said he was driving Ross to a high school one morning to deliver one of his motivational speeches to the students when Ross's pager went off. Ross looked at the number and began cursing. "This guy won't leave me alone," Ross griped, explaining that the caller was a former cocaine supplier who wanted to resume business. "I mean, the son of a bitch called him while he was in the car with his probation officer," Gallipo said. Ross said he met with Blandon in November at Menezes' old restaurant on Hoover Street and was told that if his friend didn't repay the money, Blandon was going to take care of Tony. Ross believed Blandon meant it. When Mike Smith had gotten behind on some payments to Danilo Smith and his house had been shot up. Blandon confirmed that he spoke to Ross several times about the debt Tony McDonald owed, but he denied ever threatening to kill him. In December 1994, the L.A. Times published its opus on the 10-year anniversary of the city's crack plague, and once again, Ricky Ross was in the news. Reporter Jesse Katz crafted a poignant 2,500-word feature that chronicled the saga of Ricky Ross' rise and fall. It pinned the explosion of L.A.'s crack market to his teenage dealings in South Central. If there was an eye to the storm, it began. If there was a criminal mastermind behind crack's decade-long reign, if there was one outlaw capitalist most responsible for flooding Los Angeles streets with mass-marketed cocaine, his name was Freeway Rick. According to the story, Ross's cocaine operation had so much influence on the LA drug market that by the end of the decade, he had helped cut wholesale rates from $60,000 a kilo to just $10,000. The Times headline called him the deposed king of crack and described Ross as a master marketer who was key to the drug's spread in LA. The Freeway Academy got another plug, and Ross's embittered nemesis, the recently convicted LAPD Sergeant Steve Pollock, took a shot at him, a verbal one, calling Ross a con artist. "Let him pay for all the people his drugs have killed. Let him put money into the hospitals for all the addicted babies. Let me see him turn over $1 million or $2 million to the IRS and get a job. Then maybe I'll give him some credibility," Pollock told Katz. "Ross will fall again someday," the ex-detective said ominously. Katz's story prompted another flood of calls to the Freeway Academy, Ross said, including more from Danilo Blandon. One day in February 1995 he was driving around with Chico Brown, his erstwhile recording studio partner, and I got a page from Danilo. I called Danilo back and I start talking to him and Chico decoded the conversation. Brown, a veteran crack dealer with the Patrick Johnson organization, wanted to know what was up. Was Ross doing dope on the side, when he owed him money? No, Ross told him. He didn't have enough to buy a car. He was 6 months behind on the rent for the theater. Chico had to loan him the $800 he needed to file a bankruptcy petition, to keep the bank at bay. Yet this friend of his kept trying to hit him up for the money Tone lost, Ross explained, wanting him to do a deal to pay it back. Brown's moon face broke into a wide smile. He had a solution to everyone's problems, he told Ross. He would put up the money for the dope deal. He had some friends back in Baltimore who were looking to make an investment. All Ross needed to do was introduce Chico to his source. If the deal went down, he'd not only forget about the $30,000 Ross owed him, but he'd give Rick $70,000 for his troubles. Rick wouldn't really be buying or selling anything, Brown rationalized. All he'd be doing is making an introduction. Brown and his people would take all the financial risk and handle all the dope. Ross wouldn't have to come anywhere near it. Easy as pie. Unless, of course, Ross had a better idea about how to raise the $30K he owed him. Ross thought it over. When Brown put it that way, it didn't actually sound so bad. After all, it wasn't like he was selling dope, something he'd promised everybody he'd never do again. He sure wasn't buying any. Chio was. Danilo's cocaine, Chico's money. Their deal. Not his. All he had to do was make a phone call. One little call, and he'd have Danilo off his back, Chico off his back, the bank off his back. In and out. One time. What the fuck? He was with it, he told Chico. He'd set things up. In late February 1995, Ross, Chico Brown, and Brown's friend from Baltimore, Curtis James, met Blandon in the parking lot of the Popeyes Chicken restaurant in National City, just south of San Diego. Ross introduced the Nicaraguan to his friends and told him they would be the ones he'd be dealing with. And they were ready to deal. Right now. Surprisingly, Blandon demurred, as if not yet ready to seal the deal. The cocaine hadn't crossed the border yet, he told them. He had 150 kilos coming in. 50 was for someone else. They could have the 100 that was left. I asked for $200,000 up front and they told me they only had $160,000 but they could do it today, Blandon said. Impossible, I told them, today. We have to take a week or 2 or 3 days while the merchandise is crossing, so you have to wait. He also tossed off one more threat against Tony McDonald, telling Ross, that Tony, I want to get him. Ross had heard enough about Tone and the $18,000. He ain't gonna fucking pay you. He said angrily, he ain't gonna pay you. It ain't worth it. Let it go. Let it go. Okay, Blandon replied. I'll let it go. We're going to make a lot of money, Ross reminded him. Blandon laughed. They met a week later, again in the Popeyes parking lot. Blandon told Ross that the Colombians wanted to meet his friends, to make sure they were reliable. They knew Ross could be trusted. But they'd never dealt with his friends before. Ross, driving Chico's new Nissan Pathfinder, pulled into a parking slot, with Curtis James and Brown in the back seat. Blandon and a Hispanic man who did not speak English walked up to the driver's window. Blandon served as the man's translator. How much money were they bringing to the table? The Colombian wanted to know. From the back seat, Chico told Blandon he had $160,000 now but would have $200,000 by the 1st of March, if the Colombians wanted to wait that long. Blandon was testy about it, but Ross said that was his problem, they'd done bigger deals with less upfront before. If they could deliver it in LA, Chico said, he'd guarantee them $500,000. The Colombian suggested a $300,000 down payment would be more appropriate. After all, this was $1 million worth of cocaine they were going to be giving them on faith. Brown told him they'd get the money. My word is bond, he said. Whatever I say is the truth. My objective is to get you paid off as soon as possible. Blandon told him the cocaine was crossing the Mexican border that night, and they'd call when it arrived in San Diego. Blandon didn't call, and Ross's partners refused to come up with any more money for the down payment. At 7:30 a.m. March 2, 1995, Ross called Blandon at home and told him they were in San Diego, ready to deal. Blandon said he and the Colombian were ducking into Tijuana to pick it up and would call when it was over the border. Around 4 hours later, Blandon called Ross and his friends at the cheap motel they were staying in, the Easy 8, and told them to be at the Denny's restaurant off I-805 in Chula Vista in 20 minutes. Ross and his old friend Michael McLaurin, the San Jose State football player who first told Ross about cocaine back in 1979, drove to the restaurant in McLaurin's new purple Ford Ranger pickup. McLaurin, who was working at an LA hospital and had been hitting up the medical staff for donations to the Freeway Academy, said Ross had called him and told him he was buying a car in San Diego, but didn't have a way to get down there. McLaurin agreed to give him a lift, eager to take his new pickup truck on a long ride. With Chico and Curtis James following in Chio's Pathfinder, they met Blandon and the Colombian behind the Denny's shortly after noon. Blandon tried one more time to get Ross to pony up more cash. The Colombians had been expecting $300,000, Blandon complained, and Ross shows up with only around $170,000. Ross assured him he'd have the rest of the money by tomorrow. Where was the cocaine? Nearby, Blandon told him. In a load car parked in a shopping center lot, just like always. Chico Brown said he wanted to see it, and Blandon got huffy. I told him, hey, we don't have no time, Blandon recalled. Why don't you tell us that before? But Brown dug in his heels, telling Blandon that he wasn't buying any dope he'd never seen. Ross jumped in to smooth things over. It's not necessary, Ross assured Brown. He and Danilo always did business this way. If Danilo says the dope is there, it's there. Relax. We trust each other, Blandon assured him. Now, where was the money? Brown went to his Pathfinder, reached inside, and pulled out a black and green shopping bag full of cash bundles, which he handed to the Colombian. The trafficker put the bag in Blandon's car and told Ross to follow them to the load car, where they would get the car keys. They drove about a quarter mile to the Bonita Plaza Mall and pulled into the parking lot outside the Montgomery ward. The Colombian got out and handed a keychain to Curtis James, telling him the cocaine was in the white Chevy Blazer parked about 20 yards away. Ross and McLaurin strolled nonchalantly to the Blazer, and Ross stuck his head inside, where he saw 4 cardboard boxes containing 25 kilos each, nestled in the back. It was all there, just as Danilo had promised. A deal was still a deal. Ross told McLaurin to take the Blazer back to LA, and he'd follow him in the purple pickup. As he walked to the truck, he saw Blandon and the Colombian driving away. Then all hell broke loose. From everywhere, police cars came screaming up, sirens blaring. Cops in raid jackets were running through the parking lot, waving guns. McLaurin revved the engine of the Blazer and dropped it into gear. They burned rubber, DEA agent Charles Jones said. Federal agents blocked the vehicle. They burned rubber forward, he blocked it. They put it in reverse, he burned rubber in reverse, and the kill switch finally kicked in. The DEA had booby-trapped the Blazer so it couldn't be driven. Ross scampered to the purple truck and jumped in, tearing out of the parking lot with an unmarked DEA car roaring along behind him. He was sick to his stomach, sweating. How could he have been so fucking stupid? How could he have not seen this coming? Now what? I was hoping to find a wall that I could just crash myself into. I wanted to die. Ross went out of the shopping center, blew through stop signs, intersections at a high rate of speed, Jones said. He tried to turn onto Sweetwater Road and a police officer blocked him, and he swerved and crashed in the bushes and jumped out and ran away. It was not a long chase. In a matter of minutes he was captured behind a house on a nearby street, handcuffed, and stuffed into the back of a police car. He had been a free man only 6 months. Back at the DEA regional headquarters in National City, the jubilant agents counted and stacked up the pile of money they'd seized. It turned out that Chico had shorted the Colombians by a couple $100. $169,445 was piled on the table, and the agents snapped pictures. Ross was pushed into a chair and asked if he wanted to make a statement. Sure, Ross said. Why not? He saw the lay of the land. Danilo had set him up, had probably taped all of their calls. Everyone else was under arrest. The cops had the dope and Chico's money. Case closed. Ross told them everything. 2 weeks later a federal grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against Brown, Curtis James, Ricky Ross, and Mike McLaurin, charging them with conspiracy to possess cocaine and possession with intent to sell. This would be Ross's 3rd strike. He was looking at life without parole this time. His friends and family were crushed and embarrassed. I cussed his mom out, I cussed his brother out, and my mom and I cried together, said Ross's friend and partner in the youth center, Norman Tillman. He was talking so positive, telling me in earnest how he was going to make it as big legitimately as he did illegitimately. He was going to prove it to the world. Sting snares drug lord who vowed to go straight, the L.A. Times headline blared. A chagrined Jesse Katz was flown in from his new job at the Times Houston bureau to write off Ricky Ross for good. I had no doubt that he was going to fall again, former LAPD detective Pollock crowed to Katz. I just didn't know it was going to be this soon. Katz interviewed Ross's brother David, who complained that the arrest seems like entrapment. They set him up and he evidently fell for it. David Ross noted that the informant was a drug-dealing acquaintance who just kept bugging him, calling and calling, but Ricky wasn't doing anything like that anymore. Katz called Ross afterward and demanded to know why he'd done it. Ross told him he'd set up the deal to help get a friend out of debt, and I was like, come on. Think about yourself here first. Katz said he felt personally betrayed by Ross, who was swearing to Katz that he was going straight at the very same time he was setting up a drug deal. I caught a lot of shit from the editors over that. I'd had a hard enough time getting that original story into the paper, Katz said, 6 months after Ross's arrest. It was supposed to be a separate part of the crack series, but they cut it in half and made it a sidebar because some people said it looked like we were glorifying the guy. So you can imagine what the reaction was at the Times when it came out that he'd been busted. Asked why he thought the DA would target someone who had just emerged from prison, broke and vowing to go straight, Katz had a ready answer, to fuck with him. They could go after you right now. That's the scary message in all of this. If the government decides to fuck with you and you take the bait, you are automatically fucked. Ross was locked up without bail in the Metropolitan Correctional Center in San Diego. He had really done it this time. His fate seemed as predictable as the calendar. LWOP. Life without parole. He would never see the outside world again. Part 2. 25. Things are moving all around us. I was swept into Ross's decade-long relationship with Danilo Blandin in late September 1995, 2 months into my investigation and 6 months after Ross's arrest. Quite unexpectedly, my tipster's allegations about the CIA, the Contras, and cocaine had led me to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in downtown San Diego, a bleak, windowless skyscraper where the former crack king was being held without bail until his trial. Entering the tiny interview room, Ross exuded an air of self-assurance and confidence. He appeared unfazed by his predicament, but by the time the interview was over, he had dropped the pretense. Blandin's betrayal had clearly left him hurt and bewildered. "I can't believe he done me like this," Ross commented as I packed up my tape recorder and notebooks. "Why'd he do it? You figure that out yet?" I told him what I'd culled from the court files about Blandin's arrest in May 1992, how he'd faced a mandatory life sentence and the prospect of having his wife behind bars as well, leaving their 2 young daughters orphaned. It was hard to blame someone for trying to squirm out of a jam like that, I said. Ross nodded. "So how much dope did they catch him with?" "None," I said. "But they had him on tape talking to informants about cocaine deals, bragging about how many thousands of kilos he'd sold." Ross's reaction brought me up short. "That's it?" Ross asked incredulously. "They didn't find no dope on him. Then what would he roll over for? Think about it. You ain't gonna pull a life sentence just for talking to somebody about selling dope. That's bullshit. Somebody ain't tell you something." LAPD narcotics detective Ron Hodges, who had investigated Blandin in conjunction with the DEA in 1991-92, made a similar observation when I interviewed him a few weeks later. "What's hard to understand is when we actually did the investigation on him and it came to a conclusion, I think he was charged with what they consider a no-dope conspiracy, which is like nothing. It's so minimal. It's like trying to do something when there is nothing there. Blandon's lawyer, Brad Brunon, pointed out that his client had no criminal record, and the DA had nothing more than some loose talk with criminal informants. There was no evidence of actual drug dealing, Brunon argued. It made no sense. Why, then, had Blandon so readily agreed to become a government informant? And why had the Justice Department accorded him such a high degree of trust and faith? Blandon was an international criminal, a man who'd brazenly sold drugs and weapons to gang members for more than a decade. Yet here he was jetting in and out of the country at government expense, with no law enforcement supervision whatsoever, free to do as he pleased. Maybe Ricky Ross's suspicions were right, I thought. Perhaps Blandon had worked for the U.S. government before, just as Norwin Menezes had. If he had a track record, it would certainly explain his extraordinary treatment. I quickly got a taste of how protective the Justice Department was of the Nicaraguan. In October 1995 I received an unsolicited phone call from the big blonde man I'd met in the bathroom at the San Francisco Federal Courthouse a few weeks earlier, Assistant U.S. Attorney David Hall, Rafael Cornejo's prosecutor. There were some people who wanted to talk to me, Hall said. My activity has a number of people extremely worried because of an ongoing narcotics investigation that Blandon is working on for the government. Before I printed anything, I needed to know the situation. If I wasn't careful, there is a distinct possibility that real harm, possibly death, would come to Mr. Blandon, and that an investigation we have been working on for a couple of years would be compromised. The DA wanted to know if some kind of an accommodation could be reached. Like what? I asked. Well, Hall said, it had been proposed that if I held off on the story for a couple of months, they might be able to arrange an exclusive interview with Blandon for me. I told him I didn't think my editors would agree to a delay, but if lives were in danger, I'd certainly be willing to hear them out. On October 19, 1995, I walked into a roomful of DEA agents in the National City Regional Office, squirreled away in an industrial complex south of San Diego. Two of the agents I recognized from court, and reading their names in the court files, Blandon's handlers, the immaculately coiffed Chuck Jones and his worried-looking sidekick, Judy Gustafson. The other four I didn't know. The agent behind the desk, a tall man with an easy smile, got up and shook my hand warmly. Craig Cretian, he said, special agent in charge. This is a little awkward for us, Cretian began. They knew generally the story I was working on, he said, and unfortunately I was getting into some rather sensitive areas. There were undercover operations, more than 4 of them, that I was in danger of exposing, putting agents and their families at risk. They couldn't give me any details, of course, but I needed to appreciate the seriousness of the situation. What's your angle here? Cretian asked. Is it that the DEA sometimes hires scumbags to go after people? No. It's about Blandon and Norwin Menezes and the Contras, I said. And their dealings with Ricky Ross. The agents looked at each other quickly out of the corners of their eyes, but at first said nothing. That whole Central American thing, Cretian said dismissively. I was down there. You heard all sorts of things. There was never any proof that the Contras were dealing drugs. If you're going to get involved in that, you'll never get to the truth. No one ever will. I think that's been pretty well established, I said. Your informant was one of the men who was doing it. Cretian gave Jones a sidelong glance, and Jones came to life. I can tell you that I have never, ever heard anything about Blandon being involved with that, he said firmly. Not once. His only involvement with the Contras was that his father was a general or something down there. And these two have practically lived with the man for 2 years now, Cretian added, pointing to Jones and Gustafson. If it had happened, they would know about it. I could not quite believe what I was hearing. What kind of scam was this? Have you ever asked him about it? I asked Jones. I've already said more than I should. Did you ever ask him about doing it with Norwin Menezes? You'd better go check your sources again, Jones snapped. My source is Blandon, I said. He testified to it under oath, before a grand jury. You're telling me you don't know about that? Jones threw up his hands. Oh, listen, he understands English pretty well, but sometimes he gets confused, and if you ask him a question the wrong way he'll say yes when he means no. I shook my head. I've got the transcripts. These weren't yes or no questions. He gave very detailed responses. Jones's face and forehead grew beet red and his voice rose. You're telling me that he testified that he sold cocaine for the Contras in this country? He sold it in this country. That's exactly what I'm telling you. You want to see the transcripts? I've got them right here. I cannot believe that those two U.S. attorneys up there, if they had him saying that before a grand jury, that they would ever put him on a witness stand. Jones fumed. They'd have to be insane. They'd have to be total idiots. They didn't put him on the witness stand, I reminded him. They yanked him at the last minute. That's because the judge ordered them to turn over all that unredacted material. Jones blurted. We're not going to. He looked quickly at Chrétien and clammed up. Just as I suspected. They knew all about this. The DEA had nixed Blandon's appearance because Rafael Cornejo's attorney had discovered the Contra connection and the government had been ordered to turn over the files. Chrétien told me that it would be best for all concerned if I simply left out the fact that Blandon was now working for the DEA. Your story can just go up to a certain point and stop, can't it? Is it really necessary to mention his current relationship with us? If it comes out that he is in any way connected to DEA, it could seriously compromise some extremely promising investigations. I said I thought it was important to the story, which prompted another angry outburst from Jones. Even after what we just told you, you'd still go ahead and put it in the paper? Why? Why would you put a story in the paper that would stop us from keeping drugs out of this country? I don't know if you've got kids or not. I've got 3 kids, I interrupted, and I don't know what that has to do with anything. So you'll screw up an investigation we've been working on for a long time, just so you can have a story? Is that it? Jones demanded. You think this story is more important than what we're doing for this country? How is that more important? I don't buy it, I replied. You have to put Blandon on the witness stand at Ross's trial. So in 5 months everyone in the world is going to know he's a DEA informant. Hell, if they want to know now they can just go down to the courthouse and look it up, like I did. So that's one problem I'm having with all this. The other thing is, I think the American public has been lied to for 10 years, and I think telling them the truth is a whole lot more important than this investigation of yours. Jones and I glared at each other, and Chrétien stepped in. I think we're getting off the topic here. Please understand, we're not telling you not to do your story. But your interest is in Menezes primarily and his association with the US government and the Contras, correct? That was one of my interests, I said. Well, I think we can help him there, can't we? Chrétien asked, glancing around the room at the other agents. Maybe if we got you that information, you could focus your story more on him and less on Blandon? And maybe you wouldn't have to mention some other things. That all depends, I said, on what that other information is. Chrétien smiled and stood up. Okay, then. We're going to have to talk about this among ourselves. I'm not even sure what we have in mind is legal, but we'd at least like to explore it. Could we ask that you please not print anything until we've talked again? Can you give us a week or 2? I told him I'd wait for his call. When I returned to Sacramento, I phoned former DEA agent Seal Reno Castillo III, who had investigated allegations of Contra drug trafficking at Ilopango Air Base in El Salvador in the mid-1980s. I asked him if he'd ever heard of Craig Chrétien. Yeah, sure, Castillo said. I know him. He was one of the people Dia sent to Guatemala to do the internal investigation of me. He said Cretien and another Dia official had ordered him to put the word alleged in his reports to Washington about Contra drug shipments from Ilopango. They said, you cannot actually come out and say this shit is going on. And I told them, I'm watching the fucking things fly out of here with my own eyes. Why would I have to say alleged? I told him of Cretien's remark that there was no proof the Contras were involved in drugs. He snorted. Ah, bullshit. Of all people, he knows perfectly well what was going on. He was reading all my reports looking for grammatical errors. After 2 weeks I'd heard nothing back, so I called the San Diego office and asked for Cretien. He no longer works in this office, I was told. He'd been transferred to Washington. The head of the International Division, Robert J. Nieves Norwin Menezes' old control agent, had unexpectedly resigned 8 days after my meeting with Cretien, I discovered. Cretien had been picked to replace him. I never spoke to Cretien again, and I suspected that the meeting in San Diego had been set up to find out what I knew and where I was heading. My suspicions on that score were confirmed in early 1998 with the release of a CIA Inspector General's report, which referenced 3 CIA cables about me, titled Possible Attempts to Link CIA to Narco-Traffickers, written within weeks of my meeting with the DIA agents in San Diego. In November 1995, we were informed by DIA that a reporter has been inquiring about activities in Central America and any links with the Contras. A heavily censored December 4, 1995, cable from CIA headquarters in Langley stated. DIA has been alerted that Menezes will undoubtedly claim that he was trafficking narcotics on behalf of CIA to generate money for the Contras. Query whether station can clarify or amplify on the above information to better identify Menezes or confirm or refute any claims he may make. HQS trace on, FNU, Menezes reveal extensive entries. Those extensive entries were not revealed in the declassified version of the CIA's 1998 IG report. The DIA's Public Affairs Office in Washington later attempted to work out a deal with me to set up an interview with Menezes if I would leave Blandon's DIA ties out of the story, but fortunately my colleague in Nicaragua, freelance journalist George Hodel, beat them to the punch. He'd found the massive files of Menezes' 1992 court case in the Nicaraguan Supreme Court and had tracked the drug lord down to a prison outside of Managua. The clerk says I am the first journalist ever to ask to see those files, can you imagine? Hodel asked me. All the stories written about this case, and not one of those reporters ever looked at the files. I have one of my journalism students, Leonor Delgado, going through and making us an index of all the pages. There are some peculiar things in there, I can tell you. My tipster had told me the truth about Blandon and Menezes, George reported. He'd cheeked it with former Contra commander Eden Pastora, former Contra lawyer Carlos Icaza, and others who knew both men. They were friends and business partners, and their families were very close to Somoza. They were considered to have been among the founders of the Contras. And, he said, Menezes' chief aide, Enrique Miranda, had admitted at trial that Menezes sold cocaine for the Contras, flying it out of an air base in El Salvador into a military airfield in Texas. In some of the newspaper stories I'm sending you, you will see that Menezes makes the same claim, George said. It was part of his defense that the Sandinistas persecuted him because of his work for the Contras. I told him of my conversations with the DIA and suggested that we might want to get to Menezes quickly, before someone else did. He agreed and told me that there was another person we needed to talk to as well, Menezes' chief accuser, Enrique Miranda. According to the files, Miranda was also still in jail, having been moved to a prison in the city of Granada after Menezes had allegedly hired someone to kill him. He'd already put in a request to the Nicaraguan Ministry of the Interior to arrange an interview, George said. I think we can speak to both of them. How quickly can you come down? As soon as I clear it with my editors, I told him. I'm not sure if they even know about this story yet. Don's been running interference for me with the other editors until I got this somewhat nailed down, but it seems pretty solid to me. We need to get to Menezes before the DIA does, so if you want to go ahead and set up the interviews, do it. I'll start the ball rolling here. But George ran into an inexplicable roadblock. The normally cooperative prison officials in Managua began dodging his calls, offering one excuse and one delay after another. He waited a week, then hopped in his creaky blue Mazda and drove to the prison where Miranda was being held, to see what the problem was. A nervous prison official informed him that Miranda was not available. "Why not?" George asked. "Well," the official stammered, "unfortunately, the prisoner had escaped. He'd been out on a weekend furlough, and he'd never come back." It was extremely out of character, George was assured, because Miranda had been a model inmate and had only a short time left in his sentence. Astounded, George drove to the police station to see how the manhunt for the notorious trafficker was coming along. The police looked at him blankly. Someone had escaped from prison? Who? When? Miranda had been gone for over a week, and the police had not been notified. George's discovery was front-page news in all the Managua papers. Official investigations were launched. "He supposedly escaped the same day I made my interview request," George reported. "My sources tell me he's in Miami and they say the DIA got him out of the country. Do you suppose they don't want us talking to him?" George's sources would later prove to have been well informed. Miranda was captured a little over a year later in December 1996 in Miami, where he was living with his wife. It emerged that he had gained entry with the help of a visa the U.S. Embassy in Managua had issued him the day he'd escaped. Though Miranda had been in the State Department's computers as a convicted drug trafficker in 1992 and was therefore ineligible for a visa, the State Department claimed 2 simultaneous computer failures that day resulted in him erroneously receiving one. The DIA also denied any involvement but admitted that Miranda was put on the DIA payroll as an informant soon after he came to Miami and was sent to Central and South America to work drug cases. The DIA never bothered to inform the Nicaraguan authorities it was harboring one of their fugitives. But George had some good news as well. Menezes was willing to talk. George had cleared it through the drug kingpin's wives and lawyers and urged me to come to Nicaragua as soon as possible. We needed to move quickly and carefully, he warned, because there was something about this story that was beginning to give him the creeps. "I can't say what it is," he said nervously, "but things are moving all around us." In December I gathered up all my notes and files and wrote a 4-page project memo for my editors, outlining the story as I saw it. I proposed to tell the tale of how the infant LA crack market had been fueled by tons of cocaine brought in by a Contra drug ring, which helped to spread a deadly new drug habit through LA and from there to the hinterlands. This series will show that the dumping of cocaine on L.A.'s street gangs was the back end of a covert effort to arm and equip the CIA's ragtag army of anti-communist Contra guerrillas, I wrote. While there has long been solid if largely ignored evidence of a CIA-Contra cocaine connection, no one has ever asked the question, where did all the cocaine go once it got here? Now we know. I met with Don and managing editor David Yarnold in San Jose, and we spent an hour discussing the progress of the investigation and the proposed series. Yarnold reread the project memo, shook his head, and grinned. "This is one hell of a story," he said. "How soon do you think you can finish it?" I told him I needed to go to Miami and Nicaragua to do some interviews with Menezes, some former Contras, and the Nicaraguan police. If that came off, we might be able to have the series ready by March 1996, in time for the Ross trial, which would give it a hard news angle. But, I said, I wanted to get some assurances right up front from both of them. Because the story had what I called a high unbelievability factor, I wanted to use the Mercury's website, Mercury Center, to help document the series. I wanted us to put our evidence up on the internet, so readers could see our documents and reports, read the grand jury transcripts, listen to the undercover DIA tapes, check our sources, and make up their own minds about the validity of the story. After seeing the government's reaction to the Contra cocaine stories of the 1980s, I didn't want to be caught in the old officials say there's no evidence trap. The technology now exists for journalists to share our evidence with the world, I told them, and if there was ever a story that needed to be solidly backed up, it was this one. Not only would it help out the story, I wrote in my memo, it would hopefully raise the standards of investigative reporting by forcing the press to play show and tell, rather than hiding behind faceless sources and whisperings from senior administration officials. The editors enthusiastically agreed. It would be a good way to showcase the Mercury's cutting-edge website, they said, and it was good timing. Management directives were coming out to incorporate the web page into our print stories whenever possible. We were, after all, the newspaper of the Silicon Valley. This would be a chance to use the internet in a way that had never been done before, they agreed. No problem. What else? The second point I made was something I was sure they were tired of hearing about. We're going to need space to tell this story, I told them, a lot more space than the paper usually devotes to its investigative projects. It was the one issue that drove me crazy about working for the Mercury News. After writing for the Plain Dealer for 5 years and having as much space as I'd wanted, I'd found the Mercury's mania for brevity almost unbearable. My forfeiture series, for example, had been held to 2 parts, and even those stories had been chopped up into bite-sized bits. I'd had other stories held for weeks and even months because I wouldn't give in to editors' demands to cut them in half. No one reads long stories, I was told. Our focus groups had shown that readers wanted our stories to be even shorter than they already were. Tighter and brighter was the answer to dwindling readership. Details were boring. Readers didn't like having to turn pages to follow jumps. If you couldn't tell a daily story in 12 inches or less, then maybe it was too complicated to tell. For a time, we even had a rule, no stories could be longer than 48 inches. Period. And that was for Sundays. Daily stories had an absolute max of 36 inches. We've got to lay out everything we know, I told Yarnold, because people are going to come after us on this, and I don't ever want to be in a position where I have to say, oh, yeah, we knew that, but we didn't have the space to put it in the paper. And I don't think you want to be in that position either. You'll get as much space as you need, Yarnold assured me. Don't worry about it. Just go out and bring this thing home. 26. That matter, if true, would be classified a few days before Ricky Ross's trial was scheduled to begin. In March 1996, Jesse Katz of the Los Angeles Times called me at home, where I had holed up to sketch out the first drafts of the series. Though we worked for competing newspapers, Katz had been a helpful and encouraging source during the months I'd spent wending my way through the rise and fall of Ricky Ross's crack-dealing career. That day, however, he prefaced our conversation with a warning: he was calling me as a reporter, not as a source. He was doing a story about Ross's upcoming trial, and he knew I was investigating Blandon's connections to the CIA and the Contras. He wanted to ask me about that. I was thunderstruck. I'd never told Katz anything of the sort, precisely for this reason. One of the most devious ways to avoid being scooped was to do a story on the other guy's story first. Though you normally got only a fraction of the tale, it took some of the sting out of getting beat, and some of the wind out of your competitor's sails. You must think I'm stupid, Jesse. I'm not telling you anything. Well, I already know it, and I'm going to put it in the paper. I'm just offering you a chance to comment, he said. Look at it this way, as long as I'm going to write about it anyway, it's in your interest to make sure that what goes into the paper is accurate. I had to laugh. I haven't heard that line in a long time, I said. Forget it. If you've got the information, print it. You don't need me to comment. Look. Alan Fenster filed a motion asking that the case be dismissed because the prosecutors were illegally withholding information from the defense. He filed an affidavit from a private investigator who said he'd spoken to you, and it says you have information that Blandon was involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. So what I'm asking is it true? I had been double-crossed. A private eye hired by Ross's lawyer had come by my house looking for information on Blandon, but I'd told him very little. He then pulled out a copy of a DIA report Fenster had gotten through Discovery, which showed that Blandon clearly knew the cocaine he was selling to Ross was being turned into crack by the Crips and Bloods. It was an important bit of documentation for my story. He would give me this, he said, if I would simply show him something about Blandon that the government hadn't turned over, so the defense could honestly say there was information being hidden from them. I wouldn't be identified. They didn't need a copy. They just needed to know that such documents existed. From covering the case, I knew the federal attorneys had been withholding reams of evidence about Blandon's sordid background and his association with the Contras. If Fenster could catch them at it, I thought, maybe the court would order the Justice Department to make all the documents public, which would give me access to records I wanted to see. I thought it over and agreed to show the PI one of the FBI reports I'd gotten from the Iran-Contra files at the National Archives. The next thing I knew, Fenster had named me and exposed the Mercury's investigation in his motion, and now the LA Times was onto it. I should have known better. For weeks Ross and Fenster had been badgering me to publish the series before the trial started, figuring that the publicity might give the Justice Department second thoughts about pursuing the case. But after sitting down and roughing out an outline, I saw there was still too much I didn't know, too many unanswered questions. Don and I agreed that if Blandon, who was ignoring our interview requests, was going to testify, the story would benefit by waiting. Several days earlier I told Ross that we were holding the story. It would not run before his trial. Angry and desperate, he'd called Katz and told him what little he knew about my investigation, hoping to stampede the Times into rushing something into print so they could beat us to the punch. Fenster followed that up by filing the motion and affidavit, giving Katz a court document to hang his story on. But the Times still had nothing, it was all second-hand. That's why Katz was fishing for confirmation. I wasn't going to give him my story, I told him. Well, I had to try, he said. No hard feelings. Right after I hung up, Alan Fenster called. The Justice Department, he said, had just filed a motion to prevent him from questioning Blandon about the CIA. Why? Have you gotten some information about that? No, but apparently they think I have, he said. You should read this thing, it's amazing. The motion, written by Assistant U.S. Attorney L.J. O'Neill, was as bizarre as Fenster had claimed. The United States believes that at least one defendant will attempt to assert to the effect that the informant in this case sold cocaine to raise money for the Nicaraguan Contras and that he did so in conjunction with, or for, the Central Intelligence Agency. O'Neill said the government was sure the information was false, but the motion made it clear that he wasn't sure at all. This matter, if true, would be classified, O'Neill had written, if false should not be allowed. The only purpose for asking questions in this regard would be as a clumsy attempt to bullyrag the United States into foregoing prosecution. If the CIA was involved in drug sales, it would be classified. That was a good one. The whole legal basis for O'Neill's motion was tangential. Fenster hadn't filed the required notice to alert the government that he might reveal classified information at trial. Therefore, O'Neill wanted a court order prohibiting any defendant from making any reference in this case to the United States Central Intelligence Agency, or to any alleged activity of that agency. Fenster said there was a hearing on the government's motion scheduled for the next day, and I jumped on a plane to San Diego. I couldn't wait to hear the U.S. Justice Department stand up in court and say that information about CIA involvement in drug trafficking was classified. When I got there, I noticed that I was the only spectator in the courtroom. Good. I took a seat in the front row. Shortly before the hearing began, I heard the courtroom door open behind me. It was Jesse Katz, with a big smile on his face. The Times had flown him in from his office in Houston just to be here, he told me. I groaned silently. There goes the ball game. All the connections between Blandon, the Contras, the CIA, and Ricky Ross were going to come out in public, and the LA Times was going to beat me on my own goddamned story. 9 months worth of work down the crapper. I wanted to tear my hair out. From a side door, Prosecutor L.J. O'Neill strutted in, carrying a boxload of records, followed by DIA agents Jones and Gustafson. O'Neill looked at me, he looked at Jesse Katz, and then he blanched. When Federal Judge Marilyn Huff called the courtroom to order, O'Neill immediately asked to approach the bench. He and Fenster huddled with the judge, whispering. Occasionally O'Neill would gesture to Katz and me. The huddle broke up, and Fenster walked back to the defense table, shaking his head. I have reviewed the government's request that the court seal, certain portions, Huff announced cryptically. You may be heard at sidebar. Mr. O'Neill. And defense counsel. The lawyers again trooped up to the judge's bench and began an animated, whispered conversation. Katz and I strained to catch bits and pieces. I heard CIA several times, murders in Mexico, money from the US government, Contras. O'Neill looked at us and turned back to the huddle. He warned defense attorney Juanita Brooks to lower her voice. The reporters that Mr. Fenster has brought to court today are listening very carefully, he told her. As with most federal court proceedings, the conversation was recorded and I later obtained a copy of the tape. Brooks, in a low whisper, told the judge that she was very disturbed O'Neill had hidden from the defense the fact that Blandon was a member of an organization responsible for numerous murders in Mexico. O'Neill denied it. While he admitted that Blandon had gotten into the drug business by selling cocaine for the Contras, he said there was absolutely no connection between Blandon and the CIA. He was never authorized to do that by a CIA agent. Huff whispered. Well, look, O'Neill hissed, that's something I'm not even sure I can say yes or no to because that comes within the realm of look, I have no reason to believe he had any contact with the CIA and I would defy counsel to come up with any kind of credible information that he had a connection to the CIA. Fenster, struggling to keep his voice low, whispered that the reason he didn't have any information was because the government had refused to turn over pages and pages of records. That I know for a fact exist. O'Neill denied there was anything significant in the files. 10 minutes turned into 20 minutes, and it dawned on us that the entire motion was going to be heard in whispers at the judge's bench. I'd never seen anything like it, and I'd covered many federal trials. Katz was beside himself. They can't do this. He insisted. How can they do this, just because we're here? I told him I didn't know and commiserated with him, but inside I was exulting. Thank God for this one instance of government secrecy. The next morning I ran down to the hotel lobby and grabbed a copy of the Times. Katz's story had run, focusing on the relationship between Ross and Blandon. Blandon, Katz wrote, had taught Ross the trade and oversaw his rise through the ranks of the Los Angeles underworld, becoming the first crack-dealing millionaire on South Central streets. The story hinted at new and surprising dimensions involving Blandon and some alleged ties to U.S. intelligence sources, but never said what they were. There was no mention of the Contras. When the trial got underway that day, once again I was the only reporter in the courtroom. Katz had apparently gone back to Houston, and no one from the Times had been assigned to cover the trial that the paper had previewed that very morning. Once again, Fenster demanded that the government turn over its records about Blandon, arguing that it was prejudicing Ross's chance to fairly cross-examine his chief accuser. O'Neill calmly assured Fenster that he'd gotten everything the government felt he was entitled to know about Blandon, his prior arrest record, and the fact that he'd been paid $40,000 for setting Ross up. What else could he possibly want? I don't think my client's life should be up to the government to determine what he should be allowed to know about Blandon's credibility, Fenster told Huff indignantly. The system we've set up has the government review all the information in its files to decide whether it complies with the law, Judge Huff replied blandly. Mr. O'Neill, in good faith, has made that review. So we're supposed to trust the government to tell us if the CIA was involved? Fenster asked. They say that there's nothing that exists. I don't know if they really know that. I mean, I don't know if they've checked with the CIA to determine if such matters exist. To my surprise, O'Neill admitted that he hadn't checked. Even though he'd personally assured the court several times that the government had no grounds to believe Blandon had any CIA ties, he'd never actually gotten around to asking the CIA. There was no need, he insisted. One hopes that whatever the CIA does in the best interests of this country, that it will be concealed from view. And one hopes that if they do something that is in the worst interest or in violation of the laws of this country, that it will come to light. But, no, I haven't checked with the CIA. I've had no cause to check with the CIA. Huff ignored O'Neill's stunning admission and told Fenster that he should trust her to do the right thing. Why, just that morning, she reminded him, she'd ordered prosecutors to turn over 2 pages from Sergeant Tom Gordon's long-missing search warrant application for the 1986 raid on Blandon's house. The rest of it, she'd decided, wasn't relevant. Huff denied Fenster's motions. There was one other matter the United States wanted to take up, if the court would be so kind, O'Neill said. Huff smiled pleasantly at him and told him to go ahead. Reaching into his briefcase, O'Neill yanked out a copy of the morning's L.A. Times and waved it over his head. It had come to his attention, he announced dramatically, that the defense lawyers were leaking confidential information to the press. Huff appeared shocked and looked angrily at the defense table. O'Neill noted that Katz's story contained a phrase from a Justice Department memo that explained Danilo Blandon's deal with the government. I submit to the court that our reasonable belief is that this document was obtained from one of those 4. O'Neill said, jabbing the offending newspaper in the direction of the 4 defense attorneys across the courtroom. And there is no other explanation. It's not a filed document. It's not a public record document. But somehow, somewhere, that letter of February 15 was given to a journalist. Huff gave the defense lawyers a hard stare. I'm not saying that there's any criminal wrongdoing here, O'Neill added. I'm saying that we have to be very careful in this case about pre-trial publicity. Not only am I concerned about a fair trial, I am also concerned with the safety of the witness and the witness family. There is a real safety issue here. We have heard through reliable sources that there are threats of death against the witness, and we take those seriously, and this is a serious business. O'Neill stroked his beard and looked reproachfully at the defense lawyers. Without ascribing any wrongdoing to any counsel present, it is my opinion, and I state this only as an opinion, that Mr. Ross personally is attempting to manipulate the media, and may be attempting to affect the outcome of the trial through the media. As I say, I ascribe this to Mr. Ross personally, and I'm not sure that he is under any obligation as our attorneys. However, I do again point out that this document there were 4 copies sent out, and here it is in the paper. It has to come from one of those 4 copies. I sure didn't give it to anybody. The defense lawyers were shaking their heads and appeared to be chuckling. One of them, Federal Public Defender Maria Ford, slowly got to her feet. Ms. Ford, Huff said icily. I find it personally offensive that Mr. O'Neill would take the position that someone had to leak this document to the press, Ford said slowly. I think with a little review he would have been able to remember that this document became a part of the public record when it was filed as Exhibit A of Mr. Fenster's motion to dismiss because of egregious Brady violations. It is a document of public record. Oh, Huff said quickly. I see. She looked at O'Neill, who began babbling. I'm sorry. In that case, Ms. Ford, I will say Ms. Ford is correct, that there may be that I had forgotten that that was an exhibit, and insofar as anyone took personal or otherwise offense, I do apologize for that. Before he sat down, though, he wanted to remind everyone that he was still concerned about the death threats wherever they came from. I laughed silently. What a clown. Blandon, wearing tinted aviator glasses and a dark suit, made his grand entry the next day, shielded by U.S. Marshals. They led him to a row of chairs directly in front of me, and he sat down stiffly. After chasing him around California and Central America for 9 months, seeing him now for the first time sitting only a foot away gave me a strange feeling. Chin in the flesh. I was sorry George wasn't here to see this. I leaned over the rail and tapped Blandon on the shoulder with one of my business cards. I've been calling all over for you, I said. I'm sure your mother-in-law is tired of hearing my voice. He turned and smiled. I apologize. I told him I needed to talk to him. He shook his head. I can't, because of all of this. Okay then. How about after the trial? No. Personally, if it was up to me, I would say yes. But they won't let me, he said, nodding toward the prosecution table. The prosecutor won't let you talk. He shook his head. Dear. So you won't talk to me ever, is that it? He nodded and shrugged. Sorry. What can I do? O'Neill called Blandon up to the stand and led him carefully through his testimony. He touched on the Contras, admitting that Menezes had recruited him to sell cocaine for them. He said he'd stopped selling Contra cocaine when he split from Menezes in 1983 and started keeping the money for himself. That was odd, I thought, flipping through my notebook. When I'd interviewed O'Neill in November, the prosecutor had said that occurred in 1986. The day before the trial, I noticed, O'Neill had said in court that it happened in 1984. By the end of the day, though Blandon would be insisting that he'd actually quit in 1982 long before he'd met Ross, he said. O'Neill kept going over and over that point. Then it dawned on me. They were trying to open a window, hoping to put a decent interval between the time Blandon was selling dope for the CIA's army and the time he started selling dope to the LA gangs. They were trying to break the chain linking the Contras cocaine to the Crips and Bloods. There was one big problem with that tactic. It didn't jibe with all the other facts. Ross said he'd been dealing with Blandon and his minions since 1981. Second, there were government documents out there strongly suggesting that Blandon's testimony was false records that said he was selling cocaine for Menezes and the Contras all the way through 1986. Of course, Fenster didn't have those records, since the government had refused to turn them over. Additional records surfaced after the trial was over and Blandon eventually admitted to the Senate Intelligence Committee and the CIA Inspector General that his Contra contributions continued through 1985. During the noon break, Fenster approached me in the hallway outside the courtroom. "Can we have lunch?" he asked. We walked to the restaurant of the Doubletree Hotel at Horton Plaza, near the courthouse. Fenster sipped an iced tea and asked me what I thought about Blandon's testimony. "You got the highlights for children version of his cocaine dealings with the Contras," I said. "That's what I thought. How am I supposed to cross-examine this guy? I don't even know what to ask." He laughed ruefully. "Isn't this just crazy? I mean, here I am, defending a man against a life sentence, and I've got to ask some reporter if the prosecution testimony is accurate. That's justice for you. You know more about the bastard than I do." "Not as much as I'd like, unfortunately. And he just told me he's never going to talk to me." A light came on. "Wait a minute. What law said I needed to do my interview directly?" The solution was right here in front of me. Blandon was up there on a witness stand, under oath, in front of a federal judge. He was a sitting duck. I'd never get a better shot at him than this. For that matter, I doubted he'd ever be seen in public again. It was now or never. "Tell you what," I said. "I need to make sure this is okay first, but what would you think about me giving you some questions to ask him?" "You read my mind," Fenster said, getting a notepad out of his briefcase. I excused myself and went to a payphone. Miraculously, Dawn was at her desk, and I explained the situation. There was no other way, I told her. Could she see any possible harm in giving Fenster some questions about the Contras? I think it's a great idea, she said. I wish we could do all of our interviews under oath. When Fenster began his cross-examination the next day, he came right at Blandon, grilling him about his family's connections to the Somoza dictatorship. There were certain families in Nicaragua that were part of the ruling cartel of Nicaragua, is that correct? O'Neill turned and glared at me and then jumped to his feet. Excuse me, I have an objection. He shouted. Relevance. Inflammatory language. What is the relevance to what he was overruled? And Fenster pushed on, boring in on Blandon's unbelievable claim that he quit dealing cocaine for the Contras when the CIA came through with $19 million in aid. $19 million isn't even a drop in the bucket when you run that kind of operation, isn't that correct? I didn't. I didn't know we received the $19 million, Blandon confessed. I cannot tell you. Is it your testimony that you decided to keep the profits from the drug dealing because the Contra organization had enough money to fund their own war? Is that your testimony? No, sir. Let me explain one thing. When we raise money for the Contra revolution, we received orders from He paused and looked at O'Neill. O'Neill stared at him. From another people. Because of the order prohibiting CIA testimony, Fenster was unable to pursue that line of inquiry. He quizzed Blandon about his meetings in Honduras with CIA agent Enrique Bermudez, the FDN organization in Miami, and his connections to the Menezes family. The Nicaraguan looked helplessly at O'Neill, and several times the prosecutor leaped up to object, spluttering that Fenster's questions were irrelevant and prejudicial. Most of the time he was overruled. Blandon was like a deer caught in the headlights. Every so often DIA agent Jones would turn and give me the evil eye. He knew where this shit was coming from. So did O'Neill, who actually complained about it to the judge. They'd done their best to keep it bottled up, and it had spilled out anyway. I walked back to my hotel room that night 10 feet off the ground. It was all out in the open now. The FDN had sold drugs to American citizens, mainly black Americans, and the CIA was on the hook for it. A CIA agent had given the goddamned order. I thought back to all the lies that had been told about the Contras' innocence. All the bullshit that had been piled on the reporters, cops, and congressional investigators who'd tried to do an honest job and bring light into the dark swamp where covert operators and criminals colluded. There was no denying it anymore. Now I was ready to write. 27. A very difficult decision. ROSS and all but one of his co-defendants were convicted in the spring of 1996 of conspiring to sell the D's cocaine. Considering the facts that were presented, and the evidence that was withheld, there was little else the jurors could do. But in interviews with the Federal Public Defender's Office afterward, several expressed disgust with the government's case. Ricky was the hardest one for us to decide, said juror Norman Brown, a 29-year-old data entry operator at the San Diego Zoo. None of us liked Blandon. A few of the jurors were very upset that he is used by law enforcement. Said another juror, a 46-year-old fundraiser for Scripps Hospital, Blandon made us all so angry that we would use that kind of sleazeball. We wanted to acquit Ricky Ross just to give the message to the government that we disagreed with the use of Blandon. Ross was sentenced to life without parole, but that was later reduced by a federal appeals court to 20 years to life. My story now had an ending, one that seemed to exemplify the hypocrisy of the whole war on drugs. The crack dealers went to prison while the men who made crack possible, the cocaine importers, walked away whistling. I laid the series out in just those terms, beginning it in the early 1980s with the critical role played by the Nicaraguan freedom fighters in founding LA's crack market, and ending it in the early 1990s, with the passage of the anti-crack laws that were then packing the prisons with thousands of young black dealers, and with Blandon's sudden transformation into an anti-drug warrior. In mid-April I finished the first drafts and sent them up to my editors, with no clue as to how they would be received. They were like nothing I had ever written before, and probably unlike anything my editors had ever grappled with either, a tale spanning more than a decade, that attempted to show how two of the defining issues of the 1980s, the Contra War and the crack explosion, seemingly unconnected social phenomena, were actually intertwined, thanks largely to government meddling. The four-part series I turned in focused on the relationship between the Contras and the crack king. It mentioned the CIA's role in passing, noting that some of the money had gone to a CIA-run army and that there were federal law enforcement reports suggesting the CIA knew about it. I never believed, and never wrote, that there was a grand CIA conspiracy behind the crack plague. Indeed, the more I learned about the agency, the more certain of that I became. The CIA couldn't even mine a harbor without getting its trench coat stuck in its fly. That the Contras cocaine ended up being turned into crack was a horrible accident of history, I believed, not someone's evil plan. The Contras just happened to pick the worst possible time ever to begin peddling cheap cocaine in black neighborhoods. That, I believed, was the real danger. The CIA has always presented unbridled criminal stupidity, cloaked in a blanket of national security. The fact that a government-connected drug ring was dumping tons of cocaine into the black neighborhoods in LA and to a lesser extent in San Jose, Oakland, San Francisco, Portland, Houston, Oklahoma City, Alabama, and New Orleans goes a long way towards explaining why crack developed such deep roots in the black community, I wrote. It's where the seed was planted. Looking back, I can barely believe I was permitted to write such a story, but that was the kind of newspaper the Mercury News was at the time. No topic was taboo, or at least if there was one I never discovered it. And I was always looking. The reason I'd left a much larger paper in Cleveland to work for the Mercury was because its editors convinced me that they ran one of the few newspapers in the country with that kind of courage. There were no sacred cows, they pledged, and for 9 years they had been true to their word. Not one of my stories was ever spiked or significantly watered down. Nearly 300 of them had appeared on the Merc's front page, including many that wouldn't have stood a chance in hell of being printed in other mainstream newspapers. One of the first pieces I turned in just to see if my new editors could walk the walk disclosed that some of the biggest and most profitable companies in California were milking a state training program for the soon-to-be unemployed by claiming they were ready to lay off hundreds of workers with obsolete job skills, having no intention of doing so. Among those unethical corporations, my story noted prominently, was the San Jose Mercury News, which had used public funds to subsidize the purchase of new printing presses. The story ran on the front page. So when Dawn called me with the official reaction to Dark Alliance, I was gratified but not surprised. They loved it, she said happily. They couldn't wait to get it in the newspaper. They thought it was important, groundbreaking reporting. Congratulations. But there was one hitch. They thought it was too long, she said. It needed to be cut. The four main stories ranged between 2,400 words and 3,200 words apiece, and for a major metropolitan daily, that's not a lot of space. For the Mercury, though, it was as if I'd asked for the moon, a raise, a shower in my office, and an executive parking place all at the same time. They're never going to go for 4 parts, Dawn warned. Yarnold told me I could have as much space as I needed, I reminded her. I can't do it in less than 4 parts. I've gotten this thing down as far as I can get it. You're going to start cutting into its spinal cord if you cut it anymore. The problem was that the believability of the story hinged on the weight of the evidence. Every fact that was cut would make the story appear more speculative than it really was. For weeks we wrangled back and forth, and then I got the word. David Yarnold, the managing editor, had decreed that it was 3 parts or nothing. Fine, I said. I stitched the second and third parts together into one long part and resubmitted the series. Gee, Dawn said. This second part is kind of long. We need to cut it. This tug of war continued throughout the spring of 1996. She would cut paragraphs out, I would put them back in. We tried creating sidebars, small stories that ran alongside the main one so we could hit the magic numbers, the maximum length the editors had set for stories. It was still too long. Finally I put my foot down. No more cuts. The editors relented. Okay, Don said. You've made your point. Let's try it again as a 4-parter. I reassembled all the scattered bits and pieces and resubmitted it. She read it, approved it, and sent it up the editing chain. I got a call a few days later. Well, they liked it and Yarnold agreed that 4 parts is fine. But they want the first part rewritten, she said. They think it's too feature-y. It should have a harder edge on it, more news. We need to go through and pull out all of the information about the CIA and the Contras and put it in the first day. The reason it's got a feature lead is because the series is a feature, I argued. It's about the 3 men who started the LA crack market. That's the story I want to tell. If we turn this thing into a Contra cocaine story, everyone is going to say, oh, that's old news. We agreed on this already, remember? That's what they want, Don said. I'm just telling you what they told me. Well, I'm not writing it that way. I'm tired of this nonsense. Just try it, okay? Give it a quick write through. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we'll go back to the old way. But we've got to give it a try. I gritted my teeth. Okay. If they wanted a hard edge on this thing, I'd give them one. I sat down at my computer, and in a few minutes I hammered out the paragraph that, with a few changes, would open the Dark Alliance series. For the better part of a decade, a Bay Area drug ring sold tons of cocaine to the Crips and Blood Street gangs of Los Angeles and funneled millions in drug profits to a Latin American guerrilla army run by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, a Mercury News investigation has found. This drug network, federal records show, opened the first pipeline between Colombia's cocaine cartels and the black neighborhoods of Los Angeles, a city now known as the crack capital of the world. The cocaine it brought into the United States fueled the crack explosion in urban America, and the simultaneous rise to power of the murderous gangs of Black LA. I hit the transmit button. Dawn called the next morning. This is perfect, she said. This is exactly what they wanted. The rest of the editing went fairly smoothly, and by July 26, 1996, the 4-part series was done, edited, and ready to go in the paper, starting August 18. Late one night, towards the end of July, the phone rang. Well, I have some good news and some bad news, Don began. The bad news is that David Yarnold is no longer the editor on this series. He took a new job with Knight Ridder, and he's out of here. The good news is that Paul Van Slambrouck is the new editor and one showed him the series today and he really likes it and thinks we've got a great story here. We've got a brand new editor on this. I cried. Now. And he just read it for the first time today? You're shitting me. So what does this mean? Well, unfortunately, it means it's not going to run on the 18th. He has some changes he wants to make to it. I sat up and started laughing. Really? What kind of changes? He thinks it's too long. We need to make it 3 parts. I howled. You can't be serious, Don. This is a joke, right? No. I'm sorry. Maybe you should talk to Paul Van Slambrouck, the Mercury's national editor and a smart, thoughtful journalist, was apologetic. It wasn't the way he wanted to do things either. But he thought the series was terrific and he wanted very much to get it in the paper and hoped I still felt the same way. Don said you wanted to make some changes. It needed to come down in length, he said, and we needed more CIA stuff in the first day. I was back to square one. I sat down and fired off an angry memo to Don. Van Slambrouck had asked me to cut 65 inches, I complained. he had suggested that I needed to go through the story myself and be ruthless, and I'd be able to find 65 inches to cut, no problem. If there was 65 inches of fat left in those stories, I wrote to Don, we both ought to resign because we obviously aren't doing our jobs right. An additional problem, I reminded Don, was that my family and I were in the midst of moving and were taking our vacation while the new house was being readied. During the next 3 weeks I rewrote the series on a laptop while on vacation, first in a beach house on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, then in a motel room in Washington, D.C., and finally in the basement of my in-laws' house in Indiana. It was horrible. I had no way of telling what was being cut back at the Mercury, what was being put back in, or what was being rewritten. 5 or 6 different versions were flying around. Don't these people know what they're dealing with here? I wondered. Don't they realize the import of what we're printing? I eventually realized that for the most part they did not, which may have been the reason the series got in the paper in the first place. It came in under the radar. Mercury News executive editor Jerry Seppos would later tell Newsweek that he read only part of the story before it appeared in print, an amazing admission if true. Perhaps my editors thought I was exaggerating the story's significance, trying to gobble up more space than was really justified. It is a common sight in newsrooms to see reporters hype their stories. I knew reporters who worked their editors like PR agents, or lobbyists pimping a bill. But I had never worked that way. I figured my editors knew how to read as well as anyone. My paycheck was the same every week, no matter which page they put my story on. Legendary investigative reporter I.F. Stone once said that he read every section of the Washington Post thoroughly because he never knew where he would find a front-page story. But I also knew from my research what kind of backlash would result from a story that dirted up the CIA, and I stressed it repeatedly to my editors. New York Times reporter Seymour Hersh's 1974 expose of Operation Chaos, a massive illegal CIA domestic spying operation, had brought on attacks in the Washington Post. He had no hard proof, and there is strong likelihood that Hersh's CIA story is considerably exaggerated, among many others. CBS newsman Daniel Shore was demonized by the CIA and conservative commentators for leaking a copy of a secret congressional report of CIA abuses to the Village Voice in 1976, after CBS had declined to make it public. Eventually, Shore was dumped by the network and virtually blackballed. A decade later, a similar fate befell Robert Perry and Brian Barger of the Associated Press after they broke several stories on Contra involvement with drug trafficking and Ollie North secret resupply operation. In both cases, the mainstream journalistic community uttered barely a peep of protest. At 2:00 a.m. midnight in San Jose on August 18, 1996, one was at a party at my best friend's house in Indianapolis. I excused myself, went into a bedroom, plugged in my laptop, and dialed into the Mercury's website. A picture of a man smoking crack, superimposed upon the seal of the CIA, drew itself on the screen. After more than a year of work, Dark Alliance was finally out. I emailed George with the news, went back out to the party and got drunk. The next morning I flew back to Sacramento. Initially, the silence was deafening. Then we realized why. They had unintentionally run the series the week between the Republican and Democratic national conventions. The national media and the nation's politicians were on vacation, nobody was paying much attention to anything, and particularly not a story in a regional Northern California newspaper. By August 21, though, some radio stations began calling. What was the CIA story we've been hearing about on the web? That combination, talk radio and the internet, is what saved Dark Alliance from slipping silently below the surface and disappearing without a trace. The internet wizards at Mercury Center, Mark Hull, Donna Vanish, and Albert Poon, had done a brilliant, eye-popping job on the Dark Alliance webpage. It was something right out of the movies: full-color animated maps, one-click access to uncut source documents, unpublished photos, audio clips from undercover DIA tapes and Danilo Blandin's federal court testimony, a bibliography, a timeline, all in far more depth and detail than we were able to get into the newspaper. For investigative reporting, the web was a dream come true. No longer did the public have to rely on the word of sources, or the reporter's version of what a document meant. The web made it possible to share your files directly with your readers. If they cared to, they could read and hear exactly what you had read and heard, and make up their own minds about the story. It was raw interactive journalism, perhaps too interactive for some. Traditionally, reporters jealously guard their notes and their files. In that sense, journalism has something in common with the cocaine business: you are only as good as your sources. Lousy journalists tend to hide behind unnamed sources, blind quotes, and unrevealed records. But as far as I was concerned, my best protection was to allow everyone to see what I'd unearthed. I had it on paper and most of it was public record. We scanned as many of my documents as possible into the computers at Mercury Center and uploaded them onto the internet. A reader anywhere in the world could now instantly see our supporting documentation. Cleverly, Mercury Center had sent out advance email alerts to various Usenet newsgroups the day before the series appeared, tipping them off to the unveiling of the page. The cyberjournalists were as proud of their revolutionary handiwork as I was, and wanted to make sure the net world knew what they just pulled off: the first major online expose in newspaper history. The unlimited space of the web allowed the Mercury News to move forward into a whole new kind of journalism. Microsoft's Encarta Encyclopedia would later write of Dark Alliance. The Mercury News used the web to let intelligent readers review the source materials and draw their own conclusions. This step, far beyond the traditional role of newspapers, attracted attention and readers from all over the world. At the end of that first week I returned to San Diego for Ricky Ross's sentencing. That was where I had my first inkling of the firestorm I'd touched off. Radio stations were blanketing the newspaper with interview requests. Before heading for the courthouse that morning, I'd done radio shows in Washington, D.C., Austin, Texas, and Detroit. A haggard-looking L.J. O'Neill, the assistant U.S. attorney, spotted me in the hallway outside the courtroom. "Hey there," I said. "You see the story?" He scowled and pushed by without saying a word. He'd already fought his way through television camera crews outside the courthouse, and he clearly wasn't pleased with all the attention. Inside the courtroom, reporters jostled for seats. Fenster asked for a postponement of sentencing, saying the series had raised significant questions about Blandon and his connections to the CIA. O'Neill protested angrily, accusing Ross of dreaming up the whole CIA plot and feeding it to a gullible journalist who was spreading ridiculous conspiracy theories. But Judge Huff looked troubled and told O'Neill she wanted some answers from the CIA before she passed sentence on Ross and his co-defendants. And she also wanted the Justice Department to begin deportation proceedings against Blandon immediately. The news made the wires, and the switchboard at the Mercury News lit up. "This place is going crazy," Don reported. The web page had something like 500,000 hits on it today. The Mercury News' executive editor, Jerry Seppos, called and congratulated me. The TV networks were calling the paper. We were getting phone calls from all over the world. "Let's stay on top of this," he said. "Anything you need, you let us know. We want to run with this thing." A few days later, I got a $500 bonus check in the mail and a note from Seppos: "Remarkable series. Thanks for doing this for us." I was on National Public Radio the following Monday and, as always, gave out the website address so people could read the series and see our documents. We had 800,000 hits that day. The synergy was amazing. For the first time, people could hear about a story on the radio, even one that appeared several weeks earlier and thousands of miles away, and immediately read it on their computer screens. Unlike all the previous stories about the Contras and cocaine, this one couldn't be killed off in the traditional manner, by big media ignoring it or relegating it to the news briefs. Millions of people were finding out about Dark Alliance anyway, even though not a word had appeared in the so-called national press. That phenomenon was newsworthy by itself. The story has serious legs, moving rapidly through the African American community via email and file downloads, and then into living rooms, offices, and churches, and onto streets and into more mainstream black papers and radio broadcasts, Hotwired magazine wrote in October 1996. For the first time, my grandmother asked to go online and read something. I couldn't believe it. She wouldn't look at a computer before, one black government lawyer emailed the magazine. This story is causing a sensation among blacks. It's all they're talking about. They are enraged about it and they can't believe it isn't on every front page in America. Dark Alliance, Hotwired wrote, is making digital and media history. The Mercury News is demonstrating for perhaps the first time how the web and the traditional press can fuse to good effect and that there's still a chance to break modern media's parochial instincts and return some power to journalists outside of Washington and New York. The story may alter black consciousness about the net, and further the web's reputation as a powerful and serious information medium. The Associated Press noted that while no one has been able to track specific numbers of blacks who might have come online because of the Mercury News series, many feel it has been a watershed event. A Boston Globe reporter arrived in Los Angeles in early October 1996 and breathlessly reported that the story was pulsing through LA's black neighborhoods like a shockwave, provoking a stunning, growing level of anger and indignation. Talk radio stations with predominantly black audiences are deluged with calls on the subject. Demonstrations, candle lighting ceremonies, and town hall meetings are becoming regular affairs. And people on the street are heatedly discussing the topic. If there was one thing scarier to corporate journalism than the series itself, it was the image of a future where big media was unable to control the national agenda. Irrespective of what the series said, Dark Alliance proved that the stranglehold a relative few East Coast editors and producers had on what became news could be broken. This story suddenly raises suspicions that the internet has changed the equation in support of democracy, author Daniel Brandt ruminated in October 1996 on an internet e-zine. Unless regional newspapers agree to mild-mannered, regional interest websites, all the resources that the elites have invested in monopolizing the daily spin could end up spinning down the drain. In this case, the blend of the internet and talk radio had made the traditional media irrelevant. The public was marching on without them, and the message got through clearly to California's top politicians. The L.A. City Council unanimously approved a resolution calling for a federal investigation. Both California senators and a half-dozen congressmen wrote letters to CIA Director John Deutch and Attorney General Janet Reno demanding an official inquiry. Deutch agreed to conduct one, which infuriated the right-wing Washington Times. Deutch was lambasted on the front page by unnamed critics for his efforts to curry favor with liberal politicians. And on the editorial page, editor-at-large Arno D.C. Borchgrave, a journalist with a long history of connections to the intelligence community and the Contras, fumed that the same old pro-Marxist CIA bashers are at it again and quoted unnamed former colleagues at another paper describing me as an activist journalist who would dearly love to see the CIA scuttle itself. In his column, de Borchgrave claimed Congress had given the Contras $100 million before the Boland amendments went into effect, and chided me for being too young to remember that the CIA had no need for illicit Contra funds in those days. When I appeared on political talk show host Chris Matthews's live show on CNBC that evening, Matthews eagerly sprung de Borchgrave's crazy timeline on me, demanding to know how I could have written what I did, given the fact that the Contras had plenty of money. After Jack White of Time and I pointed out that he had his facts backward, Matthews, during a commercial break, began bellowing at his production assistants, loudly accusing them of attempting to sabotage his show. Soon after Deutch ordered an internal investigation, Attorney General Janet Reno at the urging of Justice Department Inspector General Michael Bromwich followed suit. Finally, the national news media dipped a toe into the icy waters. Newsweek devoted an entire page to the story in late September, calling it a powerful series that had some black leaders ready to carpet bomb Langley. Time that month called it the hottest topic in Black America and said the website provides a plethora of court documents, recorded interviews, and photographs. This is the first time the internet has electrified African Americans. Soon, 60 Minutes called. Don't talk to anyone else, a producer told me. We want this story to ourselves. I got an identical call from Dateline NBC. I told both of them one thought it was unethical for a reporter to refuse to talk to the press. The 60 Minutes producer said that was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. Dateline ended up doing the story. Over the next few weeks, we got interview requests from Jerry Springer, Geraldo Rivera, Tom Snyder, Jesse Jackson, and Montel Williams. I was on CNN, C-SPAN, MSNBC, and CBS Morning News. The Mercury printed up 5,000 copies of the series and they were gone in a matter of weeks. An employee from the marketing department was assigned full-time to handle press calls. Each evening she emailed a list of interview requests, and by early October the list was 3 pages long and growing. The London Times did a story. Le Monde in Paris wrote something. Newspapers in Germany, Belgium, Spain, Colombia, and Nicaragua called for interviews. It's hard to imagine how many radio stations there are in the United States until they start calling. At home, my phone would begin ringing at 6 a.m. and not stop until 10 p.m. Talk radio was burning up the airwaves, spreading the story and the website address from coast to coast. One day, the hits on the web page climbed over 1 million. People in Japan, Bosnia, Germany, and Denmark sent me email. Meanwhile, we continued advancing the story. I teamed up with Pamela Kramer, the Mercury's reporter in Los Angeles, and we wrote several stories about the 1986 police raids on Blandon's house. We came up with the entire Gordon search warrant, which showed that the police had several informants telling them that drug money was going to the Contras. Our sources provided us with the case file number to the supposedly non-existent investigatory file at the L.A. County Sheriff's Office, and Congresswoman Maxine Waters and her staff marched in and demanded to see it. I told them that the only way they were going to get me out of their office was to give me the file or arrest me, she said. She got the file. In it were the police reports about the search of Ronald Lister's house, his claims of CIA involvement, and the inventory of strange items seized at his house. NBC News did a strong follow-up, finally exposing the drug-related entries in Oliver North's notebooks to a national television audience, but it was the only network attempting to advance the story. The establishment papers, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Los Angeles Times, the same newspapers that had so confidently reported in the 1980s that there was no truth to these claims of Contra drug trafficking, remained largely silent. Where is the rebuttal? Why hasn't the media rose in revolt against this story? An exasperated Bernard Kalb, former spokesman for the Reagan State Department, demanded on CNN's reliable sources. It isn't a story that simply got lost. It, in fact, has resonated and echoed, and the question is, where is the media knocking it down, when that, too, is a journalistic responsibility? Kalb's guest, former Reagan Justice Department spokesman Terry Eastland, clucked that he would expect to see this kind of story in a magazine like In These Times, not in a mainstream newspaper such as the San Jose Mercury News. No one on Kalb's show bothered to mention that Eastland had a history of trying to cover up the Contra drug link. In May 1986, his office had planted a false story in the New York Times stating that the Justice Department had cleared the Contras of any involvement in gun running and drug smuggling, a statement the Justice Department was later forced to recant. One question I was frequently asked during radio appearances was whether I thought the national media reaction would be different if the series had appeared in the Washington Post or the New York Times. My stock answer was that it hadn't appeared in those newspapers, because they decided in 1986 that there was no story here. My feeling was that those newspapers' very familiarity with the story made it more difficult for them to report it. How could they come back 10 years later and admit that the Contras had been selling cocaine to Americans, when they'd already assured us it wasn't happening? In early October, I was in New York City getting ready for an appearance on the Montel Williams show, which was doing a 2-day special on the Dark Alliance series. About 2:00 a.m., Jerry Seppos called. The Washington Post had just moved a story on the wires. It would be in the morning edition and it was highly critical of the series. He asked me to take a look at it and give him my reaction. What did they say was wrong? I asked. They don't say any of the facts are wrong, Seppos said. They just don't agree with our conclusions. And their evidence is what? A lot of unnamed sources, mainly. It's really a strange piece. I'll send you a fax of it, and we can talk in the morning. The story was headlined "The CIA and Crack, Evidence is Lacking of Alleged Plot." I laughed. What plot? The reporters, Walter Pincus and Roberto Suro, wrote that their investigation does not support the conclusion that the CIA-backed Contras or Nicaraguans in general played a major role in the emergence of crack as a narcotic in widespread use across the United States. Instead, the available data from arrest records, hospitals, drug treatment centers and drug user surveys point to the rise of crack as a broad-based phenomenon driven in numerous places by players of different nationalities, races, and ethnic groups. Aha! The old tidal wave theory. Here it comes again. I wondered what available data Pincus and Suro had gathered from the 1982-83 era, the dawn of the LA crack market, since the DIA and NITA had admitted a decade earlier that there was no such data. The story grudgingly and often backhandedly admitted that the basic facts presented in the series were correct, and it buried key admissions deep inside, such as the fact that the CIA knew about some of these activities and did little or nothing to stop them. Toward the end, Pincus and Suro confirmed that Menezes and Blandon had met with Enrique Bermudez in Honduras, but without disclosing Bermudez's relationship with the CIA. CIA agent Adolfo Calero, whom the Post euphemistically described as someone who worked closely with the CIA, also admitted to the Post reporters that he had met with Menezes. Overall, it was a cleverly crafted piece of disinformation that would set the stage for the attacks to follow. It falsely claimed that the series made a racially charged allegation that the CIA's army of Contras deliberately targeted the black community in an effort to expand the market for a cheap form of cocaine. And despite Blandon's testimony that he sold 200 to 300 kilos of cocaine for Menezes in LA and that all the profits were sent to the Contras, the Post quoted unnamed law enforcement officials as saying Blandon sold $30,000 to $60,000 worth of cocaine in 2 transactions. The story also dove right through the window that O'Neill had opened at the Ross trial. If the whole of Blandon's testimony is to be believed, Pincus and Suro wrote, then there is no connection between the Contras and African American drug dealers because Blandon said he had stopped sending money to the Contras by the time he met Ross. No mention was made of the DIA reports and the Sheriff's Department affidavit that said Blandon was selling Contra cocaine through 1986, nor of the fact that Ross had been buying Blandon's cocaine long before he actually met him. Moreover, the Post declared, the mere idea that any one person could have played a decisive role in the nationwide crack epidemic is rejected out of hand by academic experts and law enforcement officials. But they identified neither the academic experts nor the law enforcement officials. I wrote Seppos a memo pointing out the holes in the Post story. The Pincus piece, I wrote, is just silly. It's the kind of story you'd expect from someone who spent 3 weeks working on a story, as opposed to 16 months. The fact that the Post's unnamed experts would reject our scenario out of hand, I wrote, was the whole problem. None of them, whoever they are, has ever studied this before. To his credit, Seppos fired off a blistering letter to the Post, pointing out the factual errors in the piece and calling Pincus's claims of a racially charged allegation a complete and total mischaracterization. The most difficult issue is whether a casual reading of our series leads to the conclusion that the CIA is directly responsible for the outbreak of the crack epidemic in Los Angeles. While there is considerable circumstantial evidence of CIA involvement with the leaders of this drug ring, we never reached or reported any definitive conclusion on CIA involvement, Seppos wrote. We reported that men selling cocaine in Los Angeles met with people on the CIA payroll. We reported that they received fundraising orders from people on the CIA payroll. We reported that the money raised was sent to a CIA-run operation. But we did not go further and took pains to say that clearly. Cepos posted the letter on the staff bulletin board, along with a memo defending the series. We strongly support the conclusions the series drew and will until someone proves them wrong. What is even more remarkable is that 4 experienced Post reporters, re-reporting our series, could not find a single significant factual error. The Post's conclusions are very different and I believe, flawed, but the major facts aren't. I'm not sure how many of us could sustain such a microscopic examination of our work, and I believe Gary Webb deserves recognition for surviving unscathed. The Post held Cepos's letter for weeks, ordered him to rewrite it, and then refused to print it. Shortly afterward I got an email message from a woman in Southern California. There was a story in the Mercury's archives that I needed to see, she wrote, and provided a date and a page number. I sent it to our library and got a photocopy of the story in the mail a day later. It had run on February 18, 1967. How I Traveled Abroad on CIA Subsidy was the headline. The author was Walter Piños of the Washington Post. After disclosures of CIA infiltration of American student associations had exploded that year, Pincus had written a long, smug confessional of how, posing as an American student representative, he'd traveled to several international youth conferences in the late 1950s and early 1960s, secretly gathering information for the CIA and smuggling in anti-communist propaganda. A CIA recruiter had approached him, he wrote, and he'd agreed to spy not only on the student delegations from other countries but on his American colleagues as well. I had been briefed in Washington on each of them, Pincus wrote. None was remotely aware of CIA's interest. This just cannot be true, I thought. The Washington Post's veteran national security reporter, a former CIA operative and propagandist? Unwilling to believe this piece of information until I dug it up for myself, I went to the state library and got out the microfilm. The story was there. This was the man who was questioning my ethics for giving Alan Fenster questions to ask a government witness about the Contras and drugs. Jesus! I'd certainly never spied on American citizens. Looking into Pincus's background further, I saw that he'd popped up in another situation where the CIA's reputation was under attack. In 1975, he'd been the person the New York Times selected to review ex-CIA officer Philip Agee's best-selling expose about the agency, CIA Diary. In an unfavorable review, Pincus strongly suggested that Agee was in league with the Cuban intelligence services in a joint conspiracy to destroy the CIA. Pincus's previous association with the CIA was not disclosed by the Times. He was merely identified as a Washington journalist. When the Post found itself under rare criticism by the CIA in 1986 for allegedly printing classified information, Pincus went on the McNeil/Lehrer NewsHour and stated that his newspaper wasn't so irresponsible as to pass along government secrets. The Post often shielded its readers' eyes from such things, Pincus asserted, frequently in consultation with the government. We've been dealing with it for a long time and I think we have withheld a great deal of information, Pincus said. It ought to be made clear to people that we, in determining what we're going to do with a lot of stories, go to the administration and tell them what we have and listen to what their arguments are, and we then do make a decision, but we're not making them in the dark. Pincus would later play an important role in helping to impede the Iran-Contra investigation, according to independent counsel Lawrence Walsh. In his memoirs, Firewall, Walsh wrote that at a critical moment in the Iran-Contra probe, Pincus had published a story claiming Walsh was planning to indict Ronald Reagan, a report that made worldwide news and reduced Nancy Reagan to tears. Of all the sideswipes that we suffered during this period, the false report that we were considering indicting the nation's still admired former president hurt us the most, Walsh wrote. It infuriated the congressional Republicans, even some of the moderate ones. Walsh suspected that Pincus had been fed the story by Boyden Gray, attorney for then-President George Bush. Gray, Walsh wrote, had been known to float stories through persons close to the publisher of the Washington Post. Pincus had sometimes been asked to write these stories. I suspected Gray or someone else in the White House had played a role in disseminating the misinformation, but I had no proof. The Post, of course, never acknowledged what history has proven: Pincus's big scoop was bogus. The L.A. Times and the New York Times struck next. On October 20, 1996, both ran long stories attacking my reporting and the series. They took the same tack the Washington Post had several weeks earlier, admitting that the basic facts were true and then complaining that the facts didn't mean a thing. Relying again mostly on unnamed sources, these two newspapers of record claimed Blandin and Menezes hadn't had official positions with the Contras. Drug money had been sent, but not millions, it was only tens of thousands, according to unnamed sources. And experts scoffed at the notion that one drug ring could have supplied enough cocaine to feed the tidal wave of crack that engulfed America, a ridiculous claim I'd never made. The papers found no need to mention the mass of historical evidence that supported the series' findings. Without anything approaching documentation, the papers just flatly declared I was wrong. The crack epidemic in Los Angeles followed no blueprint or master plan. It was not orchestrated by the Contras or the CIA. No one trafficker, even kingpins who sold thousands of kilos and pocketed millions of dollars, ever came close to monopolizing the drug trade, the L.A. Times assured its readers in the lead paragraphs of a 3-day series. The first part, on the genesis of crack in L.A., was written by Jesse Katz. Though Katz himself, starting in 1994 and continuing through the summer of 1996, had repeatedly referred to Ross as the first and biggest crack dealer in South Central, the master marketer whose activities were key to the spread of crack in the city, he now found that Ross was a pygmy who'd had little or nothing to do with the crack explosion. The earlier stories in the Times, stating exactly the opposite, were simply ignored. Instead, Katz trotted out a number of other cocaine dealers he'd apparently missed the first time he'd written about the issue: Tootie Reese, who'd gone to jail when the crack market exploded and was never accused of selling a single rock of crack; the Bryant family, which, according to earlier Times stories, never sold crack in South Central and was too small for the department's major violators narcotics unit in downtown Los Angeles to bother with. Katz dredged up waterhead Bo Bennett, who didn't start selling crack until 1985, and L. Rader Browning, who again according to the L.A. Times was in jail from 1982 to 1985, making it exceedingly difficult for him to have played any role in the formation of the L.A. crack market. "This is like reading Pravda," I told an L.A. radio station. "History means nothing to these people." Syndicated columnist Norman Solomon described Katz's story as a show trial recantation. The next day, the L.A. Times absolved the CIA of any involvement with Blandin and Menezes. Its authoritative sources, former CIA Director Robert Gates, former CIA official Vincent Canestraro, and current CIA Director John Deutsch. Like good little boys and girls, the Times, the Washington Post et.al., toddled off to the CIA and asked the agency if it had ever done such a thing. When the CIA said no, the papers solemnly printed it, just as though the CIA hadn't previously denied any number of illegal operations in which it was later caught red-handed, columnist Molly Evans observed. Buried deep within the L.A. Times story were admissions by CIA officials that Contra supporters were involved in drug running, but they bought villas and did not put it into the FDN. And, the story conceded, the allegation that some elements of the CIA-sponsored Contra army cooperated with drug traffickers has been well documented for years. But the story dismissed the idea that millions went to the Contras from the Nicaraguans' drug sales. Unnamed sources said it was around $50,000 or $60,000, which caused former Menezes distributor Rafael Cornejo some mirth. $60,000. He scoffed. You can raise that in an afternoon. According to another unnamed source, the Times quoted, Blandon and Menezes were making only $15,000 a kilo in profits. Unmentioned was Blandon's testimony that he'd sold 200 to 300 kilos for Menezes during the time they were sending money to the Contras, and his admission that all of the profits were being sent to the rebels. Using the Times' own profit figures, that would mean between $3 million and $4.5 million went to the Contras just from Blandon's sales. And that didn't include the money Menezes' organization through Cabezas and Renato Pina in San Francisco was sending. Lost in the debate over whether it was millions or tens of thousands, was the inanity of the idea that a reasonably accurate number could ever be found in a business that deals in cash and eschews written records. It is just as possible that the amounts could have been in the tens of millions. No solid evidence has emerged that either Menezes or Blandon contributed any money to the rebels after 1984, the story declared, ignoring the 1986 sheriff's affidavit and the 1986 DIA reports. The story also quoted another unnamed associate who claimed, apparently with a straight face, that the profit margins in the cocaine business in 1982-84 when coke was selling for $60,000 a kilo were just too slim to allow million-dollar donations to the FDN. What kind of journalist would unquestioningly accept such a statement, I wondered, looking for a byline. And then I saw it in a box inside, Doyle McManus, the chief of the L.A. Times Washington Bureau. That explained it. In 1984 McManus had played a central role in spreading the CIA's leak about Barry Seal and the Sandinistas dealing cocaine, just in time for the Reagan administration's request to Congress for additional Contra aid. Oliver North's notebooks contain several references to conversations McManus was having with the White House at the time, shortly before and shortly after the details of the CIA DIA sting were fed to the press. McManus talking to W.H. North wrote on July 12, 1984. Unhappy with negotiations. On July 17, 1984, the CIA leak appeared in the Washington Times, written by Jeremiah O'Leary, a longtime Washington press corps reporter described by investigative reporter Carl Bernstein as having a valuable personal relationship with the CIA in the 1960s. O'Leary insisted that they were more helpful to me than I was to them. O'Leary's story in the Washington Times, which had supported the Contras both editorially and financially, gave McManus the excuse he needed to rush the CIA's leak into the L.A. Times. According to North's notebooks, McManus called the White House that morning and informed officials there that the National Security Council would be cited as his official source for the information. McManus, L.A. Times, says NSC to source claims WH has pictures of Borga loading cocaine in NICA, North wrote. The following morning, on the front page of the Times, McManus wrote that high-ranking members of the Nicaraguan government have been linked to a scheme involving three of Colombia's largest cocaine traffickers, U.S. intelligence sources say. The story declared that Interior Minister Tomás Borga and Defense Minister Humberto Ortega of Nicaragua were among the officials who the sources said are implicated. A day later McManus's co-author, Ronald J. Ostro, reported that U.S. intelligence sources have obtained a photograph of Borga standing next to Pablo Escobar Gaviria, one of the two Colombian nationals being sought, as a plane was being loaded June 25 with duffel bags of cocaine at the airport in the Nicaraguan capital of Managua. Unfortunately for the Times, no such photograph has ever surfaced, and the DIA later admitted that it had no information implicating high-ranking Sandinista officials in drug trafficking. The story was a hoax, and McManus had been a willing participant or a dupe of embarrassing proportions. So strident in defending U.S. officials against such charges, the Times never admitted that it wrongly accused two Nicaraguan government officials of cocaine trafficking solely on the basis of whispers from U.S. intelligence agents. McManus and Ostro later teamed up to refute allegations of Contra cocaine trafficking in early 1987, just as the issue was threatening to go national. In a front-page story bearing the cautionary deck had no supporting evidence, DIA says, The Times reported that a Senate committee is investigating reports that Nicaraguan rebels and their American supporters have helped smuggle cocaine into the United States, but Drug Enforcement Administration officials say their agents have found no evidence to support any of the charges. The story went through the litany of accusations: Ilopango, the Frogman case, the Southern Air Transport shipments to Colombia devoting a sentence or two to each one, and surrounding them with abundant denials from DEA officials and CIA agent Adolfo Calero. The reporters made no attempt at an independent investigation. In a prison cell in Boron, California, Contra drug courier Carlos Cabezas read McManus's story and couldn't believe his eyes. He banged out a letter to the reporter on February 27, 1987, stating, "I am going to tell you that there was indeed supporting evidence, hidden by the government. The receipt of drug money by the Contras," he wrote, "is absolutely true, at least in my case." Cabezas told McManus of his trip to Costa Rica with $250,000 and noted that the FBI made no attempt to stop him, even though he was traveling with an FBI informant. He also told McManus the FBI had tape-recorded conversations between the former ambassador of Nicaragua in Guatemala, Mr. Fernando Sanchez, and Troilo Sanchez, and myself. Both of these gentlemen are brothers sick of Mr. Adolfo Calero's top aide Mr. Aristides Sanchez. These conversations were related to drug transactions. McManus replied 2 months later, asking Cabezas to provide him with names and documents to substantiate his allegations. And, by the way, he asked, "Can you give me any further information about Sandinista drug trafficking?" Cabezas said he sent McManus the documents about the Contras and never heard another thing. The unprecedented attacks by 3 major newspapers alarmed the Mercury's editors. "I was called to a meeting with Cepos and the other editors and told that I should quit trying to advance the story. We needed to start working on a written response to the other newspapers," he said. "I vehemently disagreed. The best way to shut them up is to put the rest of what we know in the paper and keep plowing ahead," I argued. "Let's run a story about Walter Pincus's CIA connections. Let's write about how the L.A. Times has been booting this story since 1987. I told them of my discovery that the L.A. Times Washington Bureau had been sent a copy of the notes found in Ronald Lister's house in 1990 and had thrown them away. Cepos disagreed. "I don't want to get into a war with them," he said. Fortunately, both Don Garcia and Paul Van Slambrouck agreed that we should continue developing the story. "The best way to answer our critics," Van Slambrouck told Cepos, "is to advance the story. Let's go out and get some more evidence of drug money being sent to the Contras. Let's get more evidence of this drug ring's dealings with the Contras." Cepos relented, authorizing another reporting trip to Central America. He also assigned LA Bureau reporter Pamela Kramer and Pete Carey, an investigative reporter, to gather information about the start of the LA crack market. He also made another decision: he was changing the logo that the Scries had used on the internet and in the reprints. The CIA seal was coming off. "What's the point of doing that?" I asked. "We documented that these traffickers were meeting with CIA agents. If you change the logo, the rest of the media is going to accuse us of backing away from the story." But Cepos wouldn't budge. Thousands of reprints with the CIA crack smoker logo were gathered up and burned, and a CD-ROM version of the series which had been pressed and was ready for distribution was also destroyed. The Post and LA Times immediately crowed that the Mercury was retreating from the series. George and I flew to Costa Rica and began interviewing police officials, lawyers, prosecutors, and ex-Contras about Menezes's activities there, fleshing out his role as a DEA informant and his drug operations connections to Oliver North's resupply network on the southern front. In Managua, we interviewed police and Blandon's suspected money launderer, Orlando Murillo. I flew back and started writing the follow-up stories. George continued hunting for other members of the Menezes drug ring. He called me in December 1996, barely able to contain his excitement. He'd found Carlos Cabezas, who admitted that he had in fact delivered millions of dollars in drug money to the Contras. Cabezas had names, dates, and amounts, George said, and pages from his drug ledgers. He'd identified a CIA agent, Ivan Gomez, as having had direct knowledge of it all. "We've got it," George cried. "Cabezas is willing to talk on the record." A week later, George called with more good news. Enrique Miranda, the former Menezes aide who'd escaped a year earlier, had been found in Miami and tossed on a plane to Nicaragua. George had visited him in prison, and Miranda started talking. Menezes' relationship with the CIA and the Contras was deeper than we'd ever realized, George said. "We didn't know how right we were," he laughed. "I can't wait to see what the Washington Post does with this. I could have kissed him." In January 1997, I sent first drafts of 4 follow-up stories to Don, written as a 2-day series. The first part dealt with Menezes' DIA connections and his Costa Rican operation, along with the interviews Gorg had done with Carlos Cabezas and Enrique Miranda. I wrote a sidebar about the drug-dealing Costa Rican shrimp company North and the Cuban CIA operatives were using to funnel aid to the Contras. The second part was a story about the parallel investigations of Contra drug trafficking done in the summer of 1986 by DIA agent Cecil Reno Castillo at Ilopango and L.A. County Sheriff's Deputy Tom Gordon, drawing on recently declassified FBI and CIA records at the National Archives and 3,000 pages of secret documents about the Blandon raids that had just been released by the L.A. County Sheriff's Office. I also wrote a sidebar on Joe Kelso's attempts to investigate allegations of DFA drug trafficking in Costa Rica. Altogether the drafts ran 16,000 words. We'd done it. We had an eyewitness, on the record, who delivered the drug money. We had DIA records saying Blandon had sent money to the Contras far longer than we'd previously reported. We had a top CIA official admitting that the agency had reports of drug trafficking at Ilopango. We had evidence Ronald Lister had been meeting with the CIA's former head of covert operations. I expected the editors to be beside themselves with joy. I heard absolutely nothing. Aside from Don, no one called to tell me they'd read the news stories. No one called with questions. No one even suggested that we begin editing them. They sat. In early February, Don sent me a copy of the story Pete Carey and Pam Kramer had written on the origins of the LA crack market. It was, astonishingly, a virtual repeat of the LA Times stories. It quoted police and drug experts opining that the Contra drug ring couldn't have supplied enough cocaine to have had a major impact on the crack explosion, because crack had surfaced all over the United States at about the same time. It drew no distinctions between the LA crack market in 1982 and the market in 1986. As far as the story was concerned, it had sprung from the ground fully formed. 3 men, the story concluded, could not have created a drug epidemic. The details of the trio's activities, who did what, and when, cannot change the overall story of the crack epidemic, which swept over several U.S. cities in the mid-1980s with the speed and destructiveness of a tidal wave. I couldn't believe it. I respected Carey as a reporter. He and I had co-authored a story in 1989 that had won a Pulitzer Prize. But here it seemed he'd taken the official government explanation and swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. Carey, the editors, and I met 3 times in February to argue about the epidemiology of the LA crack market, the amount of money sent to the Contras, and the level of CIA involvement. At the end, Carey informed me that he was canning his crack story. What I told Seppos was that we should just continue to work on this and see what the official investigations produced, he said. Kramer said much the same thing. The problem I had with that story, she told me, is that no one knows what really happened back in those years because nobody was looking at it. Their crack story never appeared. With that settled, I plunged back into the investigation. In March I flew to Florida to interview a former CIA pilot, Ronald Lippert, who'd flown drop missions for the Contras in 1986. I spent 2 days at Lippert's home near Tampa, poring through his voluminous files and picking his brain. My interviews with the Canadian Lippert, jailed for 10 years by Fidel Castro for flying explosives into Cuba for the agency, solved one of the final mysteries of the Southern Front: how CIA operative John I Lull Bill Casey's friend and Oliver North's liaison to the Contras had escaped from Costa Rica after he was indicted there for drug trafficking in 1989. After being thrown in jail, Hull was let out on bail for health reasons and vanished. The DFA office in Costa Rica had gotten Hull out, Lippert said. Lippert had flown the mission himself, in a decoy plane hopscotching from Costa Rica to Haiti and then shuttling Hull into Miami, where Hull hid at the apartment of Cuban CIA operative and suspected drug dealer Dagoberto Núñez, who'd helped North and the CIA in Costa Rica. The DIA officer who'd recruited Lippert for the escape flight, J.J. Perez, was another Cuban anti-communist, Lippert said. In an interview, Hull confirmed J.Pert's story, as did Anthony Rice Oviedo, the former DIA inspector who'd investigated Perez's role in Hull's escape. Rice Oviedo believed Perez set up Hull's escape on his own initiative, without official DIA sanction, but Hull disputed that. "Hell, you don't get DIA pilots and DIA planes to fly you around without orders coming down from above," Hull said. A DIA panel recommended Perez's dismissal, Rice Oviedo said, but the Justice Department provided Perez with an attorney, and much of the case was dismissed on national security grounds. Perez ended up being suspended for 1 day. Perez would not return phone calls, and the files of his disciplinary hearings are scaled as national security secrets. The United States refused repeated Costa Rican requests to extradite Hull, and the drug charges were eventually dropped. Murder charges that were filed against him shortly after his escape are still pending, however. Hull denied both accusations. "I was ecstatic. Now we had a story about the DIA aiding and abetting the escape of a CIA agent accused of drug trafficking, with the Justice Department intervening to protect the DIA agent who'd done it. The further I dug, the more amazing the story became. And then, just like that, it was over." Executive editor Jerry Seppos called me at home on March 25, 1997, to inform me that he'd made a very difficult decision. Mistakes had been made in the series, he said, and the newspaper was going to print a letter to its readers saying so. "Is this a fait accompli?" I asked. "Or do I get a chance to say something?" "The decision has been made," Seppos said. "I'll fax you a draft of what we're considering." According to Seppos's proposed column, we should have said that Blandon claimed he quit dealing with the Contras in 1983, something that the editors had cut to save space. We had insufficient proof to say millions went to the Contras. We should have said it was an estimate. We should have said that we didn't find proof of involvement of CIA decision-makers, whatever that meant. We should have said Ricky Ross wasn't the only crack supplier in L.A., but we hadn't said that. And, finally, Seppos wrote, the experts were unanimous in saying that the Contras had not played a major role in the crack trade and that the series had oversimplified how crack had become a problem. Strangely, Seppos had borrowed his conclusions from Pete Carey's never-published crack story. I brought a written response to San Jose with me the next day when I met with Seppos and the other editors in the ornate conference room near the editors' offices. That experts would disagree with the findings of original research is one of the perils of doing it, as any researcher can tell you, I wrote. But just because they have a differing opinion and when you get down to it, that's all it is a pretty shoddy reason to take a swan dive on a story. Do I think there were no mistakes made in the execution of this story? No. There were, I wrote. But this draft doesn't mention them. If we want to fully air this issue and be honest with our readers, I request that the following failures be included. I then described how the editors themselves had requested an increased emphasis on CIA involvement, how cutting the series from 4 parts to 3 had damaged it, and how the last-minute assignment of a new editor had weakened it further. Finally, I asked that the paper print my own response to this retraction. I thought it needed to be said that as a reporter, I stood by my story. Seppos flushed as he read my memo. I don't think we should make this personal, he said uneasily. That's easy for you to say, I replied. You're not the one who's being hung out to dry here. No one's going to hang you out to dry, insisted Jonathan Krim, the editor who'd been the most strident critic of the series and, in all likelihood, the author of Seppos' apology. We all got in this together, and we're all going to get out of this together. How can we honestly say that we don't know millions went to the Contras, or that the CIA didn't know about this, when we've got an eyewitness telling us that he personally gave drug money to a CIA agent? What are we going to do about all that other inconvenient information in the follow UPS? We're going to look awful goddamn stupid running this apology and then printing stories that directly contradict it. The other editors looked at the table uncomfortably. We are going to print those other stories, aren't we? Seppos shook his head slightly. We're not. I asked incredulously. Why not? They're a quarter turn of the screw, he said. We're not going to print anything else unless it's a major advance. I exploded. You think the fact that the head of this Contra drug ring was working for the DIA is a quarter turn of the screw? I shouted. You don't think the fact that the DIA helped an accused CIA drug trafficker escape criminal charges is a major advance? You've got to be kidding me. Are we even going to pursue this story anymore? No, Seppos said. Let me get this straight, I said. We're killing the other stories. We're not going to do any more investigation of this topic. And we're going to run this mealy-mouthed column that pretends we don't know anything else, tuck our tails between our legs, and slink off into the sunset. That's what you've got in mind. You and I have very different views of this situation, he said quietly. You got that right. The result of the stormy meeting was that Seppos rewrote his column, removing the obvious factual errors but leaving the rest virtually unchanged. No matter how many times the words and phrases are tweaked, the end result is still a sham, I responded in a memo. You're sitting on information that supports what I wrote and pretending to be unaware of it. Again I objected, and again Seppos recast it, this time as a personal column and, at Don's insistence, disclosing that I disagreed with him. He also inserted some statements that acknowledged that the series was largely accurate and that the basic elements of it were solidly documented. And, to my shock, he reversed his earlier decision to kill the follow-up stories. Don asked me to prepare a memo on what we still needed to do to get the stories in shape because Seppos was now leaning toward running at least part of them. At a final meeting before the column ran, I predicted that the mainstream press would read the column as a retraction, one that covered everything the series had revealed. You run this, and all we'll hear is, the Mercury News has admitted it isn't true. The Contras weren't dealing cocaine. The CIA had nothing to do with it. And you know as well as I do, that's not true. Well, shrugged Krim, you're the one who's always saying that we can't be held responsible for what other people read into things. There it is, I thought. The truth. They want the public to think there was nothing here. They want it all to go away. They're tired of fighting the current of mainstream opinion, tired of being journalistic outcasts for standing by a story that, as Jesse Jackson had put it, threatened the moral authority of the government. In 9 months, we had gone full circle and crawled into bed with the rest of the apologists who wanted the CIA drug story put back in its grave once and for all. Have you got anything else to say? Seppos asked. Yeah. You're taking a dive on a true story, and one day you're going to find that out. Seppos's column ran on May 11, 1997, and if there was ever a chance of getting to the bottom of the CIA's involvement with drug traffickers, it died on that day. The New York Times, which hadn't found the original series newsworthy enough to mention, splashed Seppos's apology on its front page. An editorial lauded Seppos for his courage and declared that he'd set a brave new standard for dealing with egregious errors. Howard Kurtz, the media critic for the Washington Post, called for a comment. It's nauseating, I told him. I had never been more disgusted with my profession in my life. It wasn't because such outrages were unknown in the newspaper business. They weren't. Shortly before I arrived at the Plain Dealer, the paper printed a front-page retraction of a story that had appeared more than a year earlier, revealing that former Teamsters Union President Jackie Presser was an FBI informant. Presser was indeed an informant, as the FBI confirmed years later. But truth had taken a backseat to realpolitik. Court records later revealed that the paper had been pressured into retracting the story by New York mob boss Anthony Fat Tony Salerno, who'd asked his attorney, Roy Cohn, to intercede with the Newhouse family, which owned the Plain Dealer. Whether similar pressures were applied to Seppos from outside the newspaper is something I do not know, nor do I particularly want to. I would prefer to believe the theory advanced by my editor, Don Garcia, who suggested that Seppos's treatment for prostate cancer in the winter of 1996-97 had been a factor. That extended illness, combined with the pressure from other editors, had taken their toll, she believed. It's a plausible explanation, because there really were only two ways the newspaper could have gone with Dark Alliance at that point: forward or backward. The series had created such a superheated controversy that it had become impossible to simply do nothing. Seppos, who had stood by the story bravely at key moments, simply may not have had the endurance, at that period of his life, to ride the story out. If the Mercury continued pursuing the story and publishing Follow UPS, editor John Krim worried in a memo, the editors needed to be ready to deal with the firestorm of criticism that is sure to follow. The other way out was to back out, confess to some shortcomings, take some quick lumps, and move on, which is the course Seppos chose. It was certainly the course of least resistance, as the happy reaction of the national media proved. Had I done what my editors wanted, kept my mouth shut and gone along with the charade, I would probably still be working at the newspaper. But I had no desire to hang around a place that was so easily cowed by the opinions of others. A reporter's job was to pursue the truth, I still believed, no matter how unpopular that pursuit became. And the truth of the matter, as I saw it, was that my editors were trying to rewrite history. When Howard Kurtz asked me what I intended to do next, I told him about the stories the Mercury News was suppressing. We've got 4 more stories sitting in the can, and I intend to try and get them in the newspaper, I said. I've been told that we're still going to run them. Kurtz called me back a short time later. I just got off the phone with Jerry Seppos, and he says you never turned in any stories. He said the only thing you gave him was a memo and some notes. Notes? I laughed. I've never given an editor notes in my life. I turned in 4 stories in January, and I know he's read them because we've discussed them. Maybe you misunderstood. Kurtz sounded confused. They're not notes. Of course not. They've got beginnings, middles, and ends. Those are stories where I come from, he said. The controversy raged for another month, and the issue gradually became what Seppos reportedly had dreaded: he was being accused of suppressing information. He was covering things up. Talk radio had a field day. In Washington, DJ Joe Madison, who'd been making hay with the story for months, urged the listeners of his 50,000-watt station to call Seppos and demand that he print the stories he was suppressing. Letters and email from outraged readers began pouring in. Seppos, who'd not spoken to me since his column ran, called me at home in early June. He was killing the Follow UPS, he shouted. I was off the story for good. He couldn't trust me anymore because I'd aligned myself with one side of the issue. Which side is that, Jerry? The side that wants the truth to come out. He wasn't getting into a debate, he told me. I was to report to his office in 2 days to discuss your future at the Mercury News. It was a very one-sided discussion. Reading from a prepared statement, Seppos told me that my editors had lost faith in me. I needed closer supervision, which I couldn't get in Sacramento. I needed to regain their faith and their trust, and the only way to do that was to accept a transfer to the main office in San Jose. If I refused, I would be transferred against my will to the West Bureau in Cupertino, the newspaper's version of Siberia, a somnolent training ground for new reporters and a pasture for older ones who'd fallen from favor. It made little sense, because the reporters there had no direct supervision either. Whichever I decided, I had to report in 30 days. And, by the way, Seppos said, Pete Carey was going to take over the Contra drug story, and I was to give him all the cooperation he requested. That night I sat down with my wife, Sue, and my children and gave them the news. In 1 month, I was going to have to start working in Cupertino, 150 miles away. I'd have to drive there on Mondays and come home on Fridays. In the meantime, I'd fight the transfer through the newspaper guild. My 6-year-old daughter looked at me strangely. "Are you still going to sleep here?" "No, I won't be able to," I told her. "I have to live in another place during the week. But I'll be home on the weekends." She got up, went into her room, and closed the door. As the deadline approached, I became despondent and told my wife I didn't feel comfortable leaving her and the kids alone. George had been getting death threats in Nicaragua, I told her. His wife's law office had been burglarized and ransacked twice, the power lines to his house had been cut, and his brother-in-law had been threatened by armed thugs. He was leaving the country, taking his wife to his native Switzerland. "It's too dangerous to leave you and the children alone," I told her. "Maybe I should just quit." I didn't want to work there anymore anyway. "That's just what they want you to do," she said indignantly. "Don't you dare give in to those cowards. I know it's a lousy situation, but we'll just have to put up with it for a while. The guild says you'll win the arbitration." Winning the arbitration seemed very likely, because the union contract the newspaper had with the newspaper guild, which represented much of the staff, expressly prohibited transferring reporters out of the bureaus against their will. But it would take months for a hearing to occur. And then what? I'd get my old job back working for the same editors? It hardly seemed worth the fight. On the other hand, going through with it held its own attractions. Every day that I showed up at the Cupertino bureau would be an act of defiance. Reluctantly I went, spending July and part of August in the Cupertino bureau under protest. I was assigned such pressing matters as the death of a police horse, clothing collections for Polish flood victims, and summer school computer classes. I went on a byline strike, refusing to put my name on any story written while I was working under protest. To the chagrin of my editors, who were under orders to keep me away from any decent assignments, I turned a press release rewrite about a San Jose landfill into a front-page story. It was the last piece I wrote for the Mercury, a page-1 story with no one's name on it, which reportedly infuriated Seppos. Occasionally, Pete Carey would call with a question or two. He wasn't having much luck corroborating Carlos Cabezas' statements, he told me. He'd been trying to locate the Venezuelan CIA agent Cabezas said he worked with, Ivan Gomez, but couldn't. He'd tried directory assistance in Caracas and complained about how many Ivan Gomez's there were in the phone book. I felt saddened that my 2-year investigation had come to this. I never heard another word from him about it, and none of the follow-up stories ever ran. On November 19, 1997, the Mercury News agreed to settle my arbitration but, amusingly, required me to sign a confidentiality agreement swearing that I would never disclose its terms. 19 years after becoming a reporter, I quit the newspaper business. Bob Perry, the AP reporter who first broke the Contra drug story in 1985, sent me a note of condolence. "Like you, I grew up in this business thinking our job really was to tell the public the truth," he wrote. Maybe that was the mission at one time. Maybe there was that awakening in the 1970s with Watergate, the Pentagon Papers, the CIA scandals, etc. But something very bad happened to the news media in the 1980s. Part of it was the public diplomacy pressures from the outside. But part of it was the smug, snotty, sophomoric crowd that came to dominate the national media from the inside. These characters fell in love with their power to define reality, not their responsibility to uncover the facts. By the 1990s, the media had become the monster. I wish it weren't so. All I ever wanted to do was report and write interesting stories while getting paid for it. But that really isn't possible anymore, and there's no use crying over it. Hang in there, he concluded. You're not alone. Epilogue: the damage that has been done. A few days after my resignation was announced, the CIA leaked the conclusion of an internal investigation to the LA Times and the Mercury News. This exhaustive probe, according to unnamed sources, had absolved the CIA of any wrongdoing. Though the reporters had no idea what the report actually said, since it wasn't released, and none of the officials whispering in their ears was willing to have his name used, they dutifully reported that there was no evidence the CIA knew anything about the dealings of Danilo Blandin, Norwin Menezes, or Freeway Ricky Ross. I tried to imagine what the reaction would have been had those same reporters gone to their editors with unnamed sources citing unobtainable reports claiming the CIA was involved in drug trafficking. Journalistic standards can be wonderfully flexible when necessary. A month later, with the Washington press corps on a scavenger hunt for a dress stained with President Clinton's semen, the declassified version of the CIA report was officially released. It showed that the CIA had known exactly what Norwin Menezes was doing, and had directly intervened in the Frogman case to prevent the public from learning of the relationship between CIA assets and cocaine traffickers. Naturally, those details went largely unreported. But CIA Director George Tenet was quoted extensively, lamenting that the damage to the CIA's reputation may never be fully reversed. The allegations may have left an indelible impression in many Americans' minds that the CIA was somehow responsible for the scourge of drugs in our inner cities. Still, it was hard to avoid that impression after CIA Inspector General Fred P. Hitz appeared before the House Intelligence Committee in March 1998 to update Congress on the progress of his continuing internal investigation. "Let me be frank about what we are finding," Hitz testified. "There are instances where CIA did not, in an expeditious or consistent fashion, cut off relationships with individuals supporting the Contra program who were alleged to have engaged in drug trafficking activity." The lawmakers fidgeted uneasily. "Did any of these allegations involve trafficking in the United States?" asked Congressman Norman Dix of Washington. "Yes," Hitz answered. Dix flushed. "And what," Hitz was asked, "had been the CIA's legal responsibility when it learned of this?" "That issue," Hitz replied haltingly, "had a rather odd history. The period of 1982 to 1995 was one in which there was no official requirement to report on allegations of drug trafficking with respect to non-employees of the agency, and they were defined to include agents, assets, non-staff employees. There had been a secret agreement to that effect hammered out between the CIA and U.S. Attorney General William French Smith in 1982, he testified. A murmur coursed through the room as Hitz's admission sunk in. No wonder the U.S. government could blithely insist there was no evidence of Contras/CIA drug trafficking. For 13 years from the time Blandin and Menezes began selling cocaine in LA for the Contras, the CIA and Justice had a gentleman's agreement to look the other way. In essence, the CIA wouldn't tell and the Justice Department wouldn't ask. According to the CIA's Inspector General, the agreement had its roots in something called Executive Order No. 12333, which Ronald Reagan signed into law in 1981, the same week he authorized the CIA's operations in Nicaragua. Reagan's order served as his administration's rules on the conduct of U.S. intelligence agencies around the world. The new rules were the same as the Carter administration's old rules, with one glaring exception: there was a difference in how crimes committed by spies were to be reported. There was to be a new procedure. For the first time, the CIA's Inspector General noted, the rules required the head of an intelligence agency and the Attorney General to agree on crimes reporting procedure. In effect, the CIA now had veto power over anything the Justice Department might propose. In early 1982, CIA Director William Casey and Attorney General William French Smith inked a formal memorandum of understanding that spelled out which spy crimes were to be reported to the Justice Department. It was same as the Carter administration's policy, but again, with one or two interesting differences. First, crimes committed by people acting for an intelligence agency no longer needed to be reported to the Justice Department. Only card-carrying CIA officers were covered. Then, in case there were any doubts left, drug offenses were removed from the list of crimes the CIA was required to report. So, for example, if a cocaine dealer acting for the CIA was involved in drug trafficking, no one needed to know. The two CIA lawyers behind those rule changes insist they did not occur through incompetence or neglect, they were carefully and precisely crafted. Bernard Makauka, the CIA attorney who negotiated the changes, told the CIA Inspector General that the issue of narcotics violations was thoroughly discussed between the Department of Justice and CIA. Someone at DOJ became uncomfortable at the prospect of the Memorandum of Understanding not including any mention of narcotics. Daniel Silver, the CIA attorney who drafted the agreement, said the language was thoroughly coordinated with the Justice Department, which wasn't thrilled. The negotiations over the Memorandum of Understanding involved the competing interests of DOJ and CIA, Silver explained. DOJ's interest was to establish procedures while CIA's interest was to ensure that it protected CIA's national security equities. As is now clear, the CIA interest carried the day. So how did ignoring drug crimes by secret agents protect the CIA's national security equities? CIA lawyer Makauka explained, CIA did not want to be involved in law enforcement issues. IF. Magazine editor Robert Perry, who remains one of the few journalists exploring the CIA drug issue, believes the Casey-French agreement smacks of premeditation. It was signed just as the CIA was getting into both the Contra project and the conflict in Afghanistan, he notes, and it opened one very narrow legal loophole that effectively protected narcotics traffickers working on behalf of intelligence agencies. That could only have been done for one purpose, Perry argues. They were anticipating what eventually happened. They knew drugs were going to be sold. The CIA denies it. The admission that there had been a secret deal between the CIA and the Just Say No administration to overlook agency-related drug crimes elicited mostly yawns from the news media. The Washington Post stuck the story deep inside the paper, further back than they had buried the findings of the Kerry Committee's Senate investigation in the 1980s, which officially disclosed the Contras drug trafficking. The Los Angeles Times printed nothing. A notable exception to this trend was the New York Times, which was leaked a few of the conclusions of the CIA's then classified investigation into Contra drug dealing by Inspector General Fred Hitz. On July 17, 1998, it reported on its front page that the agency had working relationships with dozens of suspected drug traffickers during the Nicaraguan conflict and that CIA higher UPS knew it. The new study has found that the agency's decision to keep those paid agents, or to continue dealing with them in some less formal relationship, was made by top officials at headquarters, the Times reported. But unlike most New York Times front-page exclusives, the CIA story was not slavishly snapped up by the TV networks or national media. Once again, the Los Angeles Times found nothing newsworthy about it and the Washington Post concurred. The release 3 months later of Hitz's 400-page report filled with horrifying examples of CIA collusion with assorted dopers, money launderers, and drug pilots was treated as old news, despite the fact that most of the information had never been reported before. Incredibly enough, the San Jose Mercury News decided that the report actually exonerated the CIA and proved that no top CIA officials were aware of Contra trafficking. The lack of any visible public outrage to the CIA's confession that it had worked cheek by jowl with more than 50 suspected drug traffickers may have emboldened some of the CIA veterans of that era. A few months later, in December 1998, when former Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega appealed for a reduction in his 40-year prison sentence for drug trafficking and money laundering in early 1999, he came armed with an influential witness, Donald Winters, the former chief of CIA operations in Panama. Winters told Noriega's judge that the convicted doper had performed valuable work for the U.S. government in Central America during the 1980s and should be given a break. Though federal prosecutors called him an international drug trafficker and money launderer of unequaled proportions, Winters offered a much kinder description of the ex-strongman's work. Noriega brokered deals with South American leaders, acted as a liaison to Cuba's Fidel Castro, provided details on guerrilla and terrorist activities, and even gave the former Shah of Iran a safe haven. There were specific instances when the U.S. government worked through General Noriega. These were major considerations, Winters insisted. The former U.S. ambassador to Panama, Arthur Davis, testified that Noriega did a lot of good work, not just for the United States but for the people of Panama. Noriega's judge apparently agreed. In March 1999 his jail sentence was slashed from 40 years to 10 years, making eligible for parole in less than a year. No one explained why, if Noriega had been such a great and valuable friend to the U.S. government, it had been necessary to invade his country and haul him to the United States in chains, killing scores of American soldiers and Panamanian citizens in the process. 2 weeks later, civil rights lawyers in Oakland and Los Angeles filed a class action suit against the CIA and the Department of Justice, charging that the secret 1982 agreement between CIA Director William Casey and Attorney General William French Smith was illegal and led to policies protecting, rather than stopping, drug trafficking in crack cocaine. Filed on behalf of the residents of a half-dozen inner-city neighborhoods ravaged by crack, the lawsuit argued that the agreement interfered with law enforcement's efforts to thwart the importation of crack cocaine. As a result, the plaintiffs declared, their neighborhoods gradually became unlivable. Dangerous, impoverished, and inadequately supported by social services. Legal experts gave the suit little chance of success. As the Christic Institute found out in 1986 when it brought its historic civil racketeering case against the CIA operatives running the Contra War in Costa Rica, the federal courts can be a brutal arena in which to fight U.S. government policy. One of the questions I have been asked many times since the story broke is this: now that the facts are out there, what can we do? My answer, depressing and cynical as it may be, is always the same. Not much. Not now. And certainly not until the American public and its congressional representatives regain control of the CIA and shred the curtain of secrecy that keeps us from discovering these crimes of state until it is too late. Perhaps when the government officials who presided over these outrages are safely in their crypts, and their apologists and cheerleaders are buried with them, future historians can finally call these men to account for the miseries they caused. Even if that's all that ever happens, it will be fitting and just, because the favorable judgment of history is ultimately what they craved. Notes on sources. Because I find footnotes extraordinarily distracting, I have elected not to use them. The information is sourced in the chapter notes in the order of its appearance in the text. Each note is preceded by the page number it refers to, and an identifying phrase. This book is based primarily upon public record sources, declassified U.S. government documents, mostly from the files of Iran-Contra independent counsel Lawrence Walsh at the National Archives, unclassified records released under the Freedom of Information Act, a mere shadow of what it once was, DIA tapes and DIA and FBI reports released to various defense attorneys under pretrial discovery, congressional reports and hearing transcripts and pleadings in state and federal courts. Mainly in California and Florida, corporate records from California, Florida, and Nicaragua, records of the Nicaraguan Supreme Court, and reports of the Costa Rican Legislative Assembly and the Costa Rican Organization de Investigación Judicial, OIJ, a law enforcement body similar in function to the FBI in the United States. In the text, when the words "said in an interview" are used, it refers to an interview done by the author and/or his colleague George Hodel. Interviews conducted by other journalists, when more than one direct quotation is used, are noted in the text. In other cases, the source of the quotation is listed in the chapter notes. The use of unidentified sources has been kept to an absolute minimum because I do not trust unsourced information as a general rule. If a source is unidentified, it was at the source's insistence, and I have attempted to identify the source's position as specifically as possible. At times, it may seem as if the sources are unnamed, i.e., acquaintances say, but normally their names will be disclosed in the chapter notes. After the first mention, the following abbreviations are used in the chapter notes. FBI's Foreign Broadcast Information Service, a remarkable resource provided by our more useful friends at the CIA. FBI's microfiche is available at federal repository libraries across the country. Laxo reports Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office exhibits and interviews, most of them tape-recorded, conducted by investigators for Sheriff Sherman Block in the fall of 1996. In the text, when someone is quoted as having told police investigators, or told LA detectives, the quotation or information can safely be assumed to have come from the Laxo reports and appendices. Those reports are summaries of interviews and usually not the subject's verbatim statement. However, I have assumed that the sheriffs accurately reported the spirit of the subject's statement. When possible, the accuracy was checked with the subject. CIA-IG cables, interviews, and summaries contained in the Central Intelligence Agency Inspector General Report of Investigation, allegations of connections between CIA and the Contras in cocaine trafficking to the United States, 96-0143, IG, Volume 1, The California Story, January 29, 1998, Frederick P. Hitz, Inspector General. This is a declassified version of a much longer report released to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, which has never been released to the public. From my reading of the declassified version, it is obvious that considerable information has been censored. In the text, when a source is quoted as having told the CIA, told CIA inspectors, or told CIA investigators, it is almost always a reference to an interview summarized in this report. Again, I can only assume the CIA related the interviews accurately and fairly, since the actual transcripts have not been made public. CIA IG-2 Volume 2. The Contra Story, L. Britt Snyder, Inspector General, October 8, 1998. This is the second volume of the above report, released by Fred Hitz's successor. Like the first volume, it was heavily censored before it was made public. DOJ-IG The CIA Contra Crack Cocaine Controversy, a review of the Justice Department's investigations and prosecutions, Michael Bromwich, Inspector General, U.S. Department of Justice, Washington, D.C., December 1997. This report, which was censored and withheld from public release for 6 months on orders of Attorney General Janet Reno, allegedly for Danilo Blandon's protection, focused on the many fruitless investigations of the Contra traffickers by the Drug Enforcement Administration and Federal Bureau of Investigation. Quotes attributed to the Justice Department's Inspector General are taken from this report. U.S. v. James. The March 1996 criminal trial of Curtis James, Ricky Ross, and Michael McLaurin, 95 CR 353H, U.S. District Court, Southern District of California. If Danilo Blandon is quoted directly in the text, it is a quotation taken from either the court reporter's transcript of his sworn testimony as a government witness or the actual tape of his testimony, as I found there were sometimes substantive differences. In many cases, quotations from Ricky Ross came from his sworn testimony in U.S. v. James, though other quotations came from his interviews with the author and/or other journalists. Those other sources are separately noted. Blandon G.J. The February 1994 testimony of Danilo Blandon before a federal grand jury for the Northern District of California, taken as part of a federal investigation of Norwin Menezes. At the time of this testimony, Blandon was cooperating with the government. In the text, if Blandon is quoted as having told a grand jury, or testified secretly, it is this testimony to which the text is referring. C.R. Pros The Public Prosecutor's Investigation on La Penca Case, San Jose, Costa Rica, December 26, 1989. This was a report of an investigation by Jorge Chavarria Guzman, then the prosecuting attorney for San Jose. Chavarria investigated the attempted assassination of Contra commander Eden Pastora at the La Penca rebel camp on May 30, 1984, but he also examined a host of other cases of Costa Rican-based Contras involved in drug trafficking. Included as exhibits are numerous court records from Costa Rican criminal cases. In the text, if information is attributed to a Costa Rican prosecutor's report, it is a reference to this report. CRAC 2 Segundo Informe de la Comisión sobre el Narcotráfico, Asamblea Legislativa, August 1989. This is the second report of the Costa Rican Legislative Assembly's Commission on Narcotics Trafficking, which examined the explosion of cocaine trafficking in that country during the mid-1980s. After studying the involvement of Contras and U.S. officials with illegal arms running and drug trafficking, the Commission recommended that former Ambassador Louis Tams, CIA Station Chief Joe Fernandez, Lt. Col. Oliver North, former National Security Advisor John Poindexter, and former Air Force General Richard Secord be forever denied entry to Costa Rica, a recommendation that was adopted by Costa Rican President Oscar Arias and largely ignored by the U.S. media. Kerry Report Drugs, Law Enforcement and Foreign Policy, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1988, 1166-page report by Sen. John Kerry's Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics and International Operations, Kerry Committee, December 1988. Prologue, it was like they didn't want to know peace. About a convicted cocaine trafficker, Gary Webb, blunder jeopardizes drug cases, San Jose Mercury News, June 11, 1995. The Forfeiture Racket, Gary Webb, The Forfeiture Racket, San Jose Mercury News, August 29, 1993, and Webb, The Money Tree, San Jose Mercury News, August 30, 1993. Jim Doyle, 4 indicted in prison breakout plot, San Francisco Chronicle, April 29, 1994. Seth Rosenfeld, federal jailbreak plot charged, San Francisco Examiner, April 19, 1994. It is not the first time, Howard Mintz, prosecutors' missteps place prison escape case in jeopardy, San Francisco Daily Recorder, February 1996. Ask about the cocaine smuggling, protesters interrupt North with Contra allegations, Los Angeles Times, July 9, 1987. The men, Michael Bardoff and Michael Kreese, were later fined $200 but refused to pay it. People did more time for burglary. In 1992 the average federal prison sentence for burglary was 52 months. For pornography, it was 41 months, for robbery 101 months and 43 months for assault. Sourcebook of Criminal Justice Statistics, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1996, 445. Though his court files say Blandon was sentenced to 28 months, it's not certain he was in jail all that time. When U.S. Rep. Maxine Waters of Los Angeles asked the Bureau of Prisons in 1996 for his prison records from San Diego, the San Diego facility reported it had no record of him ever being confined there. Strongly suggested that Menezes, too, had been dealing. Jonathan Marshall, Nicaraguan's arrest ex-Bay man linked to cocaine, Contras, San Francisco Chronicle, December 16, 1991, and Seth Rosenfeld, Nicaraguan exiles cocaine Contra connections, San Francisco Examiner, June 23, 1986. 1987 FBI Report, 1987 FBI Interviews, FBI 302, Record of Interview with Dennis Ainsworth, San Francisco, January 21, 1987, File IC 600-1, Sub. F9, Office of Independent Counsel, Record of Interview, Dennis William Ainsworth, Berkeley, California, March 5, 1987, file IC 600-1, sub. F18. 1. A pretty secret kind of thing. Let's talk like friends. Anastasio Somoza, Nicaragua betrayed, Boston, Western Islands Publishers, 1980, 333-55. This autobiography also provides a detailed chronology of Somoza's last days in power. His historical relationship and cooperation with the CIA are explained on 169-75. Additional conversations between Somoza and Petsulo in Anthony Lake, Somoza Falling, New York, Houghton Mifflin, 1989, 231-36. Vaunted National Guard collapsed. Details of the collapse of the National Guard and the final days of the Somoza regime were drawn from the July 1979 Central American reports of the Foreign Broadcast Information Service. Recent developments concerning the state of cocaine. Tennyson Geyer, quoted in House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control, Cocaine, a major drug issue of the 70s, hearings before the House of Representatives, 96 CONG, First Sess. The hearings took place July 24 and 26 and October 10, 1979. Rediscovery of cocaine in the 70s, psychiatrist Ronald Siegel, quoted in Dr. Gabriel Naja's, Cocaine, The Great White Plague, Middlebury, VT, Paul Erickson Publisher, 1989, 129. My First 10 Years, Gerald Smith, interview by author. And That Brought BYCK, Dr. Robert BYCK, interview by author. Dr. Raul Jerry had been insisting. Jerry reported his conclusions in Consumption of Dangerous Drugs by Members of the Armed Forces and the Police in Peru, Rev. Sanad. Minist. Int. 37, 1976 104-12, The Syndrome of Coca Paste, Rev. Sanad. Minist. Int. 39, 1978 1-18, and Further Experience with the Syndromes Produced by Coca Paste Smoking, in Cocaine 1980, Proceedings of the Inter-American Seminar on Medical and Sociological Aspects of Coca and Cocaine, Lima, Peru, Pacific Press, 1980. Dr. Nils Noye. Began making similar claims, Noye, Coca, and Cocaine, A Perspective from Bolivia, in the International Challenge of Drug Abuse, NIDA Research Monograph No. 19, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1978, 82-90. Some of America's leading researchers. An excellent summary of early research reports can be found in R.K. Siegel, Cocaine Smoking, Journal of Psychoactive Drugs, Winter 1982, 301-10. Immediately after smoking, pure cocaine proves devastating, Journal, January 1, 1978, 1, cited in Siegel, Cocaine Smoking, 304. Fairly rudimentary proposal, Dr. David Polly, interview by author. Polly's study was published as Cocaine Plasma Levels After Cocaine Paste Smoking, in Cocaine 1980, 106-10. A Growing Trend, Ronald K. Siegel, Letter to the Editor, New England Journal of Medicine 300, No. 7, February 15, 1979, 373. Siegel was interviewed by the author. Increased Happiness and Contentment with Life, Ronald K. Siegel, Cocaine, Recreational Use and Intoxication, in Cocaine 1977, NIDA Research Monograph No. 13, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1977. Most Expensive of All Mood Changers, Dr. Sidney Cohen, Coca Paste and Freebase, New Fashions in Cocaine Use, Drug Abuse and Alcoholism Newsletter, Vista Hill Foundation, 9, No. 3, April 1980. I Have Had to Sell Even My Clothes, Gregorio Aramia and Mario Sanchez, in Cocaine 1980, 120-26. Impact of these experiences, Siegel, Cocaine Smoking, 293. California Conference on Cocaine, Details of the Santa Monica Conference in Najas, Cocaine, 128-37. 2. We were the first, the world on a platter. Details of Danilo Blandin's life in pre-revolutionary Nicaragua came from his testimony in USV. James, March 7, 1996. Additional details of Blandin's family history as well as the family history of his wife, Kipita Murillo, were gained from the author's interviews of Blandin's cousin Flor Reyes, his attorney Jose Macario Estrada, his supplier Norwin Menezes, and his wife's uncle Orlando Murillo. More details were gained from George Hodel's interviews of Moises Hassan, Eden Pastora, Roger Mayorga, Orlando Murillo, Blanca Margarita Menezes, and Norwin Menezes. Though Somoza's army had beaten them down, the final days of the struggle with the Sandinistas are described in Anthony Lake, Somoza Falling, New York, Houghton Mifflin, 1989, 219, and Robert Kagan, A Twilight Struggle, New York, Free Press, 1996, 84. I cannot think of a single thing. Exchange between Ed Cook and Lucy Benson before the Subcommittee on Foreign Operations and Appropriations of the House Appropriations Committee, March 24, 1977. Somoza is known to have instructed, Sally Shelton's statements were made before the Subcommittee on International Organizations of the House International Relations Committee, February 16, 1978. Gustavo L. Tigre Medina. Details of Medina's background and Sandinista views regarding him were gained during authors' interviews with Gustavo Medina, Juan C. Wong, Leonardo Hernandez, and Jose Macario Estrada. Additional information in Oleg Ignatieff and Genrik Borovic, The Agony of a Dictatorship, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1980, 80. Allegations of cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. State Department report submitted to the House Committee on International Relations and the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, February 3, 1978. Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Did its own inspection, Organization of American States, report on the situation of human rights in Nicaragua, findings of on-site observation in the Republic of Nicaragua, October 3-12, 1978. 100 of Nicaraguans struggle daily, Panamanian Radio Report, in FBI's Daily Summary for Central America, June 11, 1979, 11. Blandin's job was to award grants, Danilo Blandin, testimony in USV. James. I want the US people to help me, Somoza's radio address, in FBI's Daily Summary for Central America, June 19, 1979, 16. Blandin fell in with the Red Cross convoy, Blandin, testimony in USV. James. Brothers named Torres, Ibid. Cousins of Pablo Escobar. The Torres' relationship with Escobar was obtained from 1996 LA. County Sheriff's Office, Laxo, interviews of retired Bell Police Detective Jerry Guzita, authors' interviews with Guzita, and George Hodel's interviews with Norwin Menezes. Blossoming Miami Cocaine Market, description of early Miami cocaine market taken from Kerry Report, 27, and from Guy Goliata and Jeff Lean, Kings of Cocaine, New York, Harper and Row, 1990 14-15. I was the first. Details of Blandin's early involvement with the Contras in LA came from his testimony in USV. James, and his interviews with the Central Intelligence Agency Inspector General's Office, January 1998, CIAIG, 69-70. You Americans have no idea, Jose Macario Estrada, interview by author. Blandin applied for political asylum, Danilo Blandin, IN's application for permanent residence, December 10, 1986. One of the earliest founders of the FDN. Details of Blandin's pro-Contra activities in LA obtained from George Hodel's interviews with William Fonseca. Luis Pelaez de Bail. Began making the rounds, Roy Gutman, Banana Diplomacy, New York, Touchstone, 1988, 40-41. He fit the profile, Sam Dillon, Commandos, New York, Henry Holt, 1991, 65. Details of Enrique Bermudez's background are on p. 62, see also Christopher Dickey, with the Contras, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1985, 62, 80. Americans thought so highly of him. U.S. recommendation of Bermudez to Somoza reported in Anastasio Somoza, Nicaragua Betrayed, Boston, Western Islands Publishers, 1980, 383. Invited Bermudez to the Pentagon. Bermudez's recruitment into CIA reported by Dillon, Commandos, 62-63. Legion of September 15 criminal history cited in CIA IG2, 62-7. One of the earliest written accounts. Latin American Regional Reports, August 13, 1982. Telephone number of Colonel Ricardo Lau, Dickey, with the Contras, 88. We had to provide some cars, Danilo Blandon, testimony in U.S. v. James. 3. The Brotherhood of Military Minds. He had to talk to me. Danilo Blandon's descriptions of his early involvement with Norwin Menezes are taken from his testimony in U.S. v. James, his testimony before the grand jury for the Northern District of California, Grand Jury 93-5, Grand Jury Investigation 930-1035, February 3, 1994, and his statements in DOJ-IG, CH2, B. FBI report on Menezes cited at DOJ-IG, CH3, C. People who know Barrios describe him. Descriptions of Donald Barrios from authors' interviews with Jose Macario Estrada and Ariel Solorzano Jr., and from George Hodel's interview with Moises Hassan. A partner of Violeta Chamorro, Norwin Menezes' business partnership with Chamorro was discovered by George Hodel in the corporate records of Inversiones Financieras S.A. I was in the plane, Gustavo Medina, interview by author. A restaurant and an investment company, Barrios and Medina were partners in Los Ranchos de Miami Incorporated, and BMS Investments Inc. A career criminal. Details of Norwin Menezes' early career as a trafficker were taken from authors and George Hodel's interviews with Roger Mayorga. Mayorga's declarations to the 5th District Criminal Court, Managua, November 21, 1991, November 16, 1981, affidavit of DIA agent Sandra Smith in U.S. v. 60, Plymouth Circle, Daly City, California, 1828 MW, Northern District of California, Eduardo Marenco, History of a Nicaraguan Godfather, El Seminario, August 15, 1996, Roberto Fonseca. Menezes, King of Drugs, Barricada, November 16, 1991, and Eloisa Ibarra, Arce refuses to testify in cocaine case, La Prensa, November 22, 1991. One of the most totally corrupt military establishments in the world, Richard Millett, Guardians of the Dynasty, Marinolle, N.Y., Orbis Books, 1977, 251. Another brother, Brigadier General Fermín Menezes, commanded the Guardia Garrison, Organization of American States, report on the situation of human rights in Nicaragua, findings of on-site observation in the Republic of Nicaragua, October 3-12, 1978, 14, FBI's Daily Summary for Central America, August 16, 1978, 4, and Juan C. Wong, interview by author. Anti-Sandinista to the Death, Marenco, History of a Nicaraguan Godfather. Nicaragua is one of the few countries, Sally Sheldon, statement before the Subcommittee on International Organizations of the House International Relations Committee, February 16, 1978. Gambling, alcoholism, drugs, prostitution, pastoral letter, in exhibits to hearing of House Committee on International Relations, February 16, 1978, 108-10. Edmundo Menezes' background was gathered from testimony before House Committee on International Relations, April 30, 1977, 231, and authors' interviews with Jose Macario Estrada, Juan C. Wong, Peter Dale Scott, and Rafael Cornejo. Used a Nicaraguan Air Force plane. DOJIG, CH-4, 4A. Starting up an armed guerrilla group, Marenco, history of a Nicaraguan godfather. Norwin appears to have literally gotten away with murder, Ecobado Aborto, an old crime in the history of Norwin, Barricada, November 26, 1991, arrest order for Norwin Menezes, La Prensa, June 10, 1977, threats to Norwin's family. La Prensa, June 17, 1977, and Rafael Cornejo, interview by author. Jairo Menezes debriefing, DOJIG, CH3, E, FBI Mexico City request, DOJIG, CH3, C. Ambassador Menezes was machine-gunned, FBI's Daily Summary for Central America, September 18, 1978, September 19, 1978, and October 2, 1978, and Oleg Ignatieff and Genrik Borovic, The Agony of a Dictatorship, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1980, 68. Guerrillas of Pangasinan, Marenco, History of a Nicaraguan Godfather. Norwin. Left Nicaragua in early June 1979, Norwin Menezes, interview by author and George Hodel. Menezes played a key role. DIA informant quoted in DOJIG, CH4, PT2. Posed as a successful businessman, information about Norwin's businesses in San Francisco from authors' interviews of Menezes, Seth Rosenfeld, Nicaraguan exiles cocaine Contra connection, San Francisco Examiner, June 23, 1986, and Guillermo Fernandez, NICA resident here is supposed head of Ring, La Nacion, December 1, 1986. Records of Norwin's property purchases were found by author in San Mateo County Clerk's Office. Court records show, Special Agent Ronald J. Kimball, Costa Rican DIA report, DIA file GFR 3, 76, 4001, December 29, 1976. One of the men. CIA IG2, 62-4. An interesting combination, Sandra Smith, interview by author. Arrested for cocaine sales, details of Roger Menezes and Omar Menezes' arrests contained in Smith affidavit, USV 60, Plymouth Circle. Smith got a break, information about Baldwin Park investigation, Julio Bermudez's arrest, and Jairo Menezes' search was contained in Smith affidavit, USV 60, Plymouth Circle. Blandon accepted Menezes' pitch, Blandon, testimony in USV. James. The visit by Bermudez was contained in his CIAIG interview. On an FDN fundraising committee, Menezes explained his role with the Contras in interviews with the author and George Hodel. Blandon's description of Menezes' role was contained in Blandon's CIAIG interview. Additional details in Douglas Farah, Nicaraguan is reputed link between Contras and cocaine sales in California, Washington Post, October 4, 1996, Tim Golden, pivotal figures of newspaper series may be only bit players, New York Times, October 20, 1996, Ricardo Gutierrez, Show de Defensores de Narcos, El Nuevo Diario, August 15, 1992. Adolfo Calero. Denied, Farah, Nicaraguan is reputed link. Brotherhood of Military Minds, Edgar Chamorro, interview by author. The ends justify the means, details of Blandon's meeting with Bermudez came from Blandon's testimony in USV. James, and his CIAIG interviews. Illicit or Dirty Business, Senate Intelligence Committee, November 1996. Langley was informed by cable, CIAIG 2, 66-7. Escorted to Tegucigalpa Airport, CIAIG, 71. Mr. Menezes explained to me, Blandon's training sessions as a cocaine dealer were detailed in both his testimony in USV. James and Blandon G.J. Blandon was introduced, Torres brothers' statements reported by agents Bruce A. Burroughs and Don A. Allen, FBI 302 report, Case File 245 BSF 96287, May 5, 1992. Denies traveling with Blandon, Frank Vigil, interview by author and George Hodel. Keepita called me, Orlando Murillo, interview by author and George Hodel. Blandon fled Nicaragua, Chuck Jones's affidavit, filed in the matter of the search of premises commonly known as Storage Unit L7, Security First Self-Storage, 3089 Main Street, Chula Vista, California, 92, 2083 M, Southern District of California, May 18, 1992. 4. I never sent cash. Details of the formation of UDN Farn in Miami are contained in Shirley Christian, Nicaragua, Revolution in the Family, New York, Random House, 1985, 228-29, and Glenn Garvin, Everybody Had His Own Gringo, McLean, Virginia, Brassies, 1992, 25-26. The weapons shipments are detailed in Martha Honey, Hostile Acts, Gainesville, University of Florida Press, 1994, 224. The generals there had a deal for them, Roy Gutman, Banana Diplomacy, New York, Touchstone, 1988, 52-54. The assault on the radio station is described by Christopher Dickey, with the Contras, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1985, 90-92, and Garvin, His Own Gringo, 33-34. Reagan. Authorized the CIA, Dickey. With the Contras, 104. We were practically official guests. A transcript of William Baltodano Herrera's tape-recorded interview was contained in Dieter Icke and Carlos Rincon, The Contras, Interviews with Anti-Sandinistas, San Francisco, Synthesis Publications, 1984, 17-29. It was in Buenos Aires, Pedro Javier Núñez Cabezas, cited in Icke and Rincon, The Contras, 45-55. Jairo confessed to federal prosecutors, DOJ-IG, CH3, PTL, E. Indications that Bermudez was personally corrupt, and Manuel, Nicaragua, new U.S. aid won't end Contra investigation, Interpress Service, July 1, 1986. Agree to join efforts, details of the creation of FDN taken from Peter Kornbluh, Nicaragua, the price of intervention, Washington, D.C., Institute for Policy Studies, 1987, 26, Garvin, His Own Gringo, 38, and Gutman, Banana Diplomacy, 56. Single most detested group of Nicaraguans, Stephen Kinzer, Blood of Brothers, New York, Doubleday, 1991. Partners in a Miami restaurant, Enriquez Sanchez was a partner in Los Ranchos de Miami Incorporated. Calero's Hatchet Man, Oliver North, notebook entry for January 28, 1986. Sanchez became one of the Contras' top strategists. Aminda Marcus Gonzalez, Aristides Sanchez dies, Miami Herald, September 8, 1993. $29 million isn't going to buy you much, Bobby Inman, quoted in Bob Woodward, Vail, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1987, 192. Role of American mercenary, Alfonso Chardy, CIA-backed fighters no longer boast of toppling Sandinistas, agency says, Miami Herald, May 23, 1983. Deny having met with any U.S. government officials, Edgar Chamorro, Packaging the Contras, New York, Institute for Media Analysis, 1987. Just for sitting around at a desk, Hector Francis's statements were published as an appendix to Chamorro, Packaging the Contras. Torres stated, FBI report, 1992. 5. God, Fatherland, and Freedom. Details of Carlos Cabezas's background and employment history came from interviews with Cabezas by the author and/or George Hodel, his testimony of November 28, 1984, in U.S. v. Julio Zavala et al., 83, County Route 0154 U.S. District Court, Northern District of California, and Leo McCarthy, U.S. Department of Probation and Parole, to U.S. Magistrate Owen E. Woodruff, letter, February 18, 1983. Details of Julio Zavala's background came from interviews with Carlos Cabezas, his testimony in U.S. v. Zavala, and McCarthy to Woodruff, letter. FBI had joined the chase. Most of the details of the FBI's investigation of Cabezas and Zavala were contained in the master affidavit of FBI agent David E. Alba, filed in support of an application for electronic surveillance. Alba's August 1982 affidavit is part of the case file in U.S. v. Zavala. Recently declassified CIA Inspector General's report, the CIA's early interest in Zavala was disclosed in CIA IG, 84. Sanchez said he flew for the CIA. Troilo Sanchez, interview by author George Hodel and Nicaraguan reporter Roberto Orozco, who was later fired by La Prensa for investigating the Blandon Menezes money laundering operations in Managua. We are like family, Menezes, interview by Guillermo Fernandez R., La Nación, Costa Rica, December 1, 1986. Fernandez was forced to flee Costa Rica because of death threats after publishing his extensive 1986 series in Contra-related drug trafficking. FBI teletype shows that by November 1982, reprinted in Kerry Report, 400-409. Troilo sold 200 pounds, Contra accuses other rebels of corruption, drug trafficking, UPI, April 26, 1986. The story was datelined to Tegucigalpa, Honduras. Interview with a British television crew. Dewey Claridge's comments about Ivan Gomez were made to a film crew from ITV, London, The Big Story, which aired in December 1996. The CIA report confirms, CIA IG 207-229. During the CIA polygraph tests, Gomez changed his story about the money laundering several times. The polygraphers concluded Gomez had been involved in illegal drug deals, drug money laundering, and may have been conducting these activities after joining the CIA. They also believed he was not telling them the whole story about the crimes to which he'd confessed. Well known to the company, Agent Sandalio Gonzalez, DIA 6, file opening report debriefing of STF 78, 0006, CI, February 6, 1984, file GFTF 84, 4004. Pereira was arrested in Miami. Details of Pereira's arrest are contained in a January 10, 1983, application for an extension of a wiretap by FBI Special Agent David Alba. FBI started taking the operation apart. Details of the surveillance and arrests at Pier 96 are contained in an application for a search warrant dated February 14, 1983, by FBI Special Agent David Alba, filed as part of the pleadings in U.S. v. Zavala. Other details came from a story by Maitland Zane, cocaine seized from frogmen at SF. Pier, San Francisco Chronicle, January 18, 1983. The very same ship. Was found in Houston. The Houston raid on the Ciudad de Cucuta was reported by UPI on May 17, 1984. UPI reported 3 other Gran Colombiana line drug seizures in Los Angeles on May 14, 1986, January 18, 1984, and January 30, 1983, and reported on the Frogman case seizure on January 17, 1983. At 7 a.m. on February 15, search warrant return was found in case file of U.S. v. Zavala, currently on file at the National Archives, San Bruno, California. Iverson handed Peckham 2 letters. Details of Iverson's meetings with Peckham and the court squabble over the depositions were filed in numerous documents, U.S. v. Zavala. The conversations between Iverson, Peckham, and Mark Zainides were taken from the trial transcripts in U.S. v. Zavala. Costa Rican CIA station fired off a cable. A summary of the CIA cables was contained in CIA IG. The Justice Department Inspector General's conclusions are contained in DOJIG, CH8, PT2, E. 6. They were doing their patriotic duty. All of the quotes from Blandin came from either his testimony in USV James or Blandin GJ. I keeping the books from L.A. The Q&A was from an exchange between Ricky Ross's defense attorney Alan Fenster and Blandin during USV James. I went one time, John Lacombe, interview by author. Nephews all drove flashy new cars, Gloria Lopez, interview by author. Jamie Sr., I respected him, Rafael Cornejo, interview by author. Murdered in 1990, Jamie Menezes' murder was reported by Rodrigo Peralta, Crimen en Asalto a Financiera, La Nación, June 27, 1990, and Tomas Zamora, Aclaran Crimen de Empresario, La Nación, August 31, 1990. JDM artwork, records on file at the Division of Corporations of the California Secretary of State. Eden Pastora said he visited the firm, Eden Pastora, interview by George Hodel. Pastora aide Carol Prado claimed, Carol Prado, interview by author and George Hodel. Former associate of Blandin, Puerto Rican associate, interview by author. He declined to be named because, he says, he was frightened of Blandin. He provided the author with a copy of the photograph of Blandin in the FDN office in LA. CIA cables filed in federal court. The 1984 CIA cable was filed as an exhibit in USV James and later summarized more thoroughly in CIAIG. 1986 interview. The interview with Menezes was conducted by Seth Rosenfeld of the San Francisco Examiner. Appeared like a fundraiser. Edgar Chamorro, quoted in Seth Rosenfeld, Nicaraguan exiles cocaine Contra connection, San Francisco Examiner, June 23, 1986. Renato Pina interview, DOJIG, CH4, PT2, 5B. Menezes interview with CIA, CIAIG, 76. It's true, it was widely spread around. Juan C. Wong, interview by author. People were being arrested. Bradley Brunon, interview by author. Ronald J. Lister, Lister's military service records were exhibits to Laxo Report, November 1996. Always very successful, LT. Danielle Adams, interview by author. You hear lots of things about Ron Lister, Chief Neil Purcell, interview by author. Pyramid International's corporate records are on file at the Division of Corporations, California Secretary of State. Through a Beverly Hills business connection, Ronald Lister was interviewed 4 separate times by Laxo investigators, November 6, 1996, by LT. Michael Bornman and SGT. Axel Anderson, again on November 6, by Bornman, on November 7, 1996, by Bornman, and on November 23, 1996, by Bornman and Anderson. He was also interviewed in CIAIG, 55-59. He refused 2 written interview requests by author. Blandin described his partnership with Lister in DOJIG, CH5, PT.LB. I think I was actually an officer. Christopher Moore, interview by author. The Reagan Doctrine may have been born in El Salvador. Robert Kagan, A Twilight Struggle, New York, Free Press, 1996, 209. Reason. William Casey gave to Congress. Casey's briefing described by Roy Gutman, Banana Diplomacy, New York, Touchstone, 1988, p. 85. Under the guise of anti-communism, Oliver L. North, Under Fire, New York, HarperCollins, 1991, 224. Colonel Nicholas Carranza's role with the death squads and the CIA was reported by Bob Woodward, Vail, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1987, 262. The interviews with Lister and the FBI informant are summarized in DOJIG, CH5, PT1B. Lister's company. Made a security proposal. A copy of the pyramid proposal was provided to the author by a member of the raid team, Robert Juarez. We Need the Know-How. The Cabazon letters to Tim LaFrance were published by John Connolly, Spy Magazine, April 1992, as was the quote from the Wackenhut employee. The Cabazon projects were reported by Jonathan Littman in a series in the San Francisco Chronicle, September 4, September 6, and September 13, 1991. Spies, arms merchants, and others. Casolaro's involvement with the Cabazon investigation is detailed in Michael Taylor and Jonathan Littman, Death of Conspiracy Investigator Probed, San Francisco Chronicle, February 11, 1994. His memoirs, Compromised. Terry Reed and John Cummings. Compromised, Kew Gardens, NY, Clandestine Publishing, 1995. Attempt to portray Reed as a crackpot conspiracy theorist, Howard Schneider, Clandestination Arkansas, Washington Post, July 21, 1994. For a considerably more intelligent look at the goings-on at MENA, see Alexander Coburn's columns from The Nation, March 12, 1992, and March 28, 1992, reprinted in Coburn, The Golden Age is in Us, New York, Verso, 1995, 264-68. Reed's book contains transcripts of interviews Time magazine reporter Richard Beer did while putting together his appalling hatchet job on Reed. The story, which appeared in Time, April 20, 1992, resulted in a libel suit against Beer, during which his interview tapes were produced. To get a flavor of how diligently and open-mindedly the national news media has checked out allegations of government complicity in narcotics trafficking, Beer's obsequious interview with Oliver North, 642-44, a pardoned criminal, is illuminating. The only national media outlets to take MENA seriously have been Penthouse and the Wall Street Journal. Penthouse, in July 1995, published Sally Denton and Roger Morris's heavily documented story, The Crimes of MENA, after the Washington Post once again lost its nerve and sat on it. For a mealy-mouthed and self-serving explanation of that act of courage, see Put on Hold, Washington Post, February 12, 1995. The WSJ has printed Micah Morrison's reporting on its much-maligned editorial page. See, for example, Mysterious MENA, CIA discloses, Leach disposes, January 29, 1997. Seal detailed his cocaine smuggling activities. IRS says smuggler owes $29 million, seizes his property. Baton Rouge State Times, February 5, 1986. The letter to Mies was reported by Denton and Morris, Crimes of MENA, 60. Honda Carib Cargo Incorporated. Details of Honda Carib's involvement with Barry Seal and the Contras were in the Kerry Report, 44-45 and 278-97. 1 DC4 Moss used, the April 28, 1987 cable reporting discovery of CIA phone numbers in a suspected drug plane is summarized in CIA IG 283. North's notebook entry for August 9, 1985, shows Owens warning about the New Orleans-based DC-6. North was being regularly briefed. North's notebooks, entries for June and July 1984. Copies are on file at the National Security Archive at George Washington University, Washington. North was briefed by CIA official Dwayne Dewey Claridge, another Iran-Contra indictee, who was then in charge of the Contra project. Much of the information about North's involvement with the SEAL CIA sting can be found in Enforcement of Narcotics, Firearms, and Money Laundering Laws, a record of the oversight hearings of the Subcommittee on Crime of the House Judiciary Committee, July 28, September 23, 29 and October 5, 1988, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1989. The murder of a DIA agent. FBI report from the special agent in charge of the Washington FBI field office to the director of the FBI, Nicaraguan Active Measures Program directed against Lt. Col. Oliver North, June 11, 1986. The report was found in the microfiche of the National Security Archive's Iran-Contra Compendium, Making of a Scandal. A Contras CIA operative, Roger Morris, Partners in Power, New York, Henry Holt, 1996, 389-427. Associates of SEAL, Kerry Report, 121. It was a CIA operation, Larry Patterson, cited in Morris, Partners in Power, 426. John Bender. Swore in a deposition, R. Emmett Tyrell Jr., The Arkansas Drug Shuttle, American Spectator, August 1995. This article also contains Brown's statements about Clinton's knowledge. FBI's description of its investigation, FBI. National Narcotics Report for 1988, 254. It is an exhibit to the official report of the June 6 and August 8, 1988, hearings of the Subcommittee on Criminal Justice of the House Committee on the Judiciary. Whatever the limits, Morris, Partners in Power, 425. Darkest Backwater, Susan Schmidt, CIA probed in alleged arms shipments, Washington Post, August 7, 1996. Joint Training Operation, Kathy Keeley, CIA admits 2-week training exercise at Mena, Arkansas Democrat Gazette, August 9, 1996. Coded Records, Morris, Partners in Power, 392. Dia wanted them to happen, Tim LaFrance, interview by LA journalist Nix Cook. It was kind of touchy, John Vendwerker, interview by Nix Cook. FDN couldn't collect sufficient funds, Norwin Menezes, interview by George Hodel and the author. Contacts with the Contras, Tim Golden, pivotal figures of newspaper series may be only bit players, New York Times, October 20, 1996. Led a sales team, Victor Marina and William Rempel, ex-associates doubt one-time drug traffickers' claim of CIA ties, Los Angeles Times, October 21, 1996. In 1990 Marina was given a copy of some of the evidence seized from Lister's house during a 1986 drug raid and either threw it away, lost it, or gave it to another reporter who lost it. Reporter Jim Newton told the LA County Sheriff's Office in 1996 that the Times was administratively embarrassed that the documents given to Marina for safekeeping could no longer be found. A federal prosecutor immediately objected. This was Assistant U.S. Attorney L.J. O'Neill, during U.S. v. James. 7. Something happened to Yvonne. Many of the quotes from Ross in this chapter come from his sworn testimony in U.S. v. James. The author also interviewed Ross extensively, but whenever possible his court testimony was used in the text. Information from the interviews was used if his testimony did not address a particular issue, if it expanded upon a point made during the testimony, or was more understandable. Onto something new, Jesse Katz, deposed King of Crack, L.A. Times, December 20, 1994, 8:20. His polyester shirt had melted. Time, June 23, 1980, 10. Pryor's explanations for the accident were made to People Weekly, June 29, 1981, 74-78, and Ebony, October 1980, 42. When Cocaine Can Kill, Newsweek, June 23, 1980, 30. NBA Freebase Use, NBA and Cocaine, Nothing to Snort At, L.A. Times, August 19, 1980. Harrison Act Yellow Journalism, Ronald Siegel, Cocaine Smoking, Journal of Psychoactive Drugs, October, December 1982, 296. Relatively High Cost and Difficulty, Stephen R. Belenko, Crack and Evolution of Anti-Drug Policy, Westport, Con, Greenwood Press, 1993, 4. Rand Institute Study, Jonathan P. Calkins. Developing Price Series for Cocaine, Drug Policy Research Series, Santa Monica, California, Rand Institute, 1994. You heard Tootie's name, Stephen Pollock, interview by author. Ain't never been big, Ronald L. Sobel, drug dealer admits, I sold them, L.A. Times, June 11, 1984. Amounts of cocaine he allegedly dealt, William Overend, Adventures in the Drug Trade, L.A. Times Magazine, May 7, 1989. Sometime thief, sometime student. Details of Ross's background and childhood came from interviews with Ross, his mother, Annie Ross, and his brother, David Ross, which were conducted by the author. There exists no information to substantiate your membership. Ross's lack of gang affiliation was reported in a memo from B. Davis, Pima Unit Manager, FCI, Phoenix to Ricky Ross, May 24, 1993, subject, inmate request of staff member. Culture of a gang member, Jesse Katz, interview by author. He was a very good player, Pete Brown, interview by author. There was no evidence, Alan Fenster, interview by author. 8 million hits is not enough. 1 or 2 keys. All quotes from Blandon in this chapter are taken from his testimony in USV. James or Blandon G.J. Henry was kind of a knucklehead. Ross's quotes in this chapter come either from his interviews with the author, his testimony in USV. James, or his 1996 Laxo interview. A saucer, a glass, a paper towel, Dr. Franklin Scher, testimony from House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control, cocaine, a major drug issue of the 70s, hearings before the House of Representatives, 96 CONG, First Sess. The natural process. The information about the 1981 crack pamphlet was contained in Ronald Siegel, Cocaine Smoking, Journal of Psychoactive Drugs, October, December 1982, 309. What Made Us Start Smoking, the interview with Big Shiphead was contained in Yusufia and Sister Shakia, Uprising, New York, Scribner, 1995, 241. 1985 study, Malcolm Klein and Cheryl Maxon, Rock Sales in South Los Angeles, Sociology and Social Research 69, No. 4, July 1985 561. Their final report was published as National Institute of Justice, Gang Involvement in Cocaine Rock Trafficking, NIJ #85IJLX0057, April 1988. We didn't know what it was, Steve Pollock, interview by author. Limited to the Caribbean and Haitian communities, James Inciardi, Beyond Cocaine, Basuco, Crack and Other Coca Products, Contemporary Drug Problems, Fall 1987, 475-77. Most effective trafficking groups. The information regarding the political roots of the Jamaican crack gangs appeared as U.S. Department of Justice, Drug Enforcement Administration, Intelligence Division, Crack Cocaine, Drug Intelligence Report, DIA 94016, 1994, 8. The Jamaican CIA destabilization program was exposed by Ernest Volkman and John Cummings in Murder as Usual, Penthouse, December 1977. This program was summarized in William Bloom, Killing Hope, Monroe, Maine, Common Courage Press, 1995, 263-67. More or less standard sizes, David Allen and James Jekyll, Crack, The Broken Promise, London, Macmillan Press, 1991, 17. Not Just a Matter of Smoking Freebase, BYCK, interview by author. First Crack Millionaire, Jesse Katz, interview, Katz, deposed King of Crack, L.A. Times, December 20, 1994. The Thing About Rick, James Gallipo, interview by author. Visiting one of Ross's cookhouses, Chico Brown, interview by author. Walmart of Cocaine. L.A. Times, December 20, 1994. Rocks hit the streets hard, Libo, quoted in Ya and Shakia, Uprising, 183. 9. He would have had me by the tail. None other than CIA Director William Casey. Casey's leaks to Newsweek were reported by Roy Gutman. Banana Diplomacy, New York, Touchstone, 1988, 116. Perhaps the most hated group of Nicaraguans, Tom Harkin, cited in Robert Kagan, A Twilight Struggle, New York, Free Press, 1996, 242. Hit the Roof, Oliver L. North, Under Fire, New York, HarperCollins 1991, 237. To Keep the Nation's Secrets, Edward P. Boland, cited in Kagan, Twilight Struggle, 243. An Elegant Two-Story Place, Sam Dillon, Commandos, New York, Henry Holt, 1991, 127. The FDN Needed People, Blandon, cited in CIAIG, 72. Principal group is controlled by Blandon, Dear Report, Debriefing of SRP 86-0018, August 25 to 27, 1986, by Agent Thomas A. Schrittner of the Riverside, California, office. The report is from DIA-file #GFRP86, 4020, titled, Blandon, Danilo. The file has never been released to the public. The single report was released as an exhibit to the Laxo report. As of approximately 1984, the Torres brothers' statements about Blandon and Menezes are contained in an FBI 302 report by Agents Bruce A. Burroughs and Don A. Allen, May 5, 1992, File 245 BSF 96287. 1990 DIA report cited in DOJIG, CH2, PT6KL. It was going to be a big party, examining charges of CIA role in crack sales, LA Times, October 21, 1996. He was with Norwin in 84, Rafael Cornejo, interview by author. Arresting officers also found a small vial, Andy Furlow, LA Herald Examiner, Maury Wills caught driving stolen car, December 27, 1983. Norwin was a target, Jerry Smith, interview by author. The target of unsuccessful investigative attempts, the federal prosecutor was Assistant U.S. Attorney L.J. O'Neill, of San Diego, in a motion for downward reduction of Blandon's sentence, 1993. Totally protected by the U.S. government, Dennis Ainsworth, interview by author. I Got a Reputation, Don Cinico, who died in 1996, was interviewed by the author at his home in Fairfield, California, in November 1995. He provided author with numerous documents and photographs. Calero had been working for the CIA in Nicaragua, Edgar Chamorro, Packaging the Contras, New York, Institute for Media Analysis, 1987. The cocktail party went very smoothly, FBI 302, record of interview with Dennis Ainsworth, San Francisco, January 22, 1987, file IC 600-1, sub. F9, released by the National Archives under the Freedom of Information Act. He assisted the Cuban Legion, Jack Terrell, interview by author. Showed the author attendance records. Among other attendees at Yosaka meetings was Sacramento TV News anchorman Stan Atkinson. Cinico said Atkinson attended not as a journalist but as a Contra supporter, but you couldn't tell he was for the Contras from his news reports. Run through an obscure bureau in the Department of State, the House Staff Report, which is chilling reading, is entitled State Department and Intelligence Community Involvement in Domestic Activities Related to the Iran-Contra Affair. It was written by Spencer Oliver, Bert Hammond, and Vic Zangla of the Committee of Foreign Affairs staff in October 20, 1992. It documents how the CIA and Oliver North ran highly questionable, improper, and illegal covert propaganda operations against the American public. Naturally, it was ignored by the national media, who were the dupes of this operation. To affect public opinion favorably, Thomas Dowling's statements were made during the Congressional Iran-Contra committees in the once top-secret deposition of Father Thomas Dowling, August 4, 1987. Though ostensibly declassified, huge chunks of Dowling's deposition are still secret. For an excellent article on the bizarre Father Dowling, see Dan Noyes and Ellen Morris, The Trouble with Father Tom, The Strange Tale of San Francisco's Contra Priest, San Francisco Examiner Image Magazine, November 8, 1987. I Really Did Retire, G. James Quesada, interview by author. There are indications of links, the cables can be found in CIAIG, 79. Pina was dating Blandon's sister, Laisla Baladaras, interview by author. Made from 6 to 8 trips, CIAIG, 78. Pina was extensively debriefed, summaries of his debriefings and interviews are contained in DOJIG, CH4, PT2, 5B. Jairo Menezes' debriefings are in DOJIG, CH4, PT2, 5C. I Don't Know Anything, Calero cited in Guillermo Fernandez, NICA resident here is supposed head of Ring, La Nacion, December 1, 1986. If Jairo supposedly was my accountant. La Nacion, December 1, 1986. 10. Teach a man a craft and he's liable to practice it. Contra forces were at their lowest ebb. Robert Kagan, A Twilight Struggle, New York, Free Press, 1996, 356-57, Glenn Garvin, Everybody Had His Own Gringo, McLean, Virginia, Brassies, 1992, 163, Sam Dillon, Commandos, New York, Henry Holt, 1991, 140-45, Oliver L. North, Under Fire, New York, HarperCollins, 1991, 249-50. Cutting Both Our Losses and Theirs, Robert McFarlane, cited in Kagan, Twilight Struggle, 347. The CIA knows about this guy, Eric Swenson, interview by author. The agency had information tying Menezes, 1984 CIA cable, CIAIG, 48. 1984 had been a terrific year, in USV. James, Blandon testified that 1984-85 was when his dealings with Ricky Ross were at their height, a time frame Ross also confirmed. Decided to approve his application for political asylum, Blandon testified to his immigration status in USV. James, and it was confirmed by author's interview with Jose Macario Estrada, who represented Blandon before the INS in Miami. Opened a Natty's file on Blandon. Danilo's and Kipita's Natty's reports circa August 1986 were released as exhibits to the Laxo report. I have some 300 DIA-6 reports. Brunon's comments came during Blandon's detention hearing in USV. Blandon, May 30, 1992. I've had clients deported. The immigration lawyer requested his name not be used because he was revealing information gained as a result of an attorney-client relationship. Blanket Zero Tolerance Policy, the State Department official, Tom Casey, was interviewed by the author. Condition of Blandon's immigration files cited in DOJIG, CH2, PT7, L2. D's failure to investigate Blandon cited in DOJIG, CH2, PT1B. Bought the house under his name. Blandon described the purchase of the home during his testimony in USV. James, and it was confirmed by Orlando Murillo during an interview with the author. Valued its worth at around $29 million, the DIA had an appraisal done on Guerra's parking lot in 1992 presumably for forfeiture purposes while he was under investigation for money laundering. $2,000 in drug profits had a legitimate pedigree. The example of money laundering through used car lots was taken from the notes of Laxo SGT. Ed Huffman, made during a January 1987 meeting with the FBI and DIA regarding Blandon's drug ring. The notes were released as exhibits to the Laxo report. Blandon became very close to Ricky Ross. The Torres brothers police interview was conducted by Laxo SGTS. Daniel Cruz and Joseph Hartshorn, November 14, 1996. The Black People, a conversation secretly taped by DIA informant John P. Arman on July 21, 1990. The tapes were released during discovery in U.S. v. Blandon. Jacinto Torres quickly got into trouble. Details of Jacinto Torres's arrest are contained in People v. Robert Joseph Andreas and Jacinto Jose Torres, Case A590516, Municipal Court of Burbank. You know your client's guilty. The probation officer's complaints were contained in Declaration of Alan R. Friedman, August 6, 1986, part of the case file in People v. Andreas. Police say hundreds. Andy Furlow, South Central cocaine sales explode into $25 rocks, LA. Times, November 25, 1984. Furlow was interviewed by the author. Marketing breakthrough, J. Matthews, drug abuse takes new form, rock cocaine is peddled to poor in Los Angeles, Washington Post, December 23, 1984, A15. Crack first came to the attention, statement of Robert M. Studman before the Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control, U.S. House of Representatives, crack situation in New York City, July 18, 1986. Fewer than 15 arrests for crack, Ward, testimony before the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control. Throughout the black residential areas, Malcolm Klein and Cheryl Maxon, rock sales in South Los Angeles, Sociology and Social Research 69, number 4, July 1985 561. That South Central LA was the nation's first major crack market is fairly well established. Only after I reported in 1996 that much of the cocaine fueling the crack market there came by way of the Contras did the historical record, which had gone unchallenged for years, suddenly become suspect. For the edification of the reader, I am including here some of the many historical references to crack's LA roots. Sometime during the 1980s rock cocaine was formulated for the first time in South Central Los Angeles. 2 or 3 years passed before it appeared under a different name, crack. On the East Coast, Robert Conant, LA Gangs, Between a Rock and a Hard Place, Los Angeles Times, April 12, 1987. LA may be the model for other cities around the country. Rock cocaine first appeared there nearly 3 years ago. Houston has been flooded with it for the past 2 years, Detroit about 18 months. New York police have discovered the crack crisis within the past 6 months, Newsweek, June 16, 1986. In Los Angeles, where the drug was introduced around 1981, more than 2/3 of the 2,500 coke arrests made this year have involved crack. Time, June 2, 1986. Rock made its LA debut around 1980. By 1982, Los Angeles hospital emergency rooms reported the nation's greatest increases in cocaine overdoses, a 90% rise over the previous year, U.S. News & World Report, August 19, 1991. We find that crack came to New York City from Los Angeles, where it made its first appearance in 1981, Wilhelmina E. Holliday, Deputy Commissioner, New York Police Department, testimony before House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control, July 15, 1986. Rock cocaine, or crack as it is termed on the East Coast, was first encountered in the Los Angeles area in 1981. Ted Hunter, special agent in charge of the Los Angeles DIA office, testimony before House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control, October 31, 1986. It perhaps started here. LA County Sheriff Sherman Block, testimony before House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse, October 31, 1986. Crack is thought to have first appeared in the early 1980s on the West Coast. Rick Hampton, Crack, Spreading Across America, AP, May 25, 1986. Crack has been available in Southern California now for about 5 years. Representative Mel Levine, California, July 15, 1986, House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control. After crack first became available in Los Angeles in 1981, the lure of huge profits from crack sales attracted local African American street gangs into the crack trade. DIA, Crack Cocaine Drug Intelligence Report, April 1994. A handful of researchers, James Inciardi for example, maintain that the crack market in Miami developed simultaneously with that in LA, but the historical record to support this is much thinner. One of the journalistic advocates of this scenario is Jeff Lean, a self-styled cocaine expert formerly with the Miami Herald. If Lean is correct, however, it means he missed the story by about 4 years. His first article on crack, which he erroneously referred to as freebase throughout, didn't appear until December 30, 1985, a month after the New York Times announced its presence on the eastern seaboard. See Jeff Lean, Freebase Coke Use Sweeping South Florida, Miami Herald, December 30, 1985, and A New Purified Form of Cocaine Causes Alarm as Abuse Increases, New York Times, November 29, 1985. Law Enforcement Perceptions of Gang Involvement, Jerome H. Skolnick, The Social Structure of Street Drug Dealing, State of California, Office of the Attorney General, 1988, and Skolnick, Gang Organization and Migration, State of California, Office of the Attorney General, 1989. In the early 1980s the gangs began selling crack cocaine. Non-traditional organized crime, Gow Report #OSI 89, 19, 47-49. Came up empty-handed. Nick Kozel's feudal crack hunt in Miami was recounted in Dan Baum's excellent book on the drug war, Smoke and Mirrors, Boston, Little, Brown, 1996, 213. By the time the market exploded in 1984, Jesse Katz, deposed king of crack, L.A. Times, December 20, 1994. A cartel, the LA detective was Robert Sobel, and the quote comes from his taped administrative interview with Laxo Internal Affairs, June 15, 1988. The transcript was filed as an exhibit to U.S. v. Pollock, 94, County Route 00283 Central District of California. You name it, you could get it, Libo, cited in Yusufia and Sister Shakia, Uprising, New York, Scribner, 1995, 183. My Friends Down South, Lister, in CIAIG, 56-57. Several top Contra leaders were also in attendance, Blandon, in CIAIG, 72-73. Montielgra, a CIA-trained Contra pilot, for Mariano Montielgra's background, see Martha Honey, Hostile Acts, Gainesville, University of Florida Press, 1994, 262, 355, 371-72. Off the rack, Blandon's Q&A was with defense attorney Alan Fenster during U.S. v. James. Mundy Security Group Incorporated, corporate records on file at California Secretary of State's Office, Sacramento. Business card found in a drug raid, inventory of search warrant returns, Laxo, October 27, 1986. Looking down the barrel of a gun, Chris Moore, interview by author. Screaming and Yelling, Gary Shapiro, interview by author. Green was prosecuted and disbarred, attorney quit State Bar, Orange County Register, March 17, 1987, and ex-attorney given 2-year sentence, Orange County Register, September 3, 1992. This firm received 3 DSP-73s, Memorandum from Customs Coordinator Office of Defense Trade Controls to SGT. Robert Rivkin, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, Subject, Analysis of Flowchart, December 2, 1996. The memo was released as an exhibit to the Laxo report. Better equipment than we have, Sobel, cited in L.A. Law, Gangs and Crack, Newsweek, April 27, 1987, 35. Sobel's description of Ross raid from IA interview cited above. Numerous 9mm Uzis, Glenn Levant, quoted in LAPD intradepartmental memo from Levant to Detective Stephen Pollock, Commendation LASD/LAPD Rock Cocaine Supplier Task Force, January 13, 1988. Filed as exhibit to USV. Pollock. Hammered on who I might know, Lister's notes of the FBI encounter were seized during a drug raid on October 27, 1986, and released as exhibit to Laxo report. My relationship with Soviet agents, Laxo interview with Lister, November 23, 1996. Lister was attempting to sell classified electronic equipment, Richard Smith, interview by SGT. Axel Anderson, Laxo, November 13, 1996. They came down to see me, Neil Purcell, interview by author. Personnel jacket for Ronald J. Lister, memo from Cruz and Hartshorn, Laxo, to Neil B. Tyler, contact with Maywood Police Department Personnel Department, November 13, 1996. Actual personnel files related to Ronald Lister, memo from Cruz and Hartshorn, Laxo, to Tyler, contact with Laguna Beach PD. Personnel Department Director, November 12, 1996. Flew or spokeswoman initially denied, Nixco, Tracks in the Snow, L.A. Weekly, May 23 to 29, 1997. A CIA officer since 1948, Bill Nelson's background came from the Department of State's Biographical Register, 1973, and from CIA Base, a computer database operated by former CIA officer Ralph McGehee. Operation feature, Nelson's role in Angola was reported by John Prados, President's Secret Wars, New York, Morrow & Co., 1986, 338-47. Civil suit filed by the widow. The lawsuit against Nelson was reported by J. Perkins of the Associated Press, June 28, 1978. North. Frequently used phony EUCs, U.S. government stipulation on quid pro quos with other governments as part of Contra operations, filed April 6, 1989, in USV. North. Reprinted in Peter Kornbluth and Malcolm Byrne, The Iran-Contra Scandal, The Declassified History, Washington, D.C., National Security Archives, 1993, 85-97. Contras Can't Buy Weapons, Alan Fears, Testimony in USVS. Claire George, CR 91-521, U.S. District Court of the District of Columbia, July 28, 1992, 1120-21. Spymaster died of respiratory failure. Details of Nelson's death came from his certificate of death, dated April 3, 1995, Orange County, California, by Coroner James Huang, M.D. 11. They were looking in the other direction, parried with two journalists, Menezes, interview by author, and George Hodel. I'll be right up front, James McGivney, interview by author, December 12, 1995. Mr. Blandon was considered. Charles Jones's grand jury testimony obtained from transcript of proceedings, San Diego, California, March 15, 1995. Jones appeared before Grand Jury No. 94-4, Southern District of California. I went to Costa Rica, John Lacombe, interview by author. Norwin receives political protection, Agent Sandalio Gonzalez, Dia 6, file opening report debriefing of STF 78-0006, CI, February 13, 1984, file GFTF 84, 4004. Jose Marti Figueres, Charles Walston, Nancy Nusser, $6 million lottery ticket scam alleged in Costa Rica, Orange County Register, May 11, 1991, A18, fraud charge, Latin American Weekly Report, March 16, 1995, 120, Vesco Political Financing Scandal, facts on file, July 2, 1977, 506. One of the most important traffickers, the OIJ description of Menezes was contained in a summary of wiretaps compiled during the OIJ's 1985-86 investigation of Horacio Pereira. Provided to author by investigative journalist Douglas Vaughn. Gonzalez's report on Menezes' recruitment and Menezes' activities as a DIA informant are detailed in DOJIG, CH2, PT4, Sector 1B, 1-5, and CH3, PT3, Section GI. Victor Harrison and Hector Barrales were interviewed by the author. Relations between the CIA and DIA offices in Costa Rica explained in DOJIG, CH11, PT1. The CIA's official lack of interest in investigating drug trafficking detailed in CIA-IG 2, 45-48 and 333-340. The former Central American Station chief is quoted in CIA-IG 2, 54. FBI agent Donald Hale's cable about Menezes and the CIA is cited at DOJIG, CH3, PT3, Section H. Menezes' partnership with a CIA operative is detailed in DOJIG, CH2, PT4, Section GB, 1. Dedicated themselves to international cocaine trafficking. Costa Rican Legislative Assembly, Special Commission appointed to investigate the acts reported on drug trafficking, July 10, 1989. English translation by Library of Congress. DIA investigation of Manuel Noriega, Steve Albert, The Case Against the General, New York, Scribners, 1993, 5-13. The people who were flying in the weapons. Lotz's questioning by Jack Bloom is attached as an exhibit to the Kerry Committee hearings, on cis microfiche. Told a friend that he was doing it for the CIA, Manfred T. Duriwell, letter to the author, October 29, 1996. Despite obvious and widespread trafficking, Kerry Report, 122. Looking in the other direction, Chavarria, interview by author and George Hodel. No credible evidence, Jack Lawn, testimony in Kerry Report, 144. Jack Bloom confirmed to the author that the DIA officer interviewed by him in Costa Rica was Nieves. OIJ raided the San Jose home of Troilo and Isanaquai Sanchez. Guillermo Fernandez, trafficker condemned to 12 years paid bail and escaped. La Nacion, November 26, 1986. Pillows full of cocaine. Leonardo Zeledon Rodriguez, cited in Contra, accuses other rebels of corruption and drug trafficking. UPI, April 26, 1986. He was interviewed in Tegucigalpa, Honduras, from his bed at the military hospital school, where he wound up after being savagely beaten and paralyzed. Help move drugs to the U.S. Menezes and Chamorro, CIA-IG, 49. Among those captured on the wiretaps, the list of men captured on the Pereira tapes is from the OIJ summary of wiretapped conversations, which contains a description of each caller. A personal friend of Manuel Noriega, Pastora's description of Gonzalez was contained in CR Pros. Drug trafficking activities of Sebastian Gonzalez, CIA cable summarized at 48, CIA-IG. CBS Evening News. The transcript of the CBS broadcast was an exhibit to the Kerry Report, 410. Precisely in that period, CRSE 2, 70. There were certainly substantiated cases. Joseph Fernandez, testimony to the House Select Committee to investigate covered arms transactions with Iran and U.S. Senate Select Committee on Secret Military Assistance to Iran and the Nicaraguan Opposition, May 29, 1987, in executive session as declassified, 84. Pastora admits all that. Eden Pastora, interview by George Hodel. Pastora's relationship with the CIA, CIA-IG 2, 74-5. We attempted to diminish his influence. Fernandez joint testimony, 84. Octaviano Cesar's relationship with the CIA, CIA-IG 2, 105. They told me they were CIA agents, Morales testified before the Kerry Committee, April 7, 1986, and March 27, 1987. Close associate of John Hull. Marcos Aguado's relationship with John Hull is discussed in a January 12, 1989, report from Jorge Calderón Gómez, Chief of Various Crimes Section, Alfredo Chacon, Judge of Crimes of Transit, and Norman Moya Orieta, Chief, Department of Criminal Investigation, OIJ, to Jorge Chavarria, No. Info 052 DV8. Morales later passed a DIA-administered lie detector test, letter from DIA regarding results of test reprinted in Kerry Report, 382. Planeloads of weapons were flown. Fabio Escobedo Carrasco and Gary Wayne Betzner testified as government witnesses in U.S. v. Jose Rafael A. Below Silva, 87 CR 140B, Northern District of Oklahoma, 1990. All quotes from Carrasco and Betzner in the text are from a transcript of their sworn testimony. There is no doubt in Fears's mind. FBI Special Agent Michael S. Foster, record of interview of Alan D. Fears, July 27, 1991, file IC 600-1, 10. Partly declassified and released to author by the National Archives. It's My Own Government, Hull, interview by author. I called our contact at the CIA, Douglas Farah and Walter Pincus, CIA, Contras, and Drugs, questions in links linger, Washington Post, October 21, 1996. This story, done in response to my series, reported something that the Post had known for a decade. Chamorro identified him in an interview. Chamorro, interview by George Hodel. Two individuals who were associated with Pastora, Fernandez joint hearing testimony, 84-85. An aged C-47 cargo plane, the C-47 is discussed in the Kerry Report, 51. Repeatedly piloted, Jonathan Quitney, Money, Drugs, and the Contras, Nation, August 29, 1987. When he quit the war, Marcos Aguado, interview by George Hodel. A man who always had money, Pastora testified about Blandon's background to the Senate Intelligence Committee, November 1996. We reported it. Fear's testimony was to the Iran-Contra committees. Saborayo was frequently quoted. Commander Zero wages battle for cash on the air, Miami Herald, February 20, 1985. Zero pleads for Army funds, Miami Herald, February 16, 1985. Sandinista foes tentatively agree on unity, Rebel says, Miami Herald, February 6, 1985, and Pastora secretly visits Miami, Washington seeking aid from U.S., Miami Herald, February 21, 1984. Saborayo was a close friend of Blandon, Carol Prado, interview by author and George Hodel. A Contra member named Dr. Saborayo, Ronald Lister's contact with Saborayo reported in CIAIG, 57. Posted part of Keepita Blandon's bond. USV. Keepita Blandon et al., short form deed of trust and assignment of rents securing a personal surety bond to the United States of America, Truster, Felix Saborayo, July 29, 1992. Two Associated Press reporters. The AP story was written by Robert Perry and Brian Barger and moved in the U.S. on December 20, 1985, appearing in several American newspapers in truncated form. It was the first report by an American journalist of Contra involvement in drug trafficking. Interestingly, the AP thought it necessary to add Perry's and Barger's journalism awards and experience to the end of the story, apparently to persuade newspaper editors that the report should be taken seriously. Editors sat on the piece for weeks. Robert Perry, interview by author. Diminish Pastora's influence. Fernandez testimony to the Senate Select Committee on Secret Military Assistance to Iran and the Nicaraguan Opposition, April 20, 1987, 269. Responsive to the CIA, Lawrence Walsh, Firewall, New York, Norton, 1997, 278. The concern about Chamorro, Owen Memo to North, subject, Southern Front, April 1, 1985. Released as an exhibit, RW07, to Owen's testimony before the Iran-Contra committees. Most of them were true. Secord's comments to Leslie Coburn were reported in the U.S. District Court opinion in Secord v. Coburn, Civil Action 88-0727, District of Columbia Federal Court, dismissing Secord's libel suit against Coburn for suggesting he knew of Contra drug trafficking in her book Out of Control, New York, Atlantic Monthly Press, 1989. They certainly had to get their act together. Fernandez Senate testimony, 306. They wanted them moved out. Owen's testimony regarding UDN Farn comes from his deposition in Avirgan v. Hull, Civil Action 86-1146 and 87-1545, U.S. District Court, Southern District of Florida, February 9, 1988, 607-8. The last time I remember Negro Chamorro, Fernandez Senate testimony, 307. 12. This guy talks to God. The description of Spatafora's wounds comes from R. M. Coster and Guillermo Sanchez, In the Time of the Tyrants, New York, Norton, 1990, 19-31. Reportedly the best-known guerrilla fighter, Dia description of Spatafora was contained in a heavily censored Dia 6, File G3-85, 0094, September 12, 1986, released to author under FOIA. A particularly thought-provoking piece on Noriega's alleged involvement with the Spatafora murder and drug trafficking in general is Uncertain Justice, by Peter Eisner, Miami New Times, March 26, 1998. The verdict of Noriega's 1993 trial in Panama was contained in this story. Story that first exposed Noriega. Seymour Hersh, Panama strongman said to trade in drugs, arms, and illicit money, New York Times, June 12, 1986. Dr. Spatafora was a very honest man, Floyd Carlton testified before the Kerry Committee on February 10, 1988. His quotes are taken from a transcript of that testimony. Had lost $1.8 million in cash. Some of the details of Carlton's operations in Costa Rica were reported by Martha Honey, Hostile Acts, Gainesville, University of Florida Press, 1994, 358-63. CIA cable reporting on Spatafora's meetings with Nieves contained in CIA IG 2-116. CIA cable regarding Gonzalez and Winston Spatafora contained in CIA IG 2-117. Ordered Gonzalez arrested. Details of Gonzalez's alleged involvement in Spatafora's death, his arrest, and denials, were contained in interviews conducted with Gonzalez by investigative reporter Douglas Vaughn during Gonzalez's imprisonment in Panama in March 1990. North and Noriega struck a very important bargain. North's involvement with Noriega summarized in Kerry Report, 91-97. See also U.S. government stipulation on quid pro quos with other government as part of Contra operations, filed April 6, 1989, in U.S. v. North. Reprinted in Peter Kornbluth and Malcolm Byrne, The Iran-Contra Scandal, The Declassified History, Washington, D.C., National Security Archives, 1993, 85-97. I took the initiative myself. Norman Bailey testified before the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control, March 29, 1988. He was the top gun. Alan Fears, testimony at U.S. v. Claire Elroy George, 91, County Route 521-92, County Route 215 U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia Trial, July 28, 1992. The CIA's strategy determined what North would do. Lawrence Walsh, Firewall, New York, Norton, 1997, 275. Walsh was not the only one who believed this. In Eclipse, The Last Days of the CIA, New York, William Morrow, 1992, Mark Perry wrote, while many CIA officers who became entangled in the Iran-Contra scandal disagree about many of its details, they are convinced that Casey used Oliver North in order to circumvent the agency's unwillingness to participate in high-risk activities. North became Casey's unofficial director for operations and the acknowledged inheritor of his activist dream. 48. Turned out to be absolute truth. Fears, testimony at USV. George, July 31, 1992. During one late-night conversation, Ibid, July 28, 1992. To a GS-15, this guy talks to God. Fernandez, testimony to Senate, 505. Air resupply of the Contras was the key. Fears, testimony at USV. George, October 28, 1992. North simply hijacked it. North's plans for controlling NHAO were spelled out in a secret July 29, 1985, memo entitled Concept for Providing Humanitarian Aid to the Nicaraguan Resistance, on file at National Security Archives. Robert W. Owen. Owen's background came from his immunized testimony to the Iran-Contra committees. That man has all of the attributes. Fernandez on Owen, Joint Committee Testimony, 62. I might have gone with the CIA. Owen's plans regarding the CIA were contained in his testimony in USV. North, 88, County Route 80 U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, February 24, 1989. I did ask him to find out about things. Fernandez, Senate Testimony, 319. I certainly didn't see the necessity. Deposition of Robert W. Dumling before the Senate Select Committee on Secret Military Assistance to Iran and the Nicaraguan Opposition, August 30, 1987, 68. What, in fact, Rob Owen could do. Deposition of Chris Arcos, Senate Iran-Contra Committee, 41. Owen will be expendable. Highlights of Rig meeting of October 17, 1985, memo by Dumling, reprinted in Kornbluth and Byrne, Iran-Contra Scandal, 144-45. He probably had the most extensive network. Fernandez on Owen's contacts, Senate Testimony, 447. Frigorificos de Punta Arenas, Kerry Report, 43. Congressional Testimony of former Medellin cartel accountant, Ramon Millian Rodriguez Testimony, February 11, 1988, Kerry Report, 260-61. Cartel had given the Contras $10 million, Carlos Letter's testimony at Noriega's trial, in Albert, case against the general, 332-34. Investigation of a 1983 bombing of a Miami bank, reprinted in Kerry Report, 371-81. Frigorificos was being used by the Contras, Fabio Escobedo Carrasco testimony from USV. Jose Rafael A. Below Silva, ES 87 CR 140B, Northern District of Oklahoma, 1990. Helpful to the cause, Owen's testimony regarding Frigorificos contained in his deposition in Avirgan v. Hull, Civil Action 86-1146 and 87-1545, U.S. District Court, Southern District of Florida, February 8, 1988. Aviles. Notarized affidavits. The Aviles notarizations were reprinted in the Kerry Report, 411. Author found additional document in NHAO records on microfiche at National Security Archives. Never explained transfers. The record of the Frigorificos bank account wire transfers was reprinted in the Kerry Report, 364. The GAO findings regarding the laundered humanitarian aid money were revealed at a May 1, 1986, hearing of the Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere Affairs of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. When the GAO attempted to find out where the broker accounts had sent the money, the State Department objected on grounds that the information was classified. Manager, Moises Núñez, was a CIA agent. Brian Barger, CIA officer linked to surveillance on two reporters, UPI, February 12, 1988. Small, professionally managed rebel naval force, vital, projections for a naval force in the Atlantic coast, memo proposing a Contra maritime operation, February 10, 1986, on file at the National Security Archives. Felipe Vidal's criminal history and association with the Contras, CIA IG 2, 160-165. Person who might help with the boats, Owen, Memo to North, Overall Perspective, March 17, 1986, reprinted in Kornbluth and Byrne, The Iran-Contra Scandal, 56. Owen updated North on the progress of the operation again on April 7, 1986, in a memo introduced as Exhibit TC-15 to Fernandez's joint testimony. Interrogation of Moises Núñez and the CIA's responses, CIA IG 2, 152-56. A shell entity, fears on NHAO, testimony at USV. George, October 28, 1992. Diaxa was run by a Cuban drug dealer. DIA records regarding Diaxa are reprinted in Kerry Report, 342-61. Deposits arranged by Oliver North, Kerry Report, 47-48. Caballero was CIA and still is, Carol Prado, interview by author and George Hodel. 1985 CIA cable cited in CIA IG 2, 261. Floyd Carlton testified, drug smuggler admits flying arms to Contras, San Francisco Chronicle, October 2, 1991. Largest marijuana business cartel, testimony regarding Palmer was delivered by U.S. Attorney Roy Hayes at a hearing in Detroit on gangs, before a subcommittee of the House Judiciary Committee, August 1, 1988, 279. Palmer's people got caught, fears, FBI interview with Iran-Contra investigators, 10. Nice group the boys chose, Owen, Memo to North, February 10, 1986. Foley was reportedly overseeing Palmer's operations. Pat Foley's alleged involvement with Palmer came from author's interview with Ronald Lippert, an ex-CIA pilot who flew briefly for Palmer. A stop at San Andres Island, Francis McNeil, testimony to Kerry Committee, April 4, 1988. Imprisonment. In 1963 for espionage, Cuban tribunal gives Canadian pilot 30 years, Houston Chronicle, November 24, 1963, and David Weber, JFK Death Spoils Propaganda Circus, Dallas Morning News, December 2, 1963. Arranged to buy Lippert's DC-4, documents regarding the sale of the plane to Insua and Kelly were provided to the author by Lippert. Powerful gang of drug smugglers. Law Opinion, January 25, 1987. Can't we close a bank? Barry Gladden, cited by David Satterfield, even latest fraud probe has Contra tie, Miami Herald, September 2, 1987. Later exposed as a drug trafficker, Jose Insua's criminal background was admitted by him during his cross-examination at USV. Alfredo Duran, 89, County Route 802 Southern District of Florida, Miami Division, April 13, 1990. List of Vortex pilots alleged to be drug dealers in CIA IG-2, pages 270-71. May 16, 1988 memo about CIA's knowledge of Vortex's drug dealing cited at CIA IG-2, PG 280. Setco's ownership by Mata Ballesteros and the Contras use of that company contained in CIA IG-2, PG 258. Fears quoted in CIA IG-2, PG 253. One of the policy guidelines, Dumling Deposition, 46. The Transportation Channel got established, Brunon, interview by author. Menezes's drug-laden planes were flying out, Enrique Miranda, interview by author and George Hodel. Practically unfettered, Walsh, final report of the Independent Counsel for Iran/Contra Matters, August 4, 1993, 1:157. 13. The Wrong Kinds of Friends. Much of the text concerning Seal Reno Castillo was compiled from three sources: Castillo's memoirs, Powder Burns, written with Dave Harmon, Buffalo, NY, Mosaic Press, 1994, author's interviews with Castillo, and Castillo's interviews with investigators from Iran-Contra Independent Counsel Lawrence Walsh, most of which were declassified by the National Archives in 1994. Agent in charge, Robert Stia, took him aside. Castillo, Powder Burns, 112N-13. Cuban named Socrates Sophie Perez, Ibid, 126N-27. Bounced the Cuban story off. Ramiro Guerra, Ibid, 127N-28. Guerra is identified in Castillo's book by a pseudonym, Luis Aparicio. The Woman Selling Tortillas, FBI agent Michael Foster's interview with Assistant Regional Security Officer, name deleted, December 24, 1991, declassified and released to author by National Archives. We Had a Capability, Alan Fears, testimony at USV. George, July 31, 1992. Felix Rodriguez was put into, Ibid, October 28, 1992. A client who could compromise, Felix Rodriguez and John Weissman, Shadow Warrior, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1989, 220N-21. Millian tells a very different story. Millian Rodriguez, testimony before the Kerry Committee, February 11, 1988. I knew him by his real name, Luis Posada Carriles, Rodriguez, Shadow Warrior, 239. Much of the information on Posada and his connections with the mob, drugs, and the CIA comes from notes and memos by investigators for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which examined Posada's CIA files as part of the 1970s re-investigation of the Kennedy assassination. The files were released by the National Archives. Posada may have been moonlighting for Rosenthal. Posada's mob ties appear in a June 26, 1967, memo for record regarding a DOJ investigation of Lefty Rosenthal. Other CIA memos reflecting that information were dated June 28, 1967. The memos make it clear Posada was being controlled by the Miami CIA office, Jamewave, and at the same time was the subject of numerous investigative reports by the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, the D's predecessor. Get out of Venezuela and relocate in El Salvador. Posada's version of his arrival in El Salvador was contained in his interview by FBI agents Michael Foster and George Kaczynski for the Iran-Contra investigation, February 3, 1992, released to the author by the National Archives. His association with Col. Levia was contained in that and in a subsequent interview on March 16, 1992. Seeking access to Ilopango, Charles Lane, the pilot shark of El Salvador, New Republic, September 20, 1990. How Chico Girola wound up at Ilopango. The section on Chico Girola was pieced together from several sources. Peter Carey, money smuggling charges dropped against pilot, Miami Herald, June 13, 1985, David Sedano, 2 given probation, fine in money smuggling scheme, AP, June 13, 1985, Boca Man, 2 others face sentencing today, Miami Herald, June 12, 1985, 2 men plead to federal charges of trying to smuggle $6 million, Miami Herald, May 2, 1985, Frank Grieve, some Latin politicians. Cashing in on cocaine smuggling profits, Miami Herald, April 29, 1985, Craig Pies and Lori Becklund, Inside Dope in El Salvador, New Republic, April 1985, John McCormick, U.S. hasn't solved $6 million riddle, Miami Herald, March 11, 1985, The $6 Million Man, Time, March 4, 1985, 50, Lori Becklund, illicit money figure linked to Dogwison, L.A. Times, February 19, 1985, Joanne Omong, Dogwison associate arrested, Washington Post, February 16, 1985, bond set for smuggling scheme suspect, Miami Herald, February 12, 1985, and Phil Ward, men nabbed in money smuggling scheme, Miami Herald, February 8, 1985. Norwin was selling drugs. Enrique Miranda's testimony contained in Nicaraguan drug trafficking case against Norwin Menezes, filed in 1991. In addition to his court testimony, Miranda was interviewed extensively by George Hodel. Reports concerning drug trafficking allegations against Southern Air Transport contained in CIAIG-2, PG-286 and PG-340. Details of Castillo's investigation at Ilopango and the CIA's and D's responses, CIAIG-2, pages 139 and 146, and DOJIG, Chapter 10. A very articulate individual, memorandum from Walter E. Furr, Assistant U.S. Attorney, to Robert W. Merkel, United States Attorney, subject, debriefing of Alan Raul Rudd with regard to a conversation with Pablo Escobar and others regarding a photograph, February 18, 1988, released by National Archives. Miami FBI informant, Wanda Palacios, portions of the Wanda Palacios story reported in Informant's Smuggling Tale Heart of WPLG Libel Trial, Miami Herald, July 22, 1991. Meeting with William Weld. The Weld meeting was detailed in Carrie A. Jonathan Weiner's Memorandum to File Meeting with William Weld, September 26, 1986. Justice Department officials reached the same discouraging conclusion. Justice Department memo from Blair Dormany to Terry Eastland, subject, difficulty in obtaining information from official sources on Cuban, Nicaraguan, and Soviet involvement in drug trafficking, May 19, 1986. Reprinted in the Kerry Report, 869 N-71. A 1988 congressional investigation raised troubling questions. The hearings regarding the SEAL sting were held by the Subcommittee on Crime of the Ilaus Judiciary Committee, July 28, September 23, 29, and October 5, 1988. House belonged to a U.S. Embassy employee, Larry Margusak, DIA agent. White House leaked cocaine sting to implicate Sandinistas, AP, July 28, 1988. In March 1985 the CIA reported, Menezes and Vaughn relationship reported by CIAIG, 48 and 49. No action is being taken. Letter from Stephen S. Trott, Associate Attorney General, to Guy L. Struve, Associate Independent Counsel, March 29, 1988. Drug trafficking activity would have been stumbled on CIAIC, 38. Walsh said he tried to stay away. Lawrence Walsh, interview by author. Edwin Corr's machinations concerning Castillo's investigation detailed in DOJIG, CH10, B, 2. Walter Wally Groheim, background obtained from December 13, 1990, interview of Groheim by FBI agent Michael Foster, for the Iran-Contra Independent Counsel. Groheim was also interviewed by author. Some of the rooms in the house, Castillo, interview by FBI agent Michael Foster on September 20, 1991, for the Iran-Contra Independent Counsel. Groheim. Says that the weapons were legally his. Groheim, interview by author. The CIA's use of MIRGA is detailed in DOJIG, CH10. H. Castillo's second investigation of Ilopango in 1989 was detailed in DOJIG, CH10A. 14 It's bigger than I can handle. Victor Gill, details of the Gill investigation obtained during author's interviews with Jerry Guzzetta. Glowing piece in the Los Angeles Times, Jerry Belcher, one-man narcotics squad cracks major drug ring, Los Angeles Times, November 7, 1985. Loose cannon and a publicity hound, complaints about Guzzetta were contained in interviews done with current and former Bell PD officers by Laxo investigators in 1996. He hated dope dealers, Tom McReynolds, interview by LT. Michael Bornman, Laxo, November 20, 1996. Did some very good work together, retired U.S. Customs Agent Fred Gaio, interview by SGT. Axel Anderson, Laxo, November 18, 1996. Gazeta and the federal agents began debriefing the brothers. During the investigation in which the Torres brothers served as informants, Gazeta prepared a series of debriefings and progress reports under the code name Project Sahara. The Laxo detectives found some of the reports, which were released as exhibits to the Laxo report in late 1996 and cited here. But Gazeta insists that many additional Project Sahara reports have been suppressed or destroyed. Indeed, some of the reports that were released reference other, earlier reports that were never released. In addition, it is obvious that some of the released reports once contained additional pages that are missing. Gazeta said most of the missing reports dealt with the Contras. Reliability of the CI has been substantiated. Gaio's statements were contained in a U.S. Customs Service Significant Activity Report dated August 9, 1986, ES LA02PR6LA005. It was released as an exhibit to the Laxo report. Roberto Orlando Murillo, the uncle of Blandon's wife. Orlando Murillo's background came from his uniform application for securities industry registration dated July 24, 1984, on file with the Florida Comptroller's Office, file 018432, and from interviews with Murillo by the author and George Hodel. Cream of the crop, Jay Lichtman's quote appeared in Victor Marina, Deputies Portrayed as Criminals, Los Angeles Times, October 12, 1990. A Hard Man to Impress, Tom Gordon, interview by author. One of the biggest cases he'd ever handled, Lt. Dale Jean, Mike, Fossey, interview by SGTS. David Silversparry and Robert Rifkin, Laxo, October 22, 1996. We haven't encountered any major network, New York City being swamped by crack, Los Angeles Times, August 1, 1986. Robert Studman, the head of the DIA office, Robert Studman and Richard Esposito, Dead on Delivery, New York, Warner Books, 1992, 213. 15. This thing is a tidal wave fueled with evocative words such as epidemic. Donna M. Hartman and Andrew L. Golub, The Social Construction of the Crack Epidemic in the Print Media, Monograph, John Jay College of Criminal Justice, March 10, 1997. Other academic studies relied on by the author in describing the media hysteria in the summer of 1986 are Craig Rienarman and Harry G. Levine, Crack in Context, Polities and Media in the Making of a Drug Scare, Contemporary Drug Problems, Winter 1989, 535, Stephen Belenko, Crack and the Evolution of Anti-Drug Policy, Westport, Con, Greenwood Press, 1993, and James Inciardi, Beyond Cocaine, Basuco, Crack and Other Coca Products, Contemporary Drug Problems, Fall 1987, 461. A suddenness unprecedented. Sam Nunn's comments were made during a July 15, 1986, hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations of the Senate Committee on Governmental Affairs. Never heard of crack. Lawton Chiles' comments were made at the same hearing. 9 months ago, addiction to crack was virtually unheard of. Hamilton Fish, at a joint hearing on the Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control and the Select Committee on Children, Youth, and Families, July 15, 1986. We have not had enough time elapse, Charles Schuster testified at the Senate crack hearings, cited above. Crack has emerged, David Westray testified at the House crack hearings. We have no current data, is that correct? The dialogue between Benjamin Gilman and the experts took place at the House crack hearings. It was going to be the use of freebase cocaine, Robert Byck testified at the Senate crack hearings. That 50 is the number that got doubled, Robert Byck, interview by author. Real Vacuum of Knowledge, Belenko, Crack and the Evolution, 8th. A Hoax, Chicago Researcher quote in NCRD, Beyond Cocaine, 484. Phenomenon isolated to the inner cities, IBID. Least used drug, Belenko, Crack and the Evolution, 13. In Miami. Few cocaine customers wanted crack, 94 arrested in drug sting, Miami Herald, April 4, 1986. Growing public outcry. New York Times, June 27, 1986. The Times' stories on Reagan and crack appeared July 9, July 11, July 12, July 29, July 31, August 5, and August 7. The Frenzy comment appeared August 10. Robert Studman, chief of Robert Studman and Richard Esposito, Dead on Delivery, New York, Warner Books, 1992, 217-19. Just in time for a crucial election, Rian Arman and Levine, Crack in Context, 563. Those who stand to gain the most, Golub and Hartman, Social Construction of Crack. Quietly disbanding, police quietly disbanding South LA Anti-Drug Unit, LA. Times, October 11, 1986. They didn't treat it like a major issue, Jack Lawn, cited in U.S. News & World Report, August 19, 1991. Obvious intent of Senator Kerry, memo from Ken Bergquist to Trott, subject, upcoming Contra hearings in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, May 13, 1986, reprinted in Kerry Report, 531. Bergquist was also in contact with San Francisco U.S. Attorney Joe Rossaniello, who'd collaborated with the CIA to keep the details of the Frogman case from becoming public. Bergquist's contacts with Rossaniello were reported in an interview of Justice Department official Mark M. Richard, December 31, 1988, by FBI agent Michael Foster of the Walsh Investigative Team. Head off attempts to obtain certain records, the attempts to discredit Kerry's witnesses and investigators and to stonewall the investigation reported in Kerry Report, 147-67, and in Peter Dale Scott and Jonathan Marshall, Cocaine Politics, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1991, 125-64. Broke the story of the Frogman case, Seth Rosenfeld, Big Bay Area cocaine ring tied to Contras, San Francisco Examiner, March 16, 1986. One of the most blatant attempts at contrived newsmaking, Rossaniello's letter reprinted in Kerry Report, 396. White paper subsequently circulated to Congress, State Department document, July 26, 1986, Allegations of Drug Trafficking and the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance, reprinted in Kerry Report, 266. Interview with former Contra official Leonardo Zaletin Rodriguez, United Press International, April 26, 1986, in a 320-word story dateline Tegucigalpa, Honduras. Few, if any, U.S. newspapers carried the UPI report. We had a terrible, terrible time getting information, Jack Bloom, interview by author. Justice never provided, page from North's diary on file at National Security Archives, Washington, D.C. 16 It's a burn Jamie Ramos, details of the Ramos investigation were contained in Gazetas Project Sahara reports and in People v. Ramos et al., A789038, L.A. Superior Court. Asked the Torres brothers to show him around South Central. Gazetas trip to South Central with the Torreses was detailed in Project Sahara Report, September 11, 1986. Edner confirmed that Freeway Rick had a name. John Edner's investigation of Ross was contained in an affidavit for a search warrant filed by SGT. Robert Tolmere, March 1987. Malden showed up. The Stubblefield search was discussed by SGT. Robert Sobel during his June 15, 1988, interrogation by Laxo Internal Affairs SGT. James Mulai. Both specifically denied, Newell's and Ross's denials of a connection to Ramos were contained in interview of Ollie Newell by SGT. Paul Mondry and SGT. Susan St. Marie, August 14, 1990, and interview of witness Ricky Donnell Ross, by SGT. Mondry, November 15, 1990, conducted in connection with an internal affairs investigation into the Ramos case, File 490-0005-73010-444. Released as exhibits to Laxo Report. The Naddies reports were released as exhibits to the Laxo Report, 1996. It's a burn. The phone message from Gonzalez was released as an exhibit to the Laxo Report. Schrittner had debriefed a Nicaraguan informant, Thomas Schrittner, Dia 6, debriefing of SRP 86-0018, August 25 to 27, 1986, file GFRP 86-4020, released as exhibit to Laxo Report. Loosely associated Nicaraguans. Thomas Schrittner, Dia Report, August 1986. Details of Thomas Schrittner's and Douglas Auckland's investigations of the Blandon Ring in the summer of 1986 are contained in statements from DIA agent Thomas Schrittner, November 15, 1996, and interview of FBI Special Agent Douglas Auckland, November 18, 1996, both taken by SGT. Joseph Hartshorn and released as exhibits to Laxo Report. Additional details are found in DOJIC, CH2, Part 1, Sections B through E. The allegations were, SGT. David Silversparry and SGT. Robert Rivkin, interview of retired Lieutenant Dale, Mike, Fossey #029600, October 22, 1996, released as exhibit to Laxo Report. FBI might burn them, SGTS. Rivkin and Silversparry, interview of retired Captain Robert Wilbur, October 18, 1996, released as exhibit to Laxo Report. 17 We're going to blow your fucking head off. Joseph Kelso, an undercover informant. The Kelso case was discussed in additional views of Honorable Peter W. Rodino Jr., Honorable Dante B. Facel, Vice Chairman, Honorable Jack Brooks and Honorable Louis Stokes. Report of the Congressional Committees investigating the Iran-Contra affair, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1987, 643. Most of the details of Kelso's misadventures in Costa Rica were obtained from his 3-volume deposition in the Ease of Irgun v. Hull, Civil Action 86 to 1146 and 87 to 1545, U.S. District Court, Southern District of Florida, May 23, 1988. Kelso was also interviewed by the author. German-born arms dealer. Named Heinrich Rupp. For a fuller discussion of Rupp's mysterious activities in Colorado, see Stephen Pizzo, Mary Fricker, and Paul Muolo, Inside Job, The Looting of America's Savings and Loans, New York, Harper Perennial, 1991, 182-86. Arrested by the U.S. Customs Service, Mark Thomas, to plead guilty in try to sell missiles to Iraq, Rocky Mountain News, March 23, 1983, Sue Lindsay, to find, put on probation for plan to sell arms to Iraq, Rocky Mountain News, May 4, 1983. Some DIA records concerning Kelso. The existence of DIA records regarding Kelso is evidenced in the footnotes to the Rodino Minority Report and from an interview the author conducted with former Iran-Contra attorney Pam Naughton, who viewed the records. Both Nieves and Sandy Gonzalez were connected with the CIA. Gloria Navis, interview by author and George Hodel. Sometimes the lines really got blurred. Pam Naughton, interview by author. The notion of CIA agents using DIA offices as cover is well grounded in recent history. See Report to the President by the Commission on CIA Activities within the United States, June 1975, 233-34, Paul Hedgen, CIA using drug agency cover, Long Beach Press Telegram, March 16, 1975, A3, 53 ex-CIA employees now in Drug Bureau, Orange County Register, January 26, 1975, A6, and Weaker Reports Exhibit of Tools for Assassinations, L.A. Times, January 24, 1975. Kelso stole Agent Nieves's briefcase. Customs agent Gary Hilberry reported this allegation during an interview with the author. Mr. Ladaj had received, all quotes from William Rosenblatt are contained in his once top-secret deposition to the House Select Committee to investigate covered arms transactions with Iran, September 25, 1987. Nieves did not disguise his anger. Guillermo Fernandez, informants provoke conflict between U.S. agencies, La Nation, December 3, 1986, 8a. Owen, in a deposition, admitted being in Costa Rica. Rob Owen was questioned extensively about the Kelso incident during his deposition in Avirgan v. Hull, February 8, 1988. Owen was also questioned about the Kelso case during his deposition to Senate Select Committee to investigate covered arms transactions with Iran, May 4, 1987. Maps of Coke Lab locations. John Hull's report on Kelso visit released as an exhibit to the final Iran-Contra congressional report. Hull was interviewed by the author. North knew all about the Kelso affair. North's knowledge of the Kelso affair is documented in his notebook entries for August 26, August 27, and August 28, 1986, in which Kelso's name appears, along with Gary Hilberry's name and phone number. They were thrown out. Owen's testimony about disposing of the Kelso tapes was contained in his deposition in Avirgan v. Hull. Charged with violating his probation, Kelso's arrest upon his return to the U.S., his court appearances, and subsequent events are chronicled in Sue Lindsay, Man Claiming CIA Link Sentenced, Rocky Mountain News, February 24, 1987, and Lindsay, Man Citing Betrayal by CIA Tells Story, Rocky Mountain News, March 1, 1987. Attempt to help an Italian financier by MGM Studios, Alan Citron and Michael Ciepli. Financing details add bizarre twist to MGM saga, Los Angeles Times, April 24, 1991. Went to work for Guardian Technologies. Nieves was contacted at the offices of Guardian Technologies by the author, but he declined to answer questions. 18 We bust our ass and the government's involved. Sergeant Tom Gordon. Applied for a warrant, copy of search warrant and affidavit provided to author by source. Clean Pockets, Alan Fears's testimony delivered during U.S. v. George, July 28, 1992. A 30-day investigation will culminate. Background and operational plan, undated, released as exhibit to Laxo report. Pretty bitchin'. Doing it anyway, William Wolf Brandt, interview by SGTS. Ripken and Silver Sparrow, October 28, 1996, exhibit to Laxo report. There may be a CIA link, Mike Fossey, Laxo interview. U.S. government backed the operation, Virgil Bartlett, interview by SGT. Harchern and SGT. Daniel S. Cruz, October 16, 1996, exhibit to Laxo report. Strange that federal agents. Jerry Guzita was interviewed on 3 separate occasions, October 6, November 5, and November 23, 1996 by Laxo investigators. Never seen the likes of it. Blandon's neighbor, who refused to give her name, was interviewed by the author. Descriptions of the raids were based upon the individual reports filed by the raid teams, which were released as exhibits to the Laxo report, and the author's interviews with some of the raid team members. The items seized were listed in inventories, which were also released with the Laxo report. At least one one-ton delivery. Blandon's comments regarding Aparicio Moreno in CIAIG, 69. Murder of an American innkeeper. Panel says CIA agents in Guatemala linked to rights abuses. AP, June 28, 1996, and Washington, Guatemala hid evidence of abuse of U.S. citizens. AP, May 7, 1996. Castillo believes Divine was killed by Guatemalan soldiers. Frank Smith, My Enemy's Friends, New Republic, June 5, 1995. Castillo reported Moreno's activities in Guatemala, Dia 6, File TG88-009, May 2, 1988. The DIA released a heavily censored copy of that report to the author. Castillo disclosed its contents to the author in an interview. Juarez and his crew raced over, Juarez's raid report released as exhibit to Laxo report. Juarez was also interviewed about the raid by SGTS. Michael Bornman and Daniel Cruz, October 18, 1996, summary released with Laxo report. I Got Power. SGT. Art Franson, interview by SGTS. Ripken and Silver Sparre, October 31, 1996, exhibit to Laxo report. There's a bigger picture here, Richard Love, interview by SGTS. Ripken and Silver Sparre on October 17, 1996, Laxo exhibit. Master Narcotics Evidence Control Ledger, released as exhibit to Laxo report. Case chronology prepared in late 1986, released as exhibit to Laxo report. Blandon simply smiled. Lister's comments to the CIA about the raid are found at 57, CIAIG. A Clumsy Investigation, L.J. O'Neill, interview by SGTS. Ripken and Silver Sparre, November 7, 1996, Laxo exhibit. Department of Defense Codes, John Hurtado, interview by SGTS. Cruz and Hartshorn, October 25, 1996, Laxo exhibit. Transporting Weapons, Dan Garner, interview by SGTS. Cruz and Hartshorn, October 10, 1996, Laxo exhibit. Descriptions of the bank records and Les Labaladares note to Blandon contained in DOJIG, CH4, PTL, A2. Manuel Gomez was found murdered, SGTS. Cruz and Anderson, additional information regarding Manuel Antonio Gomez, November 6, 1996, Laxo exhibit, Gomez Certificate of Death, L.A. County Coroner, February 16, 1993, SGT. Hartshorn, interview with Cynthia Juarez, October 16, 1996, Laxo exhibit. For additional information on Salvadoran Death Squad activities in LA, see Dennis Bernstein and Connie Blitt, Death Squad, Style Violence Haunts Salvadoran Organizers in the U.S., in These Times, July 22 to August 4, 1987. Vile, Vicious Son of a Bitch, Bradley Brannon, interview by author. CIA kinda winks at that activity. Brannon's CIA conversation with Huffman was memorialized in a handwritten chronology of events Huffman prepared in November 1986, released as a Laxo exhibit. Huffman confirmed the conversation in an interview with SGTS. Anderson and Bornman, October 29, 1996, Laxo exhibit, an FBI teletype from SAC, Los Angeles, to Director FBI, subject, front door, Major Case 90, December 12, 1986, declassified and released to author by National Archives. After admitting it to the author, Brannon denied the conversation took place when questioned by Laxo. We bust our ass, SGTS. Ripken and Silver Sparre, interview of retired Captain Robert Wilbur, October 18, 1996, released as exhibit to Laxo report. 3 persons claiming CIA affiliation, CIA cable filed in US v. James. If he was a major trafficker, Brian Layton, interview by author. John M. Garrissey had been charged. Details about Garrissey were found in the matter of John Mark Garrissey, a member of the State Bar, 87E03 LA, decision of State Bar Court, Los Angeles, April 13, 1987, LA. Lawyer gets year in prison for visa fraud, UPI, September 26, 1987, Lawyer sentenced for Iranian immigration scheme, AP September 25, 1987. Garasi had a pipeline, Roy Koletsky, interview by author. Director of the FBI sent a long teletype to CIA and DIA dated December 11, 1986, filed in USV. James, by the CIA. Scott Weekly is an arms dealer, Huffman's notes, MTG at DDA. Susan Deason's office, 1100 HRS, 1, 14, 87, were released as exhibits to Laxo report. 19 He reports to people reporting to Bush. Scott Weekly, details of Weekly's background and 1983 POW hunt compiled from following sources, ties vow to arrest Green Beret POW hunter, UPI, February 21, 1983, Grits, says he's on another mission to rescue POWs in Laos, AP, February 21, 1983, Untitled Story, UPI, AM Cycle, March 2, 1983, Untitled Story, UPI, PM Cycle, March 2, 1983, John Hale, We Came Because We Believe, UPI, March 4, 1983, John Laird, Americans Plead Guilty in Thai Court, AP, March 11, 1983, Grits receives suspended sentence, facts on file, April 8, 1983, 242, Grits leaves Thailand, AP, June 9, 1983. Scott's kind of a tough little guy, Lynn Ball, interview by author. Combination between John Wayne and Rambo, David Booth, speaking at Weekly's sentencing on April 29, 1987, in USV. Weekly, 86 CR 281A, U.S. District Court, Western District of Oklahoma. Large number of demerits, Weekly's statements about the Naval Academy, Weekly's sentencing. Tens of thousands of dollars worth, Stephen Emerson, Secret Warriors, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1988, 79. Grand Eagle was officially shelved, James Grits, testimony at hearing before the Subcommittee on Asian and Pacific Affairs of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, March 22, 1983. Department of Defense Organization, Paulson, testimony at Subcommittee on Asian and Pacific Affairs hearing. With at least initial support, Jack Anderson, search for POWs in Laos linked to CIA, Washington Post, October 15, 1984. Had some ties to the CIA involvement with Ronald Ray Rewald reported in Howard Kurtz, CIA got IRS to delay audit, intelligence agency was probing its ties to investment firm, Washington Post, December 27, 1984, and Howard Kurtz, closed hearing set on CIA's Sporkin, Washington Post, October 4, 1985. If he was in the CIA, he wouldn't tell me, Weekly, interview by LT. Michael Bornman, November 18, 1996, Laxo exhibit. Suddenly exclaimed, whoa, SGT. Daniel Cruz, contact with Department of Veterans Affairs, November 8, 1996, Laxo exhibit. International munitions deals, John Kellogg, testimony at Weekly's resentencing, USV. Weekly, July 15, 1988. See also John Standifer, Afghan war claims victim in County, San Diego Union Tribune, July 26, 1987, Ray Robinson, indictment likely in case, Daily Oklahoman, July 19, 1987, Bo Grits trained rebels in Nevada desert, UPI, May 1, 1987, Ray Robinson, man pleads guilty to shipping explosives, Daily Oklahoman, December 30, 1986, and Ray Robinson, sooner explosives aided Afghans, Daily Oklahoman, April 30, 1987. Gene Wheaton, interview by author. Paramilitary Covert Action Program, Fears, interview by Walsh's FBI investigator, August 2, 1991, a summary was declassified and released to the author by the National Archives. Keeping in touch with Dodd, William Schneider, interview by FBI agents working for Lawrence Walsh, January 27, 1988, a summary of the interview was declassified and released to the author by the National Archives. North did refer to going to jail, Nestor Pino Marina, interview by FBI, December 2, 1987, declassified and released to author by the National Archives. Pino. Dodd has a history of involvement with the CIA, record of interview, Nestor Pino Marina, May 20, 1987, by Walsh's investigators, released by National Archives. Pino's relationship with Bustillo reported by FBI Special Agent Michael Foster in a May 20, 1991, report to the Walsh investigation, released by the National Archives. Bode's desk calendars, released to the author by the National Archives. The Afghan program is a covered program, William R. Bode, interviewed in Standifer, Afghan war claims victim. Pino's statements about the Afghan training program contained in an affidavit to U.S. District Court, Oklahoma City, cited in DOJ-IG, CH5, PT3, 2. Miscellaneous projects, Albert Hakim, deposition to Iran-Contra Committee, May 1987. She was sitting in her apartment, Stephen Korotash, interview by author. Weld's notes of the briefing, Iran-Contra files of Lawrence Walsh, released by the National Archives. Proceed with such cases. Bill Price, interview by author. Richard already had some background, Edward Spanos, how DOJ official Mark Richard won the CIA's Cover-Up Award, Executive Intelligence Review, July 7, 1995, 73-75. Richard was grilled about that briefing, deposition of Mark Richard before the House and Senate Select Committees, August 19, 1987. The notes of Richard's conversations with Price were attached as exhibits to the deposition. Federal prisoner, Jose Buso Rosa, information on Buso Rosa compiled from Warren Fisk, What Did North Know? Norfolk Virginian pilot, October 22, 1994, Jefferson Morley and Murray Was, A Favor for a Felon, Washington Post, May 29, 1994, Jefferson Morley, Dealing with Noriega, Nation, August 27, 1988, Murray Kempton, Panama's High Finance, Newsday, February 7, 1988, Neil Rowland, North tried to hush Honduran, UPI, November 22, 1987, Susan Rasky, North urged leniency for Honduran linked to assassination plot, New York Times, February 23, 1987, Army ex-chief sentenced in coup plot, facts. On file, September 5, 1986, 662, former general sentenced in assassination plot, UPI, July 24, 1986, general arrested in coup plot, facts on file, December 20, 1985, 954, Honduras, 2 former top officers dishonorably discharged, Interpress Service, November 5, 1985, Charles Babcock, account of assassination plot reads like TV script, Bergen Record, August 16, 1985, and Oliver North's Prof's notes regarding the case, on file at the National Security Archives. Triumph for the administration's policy, Francis J. McNeil testified to the Kerry Committee about the Buso Rosa-Ease, April 4, 1988. Buso Rosa. Had information, Nestor Pino Marina, interview by FBI agents working for Walsh, May 13, 1987, released by the National Archives. In From One Entrance and Out the Other, Mark Richards' statements about Weekly and Buso Rosa were made under oath during in his August 19, 1987 deposition by the Iran-Contra committees. Bode explained his involvement in the case to an FBI agent working for Walsh on November 2, 1987, and that interview was released by the National Archives. CIA had equipped and trained The 316 Battalion, Busso Rosa, cited in Gary Cohn and Ginger Thompson, unearthed, CIA Secrets, Baltimore Sun, reprinted in the Sacramento Bee, July 30, 1995. This investigation would start and stop with me, Weekly testified at length at his resentencing hearing. Trekked into the mountains of northern Burma, Thais, U.S. adventurer turned away, Reuters, September 6, 1986. Gritz's comments regarding Kun SA were taken from a transcript of his videotape A Nation Betrayed, as well as from Burmese rebel links Pentagon official to drug deals, AP, June 5, 1987. His charges of retaliation were reported in an untitled UPI story dated July 19, 1987, datelined Oklahoma City. Gritz was indicted. For misusing a passport, Penny Levin, LV grand jury indicts Gritz on passport misuse, Las Vegas Sun, May 21, 1987, Phil Lavelle, Gritz surrenders, alleges U.S. backing, Las Vegas Review-Journal, June 4, 1987, and Lavelle, Gritz cites conspiracy in passport rap, Las Vegas Review-Journal, June 6, 1987. 20. It's a sensitive matter. Susan Bryant Deason told police, Curtis A. Hazel, Head Deputy, Major Narcotics and Forfeiture Division, confidential memorandum to High, subject, Blandon investigation, October 16, 1996, Laxo exhibit, and R. Dan Murphy, Assistant District Attorney, to Capt. Neil B. Tyler, confidential letter, October 23, 1996, Laxo exhibit. All details of the 1986-87 investigation of Blandon conducted by agents Auckland and Schrittner, the details of Norwin Menezes' relationship with the DIA, the involvement of CIA agent Roberto and the LA meetings were primarily contained in DOJ-IG, CH2, PT4, seconds. F. The initiations of the federal active case, seconds. G. The 1987 Los Angeles active investigation, and seconds. H. Closure of the active case. Auckland's interviews with the Secret Service agent and Lister's realtor are cited in a December 8, 1986 FBI teletype, Re. Butelkel SSA, deleted, LA, SSA, deleted, FBIC, released by National Archives to journalist Nick Skua, and an immediate FBI teletype from LA to FBI headquarters, December 12, 1986. Back then Ricky Ross was a major dealer, Robert Sobel, Internal Affairs interview. Ross was a vital link, Glenn A. Levant, LAPD intradepartmental memo to Detective Stephen Pollock, Commendation LASD/LAPD Rock Cocaine Supplier Task Force, January 13, 1988. Freeway Rick Task Force, Steve Pollock, interview by author, and Pollock, fact sheet Re, full cash overtime for major FES narcotics DIV, January 1987. All of his locations, Laxo Internal Affairs interview of Sobel, June 15, 1988. He's become quite a heavyweight, Sandy Wasson, quoted in Drug Fugitive Captured in Closet, UPI, November 30, 1989. He was a good bad guy, ABC News, Day 1, The Crime Crisis, Freeway, November 29, 1993. Robin Hood, type guy, James Gallipo, cited in Jesse Katz, Deposed King of Crack, L.A. Times, December 20, 1994. He kind of fancied himself, Darrell Kelly and Victor Marina, query focuses on Sheriff Sergeant, deputies he led, Los Angeles Times, November 16, 1989. What he did, he poisoned tens of thousands of people, Steve Pollock, interview by author. Pollock and his men hit the freeway motor in, rock cocaine supplier LAPD/LASD Task Force Weekly Activities Report 1, 21, 87 through 1, 27, 87. Going after my mom, Ross, interview by author. Details of the detention of Annie Ross came from Sobel's Laxo Internal Affairs interview, June 15, 1988. A cartel, Sobel, Laxo Internal Affairs interview. Your wife will be in a psychiatric hospital, Blandon, testimony in USV. James. Widespread patronage from the Latin community, Bradley Brunnon, quoted in transcript of a May 20, 1992, detention hearing, USV. Blandon. Roger Sandino was one of these guys, Brunnon, interview by author. Sandino was arrested, cable from DIA Miami F/O to DIA HQS, October 27, 1980, file GL, 81, 0002. Set up an import-export business, corporate records of Rosamar International Trading Incorporated, H26741, on file at Florida Division of Corporation. The attorney who served as Sandino's agent, John Spittler Jr., was also an officer in Inter-America Media Corp and the agent for Los Ranchos de Miami Inc. Busted again in April 1986, the Norfolk, Virginia, bust was described in Dorothy Gast, 700-pound cocaine bust called largest ever in Mid-Atlantic, AP, April 8, 1986. DIA issued a fugitive warrant, Sandino's fugitive declaration, filed by DIA on January 12, 1987, DIA file GZ86, 0002. Everywhere you go, Jerome H. Skolnick, The Social Structure of Street Drug Dealing, State of California, Office of the Attorney General, 1988, and Skolnick, Gang Organization and Migration, State of California, Office of the Attorney General, 1989. Gang members have flooded the market, Bill Bryan, Police Fighting a Rising Drug Tide, St. Louis Post-Dispatch, March 12, 1989. Brian Waterhead Bo Bennett, arrests cut key cocaine link in L.A., police say, Los Angeles Times, November 30, 1988, Ross, 1996 Laxo interview, and files from USV. Villabona, 88 CR 972B, Central District of California, provided to the author by Mario Villabona. In his appeal, Villabona claimed he was set up for arrest by a CIA informant and former Contra, William Guzman. Plunged a knife into the doll's head, U.S. Department of Justice's trial memorandum, August 30, 1991, in USVS. Amers, 90, County Route 111. Jokes about the dope they had ready. Sobel's comments regarding Pollock and the planting of cocaine came from inquiry into LAPD may jeopardize drug cases, LA Times, October 3, 1990. I looked in the rearview mirror. Details of the April 1987 shooting incident were gleaned from Ross's testimony, USV. James, Sobel, 1988 interview with the sheriff's IA investigators, and the 1991 DOJ trial memorandum in USVS. Amers. The LAPD issued a press release, fact sheet for immediate release, Los Angeles Police Department Narcotics Division, May 18, 1987. Dropped by the jail to inspect their prize, U.S. DOJ trial memorandum, August 30, 1991, 24, filed in USVS. Amers. Additional details obtained during interviews with Ross and Alan Fenster, and Kelly and Marina. Query focuses on Sheriff Sergeant 21. I could go anywhere in the world and sell dope, it was real cool. Quotes from Ross through this chapter came from interviews with the author and his testimony in USV. James. Macario was deeply involved with the FDN, Jose Macario Estrada, interview by author. Attorney Carlos Icaza. Information regarding Carlos Icaza was obtained during interviews with Icaza by author and George Hodel. His alleged involvement with the CIA was reported in Nicaragua. Charges CIA plot, expels diplomats, U.S. retaliates, facts on file, June 10, 1983, 423, and CIA conspiracy in Nicaragua, June 1983, a booklet provided to the press by the Nicaraguan government at the press conference announcing the arrests. His and his wife's involvement with the FDN was reported in Bomb Explodes Outside Home of Contras spokeswoman, AP, March 6, 1987, and Home of Nicaraguan Rebel Spokeswoman Bombed, Reuters, March 6, 1987. Macario was appointed to a Blue Ribbon Commission by the FDN, Sandra Dibble, Contras Ask Panel to Audit Funds, Miami Herald, August 16, 1986. Restaurant became a hangout for Contra leaders. La Parilla's use as a Contra forum reported in Maria Jose Cartagena. Nicaraguans seek to ease path for fellow exile professionals. Miami Herald, December 20, 1987. Restaurant reviews included, Lucy Cooper, La Parilla, Nicaraguan food at its best. Miami Herald, October 24, 1986. Lucy Cooper, feast your fantasies at South Florida's finest restaurants. Miami Herald, January 2, 1987. Yvonne Rovira Kelly, La Parilla makes a name for itself. Miami Herald, August 8, 1985. And Jeffrey Toom, The Good News, Part 3, Miami Herald Tropic Magazine, June 15, 1986. Alpha 2 Rent-A-Car, in Re, Alpha 2 Rent-A-Car, Case 90-13670, Federal Bankruptcy Court, Miami, June 1, 1990. If the right person paged me, I'd get up. Jesse Katz, deposed King of Crack, LA. Times, December 20, 1994. I knew the recipe. Al Salvato, the man who brought crack to town, Cincinnati Post, October 24, 1992. Salvato was the author's journalism school professor in 1975. An additional story containing information about Ross's operations in Cincinnati was, George Leckie, Feds, gang leader built network in Cincinnati, Cincinnati Post, April 16, 1990. Justice Department descriptions of Ross cocaine network in Cincinnati are found in DOJ-IG, CH6, PT3, Sector 2, and Sector 4A. In 1987, we had lots of crack. Robert Enoch, quoted in Salvato, man who brought crack. A guy who could sell popsicles to an Eskimo. Ernest Halcon, quoted in Katz, deposed King of Crack. Cincinnati authorities finally discovered, details of the police investigation and the affair Ross's girlfriend had in Cincinnati were contained in the U.S. Probation and Parole Commission's 1991 pre-sentence report prepared for Ross's Cincinnati sentencing. Smith County, Texas. Indictment, Evan P. Kervin, pre-sentence report, U.S. District Court, Southern District of California, May 6, 1996, 11. Barricaded himself inside, police corner suspected drug dealer in closet, Los Angeles Times, November 30, 1989. Stories about LA gangbangers. Some articles and studies describing the 1988-89 migration of Crips and Bloods from LA are Teresa Mansour, Crip gangs in St. Paul, Chief says, St. Paul Pioneer Press, May 4, 1988, Lisa Levitt Rickman, Crips, Bloods turn into traveling salesmen for big drug money, AP, May 28, 1988, Jerry Nachtigal, Police, LA. Drug gangs more widespread than previously thought, AP, July 15, 1988, Tom Gross, LA. Gangs are seen here, St. Louis Post-Dispatch, July 17, 1988, Denise Hamilton, study tightly links gangs to trafficking in cocaine, Los Angeles Times, November 15, 1988, Robert C. Unruh, gang problem grows deadlier in Denver, AP, December 5, 1988, and Michael J. Ibarra and Paul Ly Berman, U.S. labels LA a center of drug trade, violence, Los Angeles Times, August 4, 1989. Los Angeles drug gangs are spreading cocaine, Nachtigal, LA. Drug gangs more widespread. Los Angeles has become the transshipment area, Jerry Harper, testimony in federal law enforcement role in narcotics control in Southern California, Hearings of the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control, August 23, 1988. These emerging modern-day gangsters, Robert Bonner, testimony in organized criminal activity by youth gangs, hearings of the Subcommittee on Criminal Justice of the House Judiciary Committee, June 6 and August 8, 1988. 22 They Can't Touch Us They Didn't Ask Me Nothing About, Ricky Ross, interview by author. Unless otherwise noted, all quotes in this chapter from Ross are either from his interviews with the author, or from his testimony in US v. James. Operation Big Spender, jury views video of alleged money skimming by deputies, UPI, October 16, 1990, and an LA Times series by Victor Marina, December 1 to 3, 1993. This may be a terrible thing to say. Deputies' downfall began with videotaped sting. LA Times, December 3, 1993. An astonishing $33.9 million in cash. The figures from the forfeiture hauls came from Laxo. My men are all trained to tear flesh, quote from Sobel in the newsletter reported by Los Angeles Times, December 1, 1993. Pollock had liposuction performed. The cosmetic surgery done by Pollock and his wife was revealed in US v. Stephen W. Pollock and Christina Townley, 94, County Route 283, April 15, 1994, Central District of California. Dan Garner came in my office, Harland Braun, interview by author. Casually asked if the agent knew anything, jury sees video of deputies taking cash, LA Times, October 17, 1990, drug cash tied to Contras, CIA in LA. Deputies trial, San Diego Union Tribune, October 24, 1990, and judge issues gag order on lawyers, defendants in sheriff's drug case, UPI, October 24, 1990. Publicized matters that are likely to impair the rights. Declaration of Thomas Hageman, filed in connection with government's motion for restraining order extrajudicial statements of parties and their agents, filed October 19, 1990, US v. Amers, 90 CR 3A, U.S. District Court, Central District of California. Films of military operations in Central America, bronze writings from defendant Garner's opposition to government's request for restraining order, filed October 23, 1990, US v. Amers. Justice Department fired back, motion in limine admissibility of defendant Garner's testimony conversation with Robert Sobel and / or others about the CIA, filed October 23, 1990, US v. Amers. Judge Rafe Edie. Lashed out at Braun, transcript of the hearing, filed in US vs. Amers. I didn't pump 500 tons of cocaine into the ghetto, Garner, interview by Laxo investigators. Having convinced the Costa Mesa detectives, the details of Lister's deal with Costa Mesa police are contained in a Memorandum of Understanding dated August 26, 1988, between Lister and the Orange County District Attorney's Office, filed in People v. Ronald J. Lister, F13502, Harbor Municipal Court. Ball indicated that Lister, Mesa's comments appeared in CIAIG, 59-61. Details of Lister's plea bargain with the DIA, his prison letter to Weekly, his letters to the court, and his role as a DIA informant are found in DOJIG, CH5, PT2, SECS. H through K. Received instructions from Colombia to wire transfer the money. Lister's involvement with the Colombians while a DIA informant is revealed in a series of DIA 6 reports dated April 25, 1991, June 4, 1991, June 6, 1991, and June 10, 1991, filed as exhibits to Laxo case. Additional information is contained in Assistant U.S. Attorney L.J. O'Neill, Government's answer to defendants' objections to pre-sentence report and sentencing memorandum, June 22, 1993, U.S. v. Jose Enrique Urda Jr., 92, County Route 1308 U.S. District Court, Southern District of California. By the way, we want to kill this guy Lister. Author interviewed the prosecutor who handled the case, who spoke on background. Smith waxed at length, Gail Holland, L.A. Drug case becomes lurid, San Diego Union Tribune, October 6, 1991. Emick's letter on Ross's behalf cited in DOJ-IG, CH6, PT3, Sector 4C. 23. He had the backing of a superpower. I did a lot of favors to the Colombians, Blandon G.J., 18. Colombian Humberto Cardona. Blandon identified Cardona as one of his suppliers in 2 interviews with FBI agents Don Allen and Bruce Burroughs on October 8, 1992, and September 1, 1993, FBI File 245 BSF 96287. Sergio Guerra, the smooth Mexican millionaire. Guerra's background and holdings detailed in 1992 detention hearing in U.S. v. Blandon. Reunited with the Menezes family, Blandon's re-involvement with Menezes and his kin was spelled out in his GJ testimony. Secret indictment against Menezes. U.S. v. Juan Norwin Menezes Cantero A/K/A Norwin Menezes, 89, County Route 0064 U.S. District Court, Northern District of California, filed February 8, 1989. Details of Menezes' indictment and work for the DEA during 1987-90 are found in DOJ-IG, CH3, PT3, SECS. HNI. It materialized that there was some information. Eric Swenson, interview by author. Menezes. Began reclaiming the holdings. The payments to Menezes and the other members of his drug ring were discovered by George Hodel, who obtained a November 30, 1996, report of indemnification for unjustified confiscation from the Nicaraguan Ministry of Finance. Listed were convicted trafficker Luis Enrique Menezes, $930,000, Norwin's wife, Maritza, $53,000, Troilo Sanchez, $353,000, and Horacio Pereira's heirs, $30,000. Enrique Miranda Jamie. Miranda was interviewed extensively by George Hodel and Hodel's wife, Carmen Maria Santos, who became Miranda's attorney upon his return to Nicaragua in 1996. Sending guns to the FMLN in El Salvador. Menezes' statements concerning Miranda were contained in Declaration to Investigators, November 20, 1991, filed in Nicaraguan Supreme Court. Menezes had on his payroll. Miranda's statement was handwritten and filed as an exhibit to the drug trafficking case against him in Nicaragua in 1992. You almost needed flatbed trucks. Rafael Cornejo, interview by author. Secretly taped. By DEA informant John Arman. The tapes of Arman's and Blandon's discussions were turned over to defense lawyers during Blandon's criminal case in San Diego in 1992 but never introduced into evidence. The author was permitted to hear and copy the tapes by a source who had access to them. Blandon is preparing to move back to Nicaragua. Chuck Jones, DEA 6, subject, undercover negotiations between deleted and suspect Danilo Blandon, April 12, 1990. Arman arrived at the old Bonita store. Wired for Sound, Chuck Jones, DEA 6, subject, undercover meeting with Sergio Guerra and Oscar Blandon, July 23, 1990. Author also has tape of the conversation. Going to convert it to crack anyway. Chuck Jones, DEA 6, subject, undercover negotiations with Danilo Blandon, June 14, 1991. They are going to put you in jail. Tapes of Blandon's conversations with Roger Sandino were obtained by author. Sandino had given the DEA the slip. Chuck Jones, DEA 6, subject, ongoing undercover negotiations and surveillance of Danilo Blandon et al., September 15, 1991. He had a big wedding here. Roger Mayorga, interview by author and George Hodel. Golden opportunity to arrest Blandon. The incident at the border was described in U.S. v. Sergio Garrediger, 91 CR 810T, U.S. District Court, Southern District of California, filed August 27, 1991. Money orders were on their way to Mexico. O'Neill, comments during a detention hearing for Blandon in 1992, U.S. v. Blandon, cited earlier. LAPD strike force arrested him, described by O'Neill during detention hearing. I actually had a better case, Ron Hodges, interview by author. Nicaraguan lawmen were after Norwin Menezes. Details of the Menezes investigation came from authors' interviews with Mayorga, Rene Vivas, Miranda, Menezes, and Frank Vigil, and a review of the case files at the Nicaraguan Supreme Court. Vivas was well acquainted with Norwin, Rene Vivas, interview by author and George Hodel. She was something else, Roberto Vargas, interview by author and George Hodel. Story made several U.S. newspapers. Record cocaine seizure, L.A. Times, November 5, 1991, and Jonathan Marshall, Nicaraguans arrest ex-Bay man linked to cocaine, Contras, San Francisco Chronicle, December 16, 1991. The DOD and State Department cables concerning Menezes were mentioned in CIAIG, 50-51. How do you explain? That Norwin Menezes, the judge's questioning of Mayorga was contained in Declaration Testifical, November 21, 1991, part of the case file in the Nicaraguan Supreme Court. Mayorga was also hauled before the Nicaraguan National Assembly's Committee on Defense and Government in late 1991 and grilled by committee chairman Frank Duarte, a friend and attorney of Menezes paid a deranged inmate. To knife Miranda. The alleged assassination attempt was reported in He Tried to Murder Miranda, Barricada, August 22, 1992, and Miranda, Paragon para Asesinarme, El Nuevo Diario, August 17, 1992. Chamorro government fired Rene Vivas, Michael Reed, Chamorro fires police chief to appease U.S., Manchester Guardian, September 13, 1992. Sandinista police officers dismissed, facts on file, September 17, 1992, 694, and Shirley Christian, Managua Seesaw, USVS. Sandinistas, New York Times, September 8, 1992. 24 They're gonna forget I was a drug dealer. The identity of the media representatives were contained in media permission requests in Ross's prison files from Phoenix, which Ross made available to the author. Soft-spoken, Aaron J. Aubrey, ex-drug dealer out to stage turnaround, L.A. Times, November 14, 1993. A capitalist, Al Salvato, the man who brought crack to town, Cincinnati Post, October 24, 1992. Standing on the bare stage, Aubrey, ex-drug dealer out to stage turnaround. Next we have the story of a young man, Forrest Sawyer, correspondent for Day One, profile, ex-drug dealer freeway hopes to offer youth center to South Central Los Angeles, November 29, 1993. More than 200 people, James Bolden, Ricky Ross, ex-drug lord wants to give back to S Central, Los Angeles Sentinel, December 9, 1993. The notorious Los Angeles drug lord, Jesse Katz, former L.A. drug kingpin is set free, Los Angeles Times, September 1, 1994. Compton crack dealer, Leroy Chico Brown, interview by author. Get a little something right now. The tapes and transcripts of some of Ross's conversations with Blandon were introduced into evidence in U.S. v. James. According to Blandon's notes, these notes were introduced into evidence in U.S. v. James. This guy won't leave me alone, James Gallipo, interview by author. Gallipo also testified as a defense witness for Ross in U.S. v. James. Take care of Tony. The meetings in the restaurant parking lots were taped by Blandon, and the tapes were introduced as evidence in U.S. v. James. Saga of Ricky Ross rise and fall. Jesse Katz, deposed king of crack, L.A. Times, December 20, 1994. Let him pay, Pollock, quoted in Katz, deposed king of crack. They burned rubber, Charles Jones, testimony before Grand Jury No. 94-4, U.S. District Court, Southern District of California, March 15, 1995. Ross told them everything, Judy Gustafson, Dia 6, subject, arrest and interview of Ricky Ross, March 7, 1995. I cussed his mom out, Norman Tillman, quoted in Jesse Katz, Sting snares drug lord who vowed to go straight, Los Angeles Times, March 22, 1995. I caught a lot of shit, Jesse Katz, interview by author. 25 things are moving all around us. The quotes in this chapter were largely taken from my interviews with the subjects mentioned, most of which were tape recorded and later transcribed. I walked into a roomful of DIA agents. The quotes from this session come from a memorandum I prepared immediately following the meeting. 3 CIA cables about me, CIA IG, 51-52. Georgia's discovery was front page news, Roberto Orozco, Escapo un grande del narcotráfico, La Prensa, November 29, 1995, and Heriberto Mercado, ex-milita narco escapada prison, La Tribuna, November 29, 1995. Miranda was captured. Miranda, whose entry into the States was legal since he had a valid visa, was literally kidnapped by the FBI in Miami and thrown on a plane to Nicaragua at the request of the Nicaraguan police. His kidnapping was covered extensively in the Nicaraguan press. See, for example, Roberto Orozco, Miranda, Gran Jefe de la Droga, Enviado a Managua, La Prensa, December 3, 1996, 1, Lisbeth Garcia, Recapturada Miranda Jamie Levanta Ola de Acas Actions, Barricada, December 22, 1996, Mario Guevara Somaraba, Recaptura en Miami al Rio Miranda Jamie, El Nuevo Diario, December 24, 1996, and Leonardo Coca Palacios, Miranda Jamie Ses Fumo. El Nuevo Diario, December 29, 1996. Miranda was finally released from prison in April 1998. 26. This matter, if true, would be classified. The United States believes, L.J. O'Neill, government's motion in limine to preclude reference to the Central Intelligence Agency and for reciprocal discovery, February 26, 1996, filed in U.S. v. James. The conversation was recorded, the sidebar discussions, as well as the testimony, in federal criminal trials are tape recorded, and the tapes are available for purchase by any member of the public at remarkably reasonable rates, a service that court reporters, for obvious reasons, don't advertise. Thanks to federal public defender Maria Ford for this invaluable tip. The public defenders buy the tapes, she said, because they can't afford typed transcripts either. Taught Ross the trade, Jesse Katz, drug trial to focus on Sting, Dia, former supplier offer glimpse into world of informants, Los Angeles Times, March 5, 1996. I don't think my client's life, the in-court conversations in this chapter are taken from the tapes of the proceedings in U.S. v. James. 27. A very difficult decision. Interviews of the jurors provided to the author by a source. Mercury News executive editor, Sepos's comments to Newsweek reported in Cracks in the Story, November 11, 1996, 65. New York Times reporter Seymour Hersh, the reaction of the press to Hersh's story is chronicled in Catherine S. Olmsted, Challenging the Secret Government, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1996, 33-39. The Unlimited Space of the Web, the chapter on online journalism in Encarta's 1997 yearbook was written by Neil Chase of Northwestern University. The Associated Press noted, Elizabeth Wise, CIA crack story fueled interest in Webb, AP, December 5, 1996. A Boston Globe reporter, Adam Pertman, CIA drug link stories outrage blacks in L.A., Boston Globe, October 6, 1996. Infuriated the right-wing Washington Times, Bill Gertz, Deutsche's reaction to drug rumor hit, Washington Times, September 24, 1996. And on the editorial page, Arnaud de Borchgrave, Ritualistic Revival of Assaults on CIA, Washington Times, September 24, 1996. Newsweek devoted an entire page, Gregory L. Vistica and Vern E. Smith, was the CIA involved in the crack epidemic? Newsweek, September 30, 1996, 72. Time that month, Jack E. White, Crack, Contras and Cyberspace, Time, September 30, 1996. Meanwhile, we continued advancing the story. Gary Webb and Pamela Kramer, sealed records may show CIA drug link, San Jose Mercury News, September 29, 1996, 1. Gary Webb and Pamela Kramer, affidavit, cops knew of drug ring, San Jose Mercury News, October 3, 1996, 1. Gary Webb and Pamela Kramer, more hints of government involvement, San Jose Mercury News, October 6, 1996, 1. Eastland had a history. The Justice Department's role in spreading disinformation about Contra drug investigations in the mid-1980s is detailed in Joel Millman, Narcoterrorism, A Tale of Two Stories, Columbia Journalism Review, September/October 1986, 51, and Peter Dale Scott and Jonathan Marshall, Cocaine Politics, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1991, 177. The Washington Post had just moved a story, Roberto Suro and Walter Pincus, the CIA and crack, evidence is lacking of alleged plot, Washington Post, October 4, 1996. Seppos fired off a blistering letter, though the Post didn't run it. The Mercury News posted the letter on the internet on the Mercury Center's Dark Alliance web page, www.sjmercury.com/drugs. A story in the Mercury's archives, Walter Pincus, How I Traveled Abroad on CIA Subsidy, San Jose Mercury News, February 18, 1967. Pincus's previous association with the CIA, Pincus, Review of Agee's book, New York Times Book Review, August 3, 1975. We have withheld a great deal of information. Pincus's appearance on the McNeil/Lehrer NewsHour occurred on May 12, 1986. Walsh wrote that at a critical moment, Lawrence Walsh, Firewall, New York, Norton, 1997, 421-22. The L.A. Times and the New York Times struck next. The New York Times' attack on Dark Alliance appeared on October 20, 1996, headline Tale of CIA and Drugs has life of its own. The L.A. Times series ran for 3 days, beginning on October 20, 1996. Katz trotted out a number of other cocaine dealers, Jesse Katz, tracking the genesis of the crack trade, L.A. Times, October 20, 1996. The L.A. Times absolved the CIA, Doyle McManus, examining charges of CIA role in crack sales, L.A. Times, October 21, 1996. 60,000. Rafael Cornejo, interview by author. McManus had played a central role. Doyle McManus and Ronald Ostro, U.S. links top Sandinistas to drug trafficking, L.A. Times, July 18, 1984. Described by investigative reporter Carl Bernstein, Bernstein, The CIA and the Media, Rolling Stone, October 20, 1977, 55. A day later, Ronald Ostro, 3 seized in Miami cocaine smuggling linked to Nicaraguan Interior Minister, L.A. Times, July 19, 1984. McManus and Ostro later teamed up, Doyle McManus and Ronald Ostro, no supporting evidence, Dia says, Senators probing reports of Contra drug smuggling, L.A. Times, February 18, 1987. He banged out a letter to the reporter. Cabezas provided a copy of his letter to McManus to the author, along with McManus's response of April 9, 1987. Enrique Miranda, the former Menezes aide, had been found in Miami. Gary Webb, U.S. gave visa to Nicaraguan drug trafficker, San Jose Mercury News, December 31, 1996, 11a. Solved one of the final mysteries of the Southern Front. Hull's escape from Costa Rica and the D's suspected involvement in it had been reported previously and ignored by the national media. Brian Donovan of Newsday initially reported it in 1991 as part of a retrospective look at the bombing at La Penca in 1984 that killed an American journalist. Martha Honey and David Myers freelanced a piece that appeared in the San Francisco Chronicle, August 14, 1991, under the headline U.S. Probing Drug Agents' Activities in Costa Rica. The information for that story came largely from San Francisco private investigator Josiah Thompson, who was hired by defense lawyer Marvin Ken to investigate a case involving an accused trafficker named Juan Marino Noriega. Marino was arrested in 1990 as part of California's biggest cocaine bust, nearly 970 kilos, but despite the size of the case, the Justice Department permitted Marino to plead guilty to a money laundering count rather than risk having the D's involvement in Hull's escape surface publicly in court. The United States will not discuss in this memorandum the reason that defendant Marino Noriega was permitted to plead guilty to the money laundering charge instead of the importation charges, other than to remind the court that the reasons relate in large part to various submissions that were made and remain under seal. Assistant U.S. Attorney Ross W. Nadel wrote in Marino's sentencing memorandum, December 10, 1992, U.S. v. Marino Noriega, 90, County Route 0177 Northern District of California. I believed the story George and I had significantly advanced the public knowledge of Hull's escape, since we now had the pilot admitting everything on the record, as well as an on-the-record interview with the investigating agent for DIA Internal Affairs, who thought justice had covered up the case. The Mercury never ran it. Rice Oviedo believed Perez, Anthony Rice Oviedo, interview by author. Whether similar pressures were applied to Cepos, naturally, rumors swirled that the CIA or other government agencies brought pressure to bear on the Mercury News' owners, Knight Ridder newspapers, to torpedo my investigation and kill the follow-up stories, but I never put much stock in those suspicions. Subsequently, I learned that Knight Ridder has a history of collaborating with the CIA, once agreeing to provide journalistic cover for CIA agents. See John M. Crutzen and Joseph B. Treaster, Worldwide Propaganda Network built by the CIA, New York Times, December 26, 1977, 1. Additionally, George Hodel discovered a CIA cable in a Miami court file suggesting that a longtime editor on the Latin American desk of Knight Ridder's flagship paper, the Miami Herald, had an operational relationship with the CIA during the 1960s. Suffice it to say that I am not quite as dismissive of suspicions of government pressure on the Mercury's owners as I once was. Shortly before I arrived at the Plain Dealer, the Plain Dealer's retraction of the Jackie Presser story is discussed in James Neff, Mobbed Up, New York, Atlantic Monthly Press, 1989, 337-53. In addition, the author has copies of the debriefings of the Cleveland mobster Angelo Big Angelo Nardo, who reported the reasons for the PD's retraction to the authorities. Cast of characters: the Contras, the Fuerza Democrática Nicaraguans, FDN. Bermudez, Enrique Comandante 380, the Supreme Military Commander of the FDN. Former military attaché for the Somoza regime in Washington. Hired by the CIA in 1980 to reassemble Somoza's scattered brigades into a fighting force. Close friend of the Menezes family. Reportedly trafficked in arms and cocaine with Norwin Menezes. Murdered in Managua in 1991, a slaying that has never been solved. Calero, Adolfo, longtime CIA agent, former manager of the Coca-Cola bottling plant in Managua. Selected by the CIA in 1983 to lead its political wing. Worked closely with Oliver North. Met with Norwin Menezes several times during the years Menezes was selling drugs for the Contras. Now a member of the Nicaraguan Assembly. Pina, Renato, spokesman for the FDN branch in San Francisco and one of Norwin Menezes' cocaine dealers. Admitted hauling millions in drug profits from San Francisco to Los Angeles for delivery to the Contras during the early 1980s. Convicted of cocaine trafficking in 1985. Sanchez, Fernando, former Nicaraguan ambassador to Guatemala, and the FDN's representative in that country during the war. Identified by the FBI in 1982 as one of the cocaine suppliers to the Contra drug operation in San Francisco. Brother of FDN founder Aristides Sanchez. Sanchez, Aristides' wealthy landowner under Somoza who became the head of supplies and logistics for the FDN. Also went on the CIA payroll in the early 1980s as an aide to Enrique Bermudez. Allegedly served as the conduit for cocaine money flowing from the Menezes drug ring in California in the early 1980s. Died in Miami in 1993. Unión Democrática Nicaragüense. Fuerza Armada Resistencia Nicaragüenses, UDN FARN, Aviles, Francisco U.S. educated Nicaraguan lawyer and CIA asset who worked closely with the CIA in Costa Rica in the 1980s, funneling CIA and U.S. government funds to various Contra organizations. Brother-in-law of top Menezes cocaine trafficker Horacio Pereira. Directly involved in the San Francisco Frogman case in 1983, though never accused or charged with cocaine trafficking. In 1998 Aviles was working for the Nicaraguan government. Cabezas, Carlos. While not a member of UDN FARN, Cabezas supported it through his cocaine sales in San Francisco in the early 1980s. As a U.S. government witness, he testified that his drug profits were going to Contra organizations in Costa Rica. He pleaded guilty to drug charges in 1984 and served several years in prison. He is now practicing law in Managua. Chamorro, Edmundo, second in command to his brother, Fernando. Implicated in cocaine trafficking with the Menezes organization during Costa Rican police investigation in 1985, but never charged. Close ties to the CIA, according to a DIA report. Current whereabouts unknown. Chamorro, Fernando El Negro, commander of the UDN FARN, which was based in Costa Rica during most of the war. An alcoholic whose army was teeming with Cuban-American drug traffickers, terrorists, and assorted other ne'er-do-wells. While working for the CIA, he was approached by Norwin Menezes and asked to haul cocaine to the United States from Costa Rica, but he was never directly implicated in cocaine trafficking. Died in Nicaragua in the early 1990s. Fernando and Edmundo were only distantly related to the influential Chamorro clan that included martyred newspaper editor Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. Rapax Yuli, Vicente, CIA asset based in Costa Rica. One of the leaders of UDN FARN and related Contra support groups. Directly involved in 1983 Frogman cocaine case, but never charged. He reportedly died in the early 1990s. Zavala, Julio, major cocaine trafficker in San Francisco Bay Area during early 1980s, and top-ranking U.S.-based member of UDN FARN. Recruited Carlos Cabezas into Contra drug ring. Convicted of cocaine trafficking in 1984, he now reportedly works as an informant for the FBI. Alianza Revolucionaria Democrática, ARDE, Aguado, Marco, CIA-trained pilot, business associate, and reputed drug trafficking partner of Norwin Menezes. Aguado got ARDE commander Eden Pastora involved with Colombian drug traffickers. Accused of cocaine trafficking in Costa Rica, he fled to El Salvador, where he assumed a high-ranking position with the Salvadoran Air Force. Implicated but never charged in Menezes' 1991 cocaine bust in Nicaragua. Currently in San Salvador. Gonzalez, Sebastian Guachin, CIA asset who was heavily involved in drug trafficking in Panama and Costa Rica. Close to Manuel Noriega. Suspected of involvement in the beheading of Contra supporter Hugo Spatafora, shortly before Spatafora was to make information about Noriega's drug involvement public. Gonzalez is a close friend of Norwin Menezes and, according to the CIA, was a fellow cocaine trafficker during the Contra War. Now living in Panama. Pastora, Eden Comandante Zero. Former Sandinista war hero. Recruited by CIA officer Dewey Claridge in 1981 to assume command of the Southern Front Contra armies based in Costa Rica. Longtime friend of Danilo Blandon, from whom he received money, vehicles, and rent-free lodging. Eventually broke with CIA and was accused by the agency of consorting with drug traffickers. Ran for Nicaraguan president in 1996. The investigators Castillo, SEAL Reno decorated Vietnam War veteran, former Texas policeman, and former DIA agent assigned to El Salvador and Guatemala during mid-1980s. Discovered Contra cocaine trafficking at Ilopango Air Force Base in El Salvador and began reporting it. Subsequently subjected to numerous internal DIA investigations and forced to retire on disability in early 1990s. Currently lives in Texas. Gordon, Thomas veteran Los Angeles County narcotics investigator. As a sergeant for the L.A. County Sheriff's Office in 1986, Gordon led the investigation into and obtained the search warrants for Danilo Blandon's drug operation. After his retirement, he was indicted by the Justice Department and accused of failing to report stolen drug money as income. Convicted on income tax charges. Currently lives in San Dimas, California. Guzita, Jerry Bell, California, Police Department's sole narcotics investigator. Began the investigation that led to the arrests of Danilo and Kipita Blandon in 1986. Subsequently subjected to internal affairs investigation involving missing cocaine from evidence locker, but never charged. Retired in early 1990s and lives in Los Angeles area. Juarez, Robert veteran L.A. County Sheriff's Office narcotics officer who raided Ronald Lister's house in 1986 and reported finding Contra and CIA-related material there. Juarez, regarded as one of the department's best undercover operatives, was subsequently indicted by the Justice Department and convicted of stealing cocaine money. He lives in Los Angeles. Kelso, Joseph, former CIA operative and undercover customs informant. Kelso pleaded guilty to attempting to buy Harpoon missiles for the Iraqis in the early 1980s. Investigated allegations of the involvement of DIA agents in cocaine trafficking in Costa Rica during Contra War. Was beaten and threatened with death by DIA agents, deported, and arrested for probation violation upon his return to the United States. Now working somewhere in Arizona. Pollock, Steve, longtime Los Angeles Police Department narcotics investigator. One of the founders of the Freeway Rick Task Force. Subsequently indicted on federal charges of corruption, income tax evasion, and civil rights violations. Pleaded guilty to misdemeanor civil rights violations and retired. Lives in Los Angeles. The CIA and fellow travelers Claridge, Dwayne Dewey, former chief of the CIA's Latin American division from 1981 to 1984. Oversaw creation of Contra project and recruited many of its leaders. Indicted in 1991 on 7 counts of perjury and providing false information to Congress during the Iran-Contra scandal. Pardoned before trial by ex-CIA Director George Bush. Fernandez, Joseph, CIA station chief in Costa Rica from 1984 to 1986. Integral part of Oliver North's illegal Contra resupply operation. Responsible for pushing Eden Pastora out as commander of Contra forces in Costa Rica and promoting Fernando Chamorro and his Cuban-American Legion, which included terrorists and drug traffickers. Indicted in 1989 on 4 counts of providing false information to Congress during the Iran-Contra scandal. The case was dropped when the U.S. Attorney General refused to declassify evidence needed in the case. Fernandez now works with Oliver North at North's publicly traded company, Guardian Technologies, which sells security consulting services and body armor. Fears, Alan Jr. took over Contra project in 1984 from Dewey Claridge. admitted having information on drug trafficking through Ilopango Air Force Base in El Salvador and also had knowledge of Contra drug dealing in Costa Rica. Pleaded guilty to withholding information from Congress during Iran-Contra scandal. Later pardoned by George Bush. Now works in Washington as government relations specialist. Gomez, Ivan, pseudonym of Venezuelan CIA contract agent who handled logistics on the southern front for the Contras during the war. Identified by Carlos Cabezas as the conduit for drug money from the Menezes organization in San Francisco to the Contras in Costa Rica. Gomez denied it in an interview with the CIA. Married former girlfriend of Menezes Lieutenant Marcos Aguado and is reportedly living in Spain. Hull, John, Indiana farmer who was CIA liaison to the Contras in Costa Rica. Hull's ranch was reportedly the site of numerous drug transshipments, an allegation he has long denied. Hull worked closely with suspected drug traffickers Marcos Aguado and Dagoberto Núñez on Contra projects in Costa Rica. He was indicted in 1989 on drug trafficking and murder charges there and fled the country with the assistance of the Costa Rican DEA office. The drug charges were later dropped, but he was permanently forbidden re-entry into Costa Rica. Hull is currently living in Indiana. Nieves, Robert the Snowman, head of DEA office in Costa Rica while Menezes and Dagoberto Núñez were working as informants there. Menezes identified Nieves as his control agent. While he was DEA attaché in Costa Rica, the DEA office was alleged by Costa Rican officials to be involved in drug trafficking and protecting cocaine labs in Contra war zones, charges that were never proven. Nieves went on to become the head of all DEA operations internationally and resigned in 1995. He works for Oliver North and Joe Fernandez in the security business and is a frequently cited drug expert for network television news. Núñez, Dagoberto, Cuban Bay of Pigs veteran and CIA DEA operative suspected of cocaine trafficking in Costa Rica. Worked closely with North's illegal Contra resupply operation and helped U.S. government funnel money to the Contras there. Helped John Hull escape from Costa Rica. Reportedly runs a cellular telephone dealership in San Jose, Costa Rica. Owen, Robert, former prep school counselor in Los Angeles who became a key CIA operative in Costa Rica for Oliver North and Joe Fernandez. Owen served as a go-between, or cutout, for the agency's dealings with the Cuban-American drug dealers assisting the Contras on the southern front. Intervened in the Kelso case and destroyed alleged evidence of DEA involvement with cocaine trafficking. Reportedly working as a teacher in Florida. Seal, very major drug trafficker in southern United States in early 1980s. Became CIA DEA operative in 1984 White House attempt to entrap Sandinista leaders in cocaine bust. Reportedly flew weapons for the Contras and returned to the States with cocaine. Murdered in New Orleans in 1986 by Colombian hitmen. The crack dealers. Brown, Leroy Chico corner pocket crip and major Compton crack dealer with the Patrick Johnson organization. Became involved with Ricky Ross as a business partner in early 1990s. Pleaded guilty to drug charges in San Diego in 1996 and is serving an 11-year sentence. Newell, Ollie Big LOC, Ricky Ross's childhood friend and partner in what would eventually become South Central L.A.'s largest crack distribution network in the early to mid-1980s. Convicted of drug charges in Indiana in late 1980s and released from prison in 1997. Now living in Los Angeles. Ross, Freeway Ricky, leader of South Central's first major crack distribution ring. In the space of 4 years, Ross went from selling fractions of an ounce to shipping multimillion-dollar cocaine shipments across America. Convicted of cocaine trafficking in 1996, he is currently serving life without the possibility of parole. The Menezes Organization. Cornejo, Rafael, distributor for Norwin Menezes in San Francisco Bay Area since mid-1970s. His territory stretched all the way to Portland, Oregon. Arrested, tortured, and jailed by Manuel Noriega's men in 1977 while he was smuggling cocaine through Panama for Norwin. Convicted of income tax evasion in San Francisco in 1985. Indicted and jailed for cocaine trafficking in 1992, convicted and sentenced to 30 years in 1996. Menezes, Edmundo, former Nicaraguan ambassador to Guatemala, former general in Nicaraguan National Guard, former chief of police in Managua, all before Somoza's fall. Norwin's brother and main protector. Probable CIA asset. Graduate of U.S. Army School of the Americas. Assassinated in Guatemala in 1978 by guerrillas shortly before Somoza's overthrow. Menezes, Guillermo, nephew of Norwin. Handled cocaine distribution for Menezes' family in Bay Area and Los Angeles in the early 1990s. Targeted by FBI in Cornejo investigation but never charged. Menezes, Jamie, nephew of Norwin and son of Jamie Menezes Sr. Involved in cocaine trafficking in San Francisco Bay Area since late 1970s. Became a crack addict in the late 1980s and dropped from view. Menezes, Jairo, nephew of Norwin and son of Edmundo Menezes. Involved in cocaine trafficking in San Francisco Bay Area since late 1970s. Arrested and jailed in 1985. Reportedly re-arrested on cocaine charges in the early 1990s. Menezes, Norwin El Perico, the king of drugs. Leader of the Menezes organization. Believed to have been the Cali cartel's representative in Nicaragua. Drug trafficker since early 1970s. Lived in United States from 1979 to 1985. Close connections to Cuban anti-communist movement. Worked for the Contras as a recruiter, arms supplier, and benefactor during the entire war. Worked with DIA from 1985 to 1991. Indicted in the States in 1989 on drug charges but never arrested. Arrested and jailed in Nicaragua in 1991, sentenced to 12 years in prison. Miranda, Enrique, former Sandinista intelligence officer, CIA asset, DIA informant, and right-hand man to Norwin Menezes from 1989 to 1991. Part of super-secret Sandinista dirty tricks unit inside the Interior Ministry. Testified against Menezes in Nicaragua in 1992 and reportedly targeted for death by the drug lord as a result. Miranda escaped from prison in 1995 and was recaptured in Miami in 1996, where he was kidnapped by the FBI, allegedly for the escape, and put on a plane back to Nicaragua. Pereira, Horacio, friend and business partner of Norwin Menezes in pre-war Nicaragua. Joined him in exile in Costa Rica, where he became one of Menezes' top cocaine dealers there. Identified by FBI in 1982 as source of cocaine for Frogman drug ring in San Francisco. Conduit of drug funds from Menezes' operation in Bay Area to Contras in Costa Rica and Honduras. Convicted of cocaine trafficking in Costa Rica in 1986 and escaped. Menezes says he was murdered in Guatemala in the early 1990s. Sanchez, Troilo, brother of FDN officials Aristides and Fernando Sanchez. Business partner of Menezes in pre-war Nicaragua and in Costa Rican exile during the 1980s. Flew for the CIA in Nicaragua in the 1960s. Identified by FBI in 1982 as source of cocaine for Frogman ring in San Francisco. Arrested on drug charges in Costa Rica in mid-1980s but acquitted. Recovered drug addict. Now lives in Nicaragua. Vigil, Frank, former Nicaraguan advertising executive and longtime business partner of Norwin Menezes in pre-war Managua and in Costa Rican exile. In the 1980s he worked in Mexican political campaigns and was in business with the Venezuelan government in Florida. Suspected of selling cocaine for the Contras in Los Angeles in early 1980s. Indicted by Nicaraguan government in 1991 on cocaine charges with Menezes but was acquitted. Now lives in Managua. The Blandon Organization. Blandon, Danilo Chanchin, head of multi-ton cocaine distribution ring in Los Angeles from 1981 to 1991. First major trafficker to make inroads into south-central Los Angeles in early 1980s, providing the street gangs with their first direct connection to the Colombian cocaine cartels. Longtime supplier to Freeway Rick Ross. Worked as part of Menezes' organization, but struck out on his own in 1985. Founded FDN chapter in Los Angeles. Arrested and convicted of cocaine trafficking in 1992 and became DIA informant. Now divides his time between San Diego and Managua. Blandon, Keepita Danilo Blandon's wife. Identified by the DIA as being closely involved in the trafficking activities of her husband. Arrested and jailed in 1992 but charges were dropped when Danilo agreed to become a DIA informant. Was made a naturalized United States citizen as a result of his cooperation. Corrales, Henry cocaine distributor for Blandon in Los Angeles in early 1980s. One of Freeway Ricky Ross's first suppliers. Left the States in mid-1980s for Honduras. Current whereabouts unknown. Guerra, Sergio, Mexican millionaire and owner of lucrative parking lot on Mexican border near Tijuana. Money launderer for Blandon in California and Florida. Business partner with Blandon in several used car lots. Convicted of money laundering charges in early 1990s and sentenced to jail. Deported to Mexico, where he is reported to be living. Lister, Ronald J. ex-police detective who served as a money launderer, security advisor, and mule for Blandon in the mid-1980s. Involved in arms deals with the Contras and security work for Salvadoran politicians and Iranian exiles. Has worked as FBI, DIA, and local police informant. Convicted of drug trafficking in late 1980s and sent to prison. Released in 1996. Current whereabouts unknown. Moreno, Aparicio, Colombian supplier to both Blandon and Menezes organizations during the Contra War. Reported ties to the FDN and CIA. Implicated in drug trafficking in Guatemala in 1988 in connection with top CIA agent there. Current whereabouts unknown. Murillo, Orlando Keepita Blandon's uncle and suspected money launderer for Blandon organization. Economist who served on the board of Nicaragua's central bank before the revolution and managed many of the Somoza family businesses. Managua representative of Swiss Bank Corp and Citizens and Southern Bank before the war. Became an investment banker in Florida while in exile. Elected to the Nicaraguan Assembly in 1996 and announced his resignation during an interview with the author and George Hodel. Though long suspected by the DIA of money laundering, he was never charged with a crime in the United States. Torres, Jacinto, and Edgar the Tree's longtime friends and sometime rivals of Blandon in the cocaine business. Related by marriage to ex-Medellin cartel boss Pablo Escobar. Jacinto was convicted of drug charges in 1986. Both became DIA informants in early 1990s after conviction on cocaine charges. Glossary of organizations and locations. ARDE, Alizana Revolucionaria Democrática, Contra faction based in Costa Rica and commanded by Eden Pastora, a former Sandinista. Bloods, the smaller conglomeration of loosely affiliated LA street gangs. Formed in the early 1970s from the combination of the West Coast chapter of the Chicago-based Black P. Stone Rangers and the L.A.-based Brim Blood Army and Pyrus gangs. Blood colors are red. Brigade 2506 U.S. based organization made up primarily of Cuban veterans of the CIA-trained Bay of Pigs invasion forces. CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, the U.S. government's primary intelligence gatherers. Its covert action side, the Directorate of Operations, has been the chief culprit behind agency scandals and outrages. Crips, the largest group of informally affiliated LA street gangs. Started in the late 1960s. Like the Bloods, the Crips are actually a loose confederation of smaller gangs, called sets, which generally take their names from streets in their neighborhoods, i.e. Grape Street Crips, Roland Forties Crips. Crip colors are blue. DIA, Drug Enforcement Administration, a branch of the U.S. Department of Justice and the principal federal agency responsible for the enforcement of anti-drug laws. Successor to the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD. DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, formed in 1961 as part of the Department of Defense. The primary intelligence service of the U.S. military. The DIA was heavily involved in Central America in the 1980s. FDN, Fuerza Democrática Nicaraguans, Contra faction created by the CIA, based in Honduras, and commanded by Enrique Bermudez, a former National Guardsman. The FDN was the largest, most well-armed and best-trained of all the Contra factions. FMLN, Frente Farbundu Marti Liberación Nacional, leftist revolutionary group based in El Salvador and supported by the Sandinistas. Frigorificos de Punta-Arenas, Costa Rican shrimp fishery set up by the Medellin cartel to launder drug money and transport cocaine shipments. Later purchased by Cuban anti-communists and suspected drug traffickers and used by Oliver North and the Contras to launder humanitarian aid funds. Ilopango Air Base in El Salvador secretly used by the Contras, the CIA and Oliver North's enterprise to funnel weapons and supplies to the Contra units operating on the southern front in Costa Rica. Both the CIA and DIA had reports that Ilopango was used to transship cocaine. LAPD Los Angeles Police Department. Legion of September 15, an early Contra group made up primarily of ex-National Guardsmen. Based in Guatemala, where it committed crimes and political kidnappings and assassinations. Commanded by Ricardo, El Chino, Lau and Enrique Bermudez, it later became the core of the FDN. M3, Movimiento Tercera Vía, tiny Contra splinter group based in Costa Rica. Commanded by Sebastián Guachín González and staffed mainly with Cuban anti-communist mercenarios. Majors, the nickname of three elite detective units formed by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office in the mid-1980s to combat major criminal organizations. Short for Major Violators. NHAO, Nicaraguan Humanitarian Aid Office, a State Department operation set up to distribute congressionally authorized humanitarian aid to the Contras. NSC, National Security Council, ostensibly, the President's advisors on national security matters. Under the Reagan administration, it became an operational intelligence agency based inside the White House. Nicaraguan National Guard, La Guardia Nacional, Anastasio Somoza's army, which also ran the National Police, State Security and Intelligence Services, the Postal Service, and Customs Agency. OIJ, Organismo de Investigación Judicial, Costa Rican law enforcement agency similar in function to the FBI. OSN, Oficina Seguridad Nacional, Anastasio Somoza's secret police unit that monitored political dissidents. Sandinistas, FRS, informal name of the Frente Revolucionario de Sandino, the leftist revolutionary guerrilla group that overthrew the U.S. supported dictatorship of Anastasio Somoza in 1979. UDN-FARN, Unión Democrática Nicaraguans Fuerzas Armadas Resistencia Nicaraguenses, early Contra faction based first in Honduras and then in Costa Rica, commanded by the erratic former Sandinista Fernando El Negro Chamorro. UDN-FARN first joined forces with the FDN, left to link up with Pastora and Arde, then left Pastora and rejoined the FDN under the umbrella group UNO. UNO, United Nicaraguan Opposition, a later CIA-inspired attempt to brush up the Contras' public image and gather all Contra factions under one group. UNO existed mostly as a FA_aid, as the FDN did the bulk of the fighting and retained most of the authority. Gary Webb, 1955 to 2005, was an investigative reporter for 21 years, focusing on government and private sector corruption and winning more than 30 journalism awards. He was one of 6 reporters at the San Jose Mercury News to win a 1990 Pulitzer Prize for general news reporting for their Loma Prieta earthquake that devastated Northern California. He also received the 1997 Media Hero Award from the Institute for Alternative Journalism and in 1996 was named Journalist of the Year by the Bay Area Society of Professional Journalists. Webb also served as a consultant to the California State Legislature's Task Force on Government Oversight and was a contributing feature writer to Esquire, most recently exposing the widespread police policy of pulling over drivers for DWB, driving while black. In 1998, Dark Alliance was a finalist for the Penn/Newman's Own First Amendment Award. In 1999, it won the Firecracker Alternative Book, FAB, award in the politics category, and was a finalist for the Bay Area Book Reviewers Award for Nonfiction. Congresswoman Maxine Waters is currently serving her 9th term representing California's South Central Los Angeles district.